Yuan leaned the card against the sensor and opened the door, naively believing that his plan was a success. However, the main character met them himself, drying his head after a shower. He kindly greeted Shi. Do indignantly asked how he ended up in the VIP room, because it costs about 300,000. Yao said that the director personally gave him a card for this number, since he was an anniversary visitor. Angry Min asked the manager if this guy was telling the truth. The man answered positively. Enthusiastic Mo noticed that Bean was clearly lucky to stay in such a cozy room. The young man asked her how she was feeling. The girl assured him that she was fine. Yuan's friends noted Yao's unimaginable luck, despite the fact that he is a beggar. Do stated that he asked Master Ma to prepare a special gift for Bin. The next morning, at the campsite, Ming still hoped to ruin Yao's reputation. While the guy spent time in the company of the charming Shi, they set up a tent together. Meanwhile, Bai returned to her tent and suddenly discovered that her things had been stolen, adding that she can still understand about money, but why steal personal underwear? Alarmed friends tried to calm her down. Wei continued to claim that she had only recently bought new underwear. One of the friends suddenly volunteered to help the indignant girl in search of things, after which he immediately began to look for the stolen goods in Bin's tent. The main character immediately realized that they were playing a circus on purpose to set him up. A moment later, the guy naturally finds Bai's things in Yao's tent. Naturally, Wei immediately began to insult Yao and say that he had no conscience to do such a thing. Her friends supported her. Do, in turn, admitted that he organized this trip to understand the death of Dr. Chen, but did not expect such a turn. Continuing to accuse Bean of theft, they called on everyone, especially girls, to stop communicating with him. However, Shi and her friend did not believe that the young man could have done such a thing, because the tent was not closed, and anyone could get into it. The guy thanked the girls for their trust and stated that he would prove his innocence. Then he used the system's services to turn back time 10 minutes ago. After a couple of minutes, the main character was enveloped in some kind of magic. Everyone froze in anticipation. Suddenly those present, as if falling underground, fell into the abyss and screamed in fear. Thus, they returned to the moment when the guy decided to look for Bai's things in the tents. Suddenly Ming also went to Yao's tent and he and Bin looked at each other menacingly. The guy, in turn, understood that the evidence they were looking for was no longer within his tent, because he managed to put Wei's underwear in Yuan's pocket, which Do had not yet realized. The young man came out of the tent and stated that there was nothing there. The surprised Min asked him to examine it more carefully. Yao said that the thief could carry the stolen item with him. Then he began to search everyone and naturally started with Bean himself, after which he carried out this procedure with his friend Min, believing that he would not do this. However, after a couple of minutes, he pulled out the loud Bai's underwear from his pocket. The stunned Yuan, in turn, began to furiously declare that he had been framed. The main character asked him if he really thought that Bai herself had set him up. Do understood that in the current situation, he was in an extremely unfavorable position. At that moment, Shi Yao asked him why the guy took Wei's personal belongings. The enraged Ming said that he had been set up. He tried to explain to her and came closer. The girl immediately moved away from him and asked him not to come closer. The distraught Yuan continued to say that he did not steal anything and Bai's underwear was planted on him. But there was no longer any trust in him, and no matter how much he asked them to believe, everyone considered him a thief. At this time, the guards suddenly approached them and asked which one of them was Do. The surprised guy said that it was him and asked why they were looking for him. Without any explanation, the bodyguards rushed to capture the young thief. Min began to resist, but the guards quickly took him by the arms and dragged him away in an unknown direction. Then turning to the others, they kindly asked to follow them. Pointing to the limousine, they respectfully called for everyone to get into the car. The perplexed teenagers did not understand what was going on and what they wanted from them. After some time, they all arrived in a room unknown to them. Yuan still resisted. The young man said that if they did not let him go, then all of them would at least face dismissal. However, the guards, who were not particularly sociable, silently threw him to the floor. Sitting on the throne was Mr. Gao, who ordered his bodyguards to cut off Do's right hand. Everyone present was shocked by this turn of events. Even Yao was taken aback. The guards immediately grabbed him and pinned him to the ground. Min said that Father Kan would definitely take revenge on them. Suddenly Shi asked grandfather Gao what Yuan had done to deserve such a cruel punishment. The old man, in turn, turned his gaze to the girl and asked her to come to him. Yao urged her grandfather to forgive Do, because they were just children, but Gao was determined. Turning to the bodyguard, he ordered him not to hesitate and to complete the job. Then Shi began to explain that today was his grandmother's memorial day. In this regard, he asked Yuan to make these flags and pointed to the flags smeared with paint, adding that he could not even think about how disgustingly this child would treat the memory of his grandmother. In addition to the fact that the flags were damaged, some rather nasty words were written on them, but Min continued to stand his ground and say that he didn't do all this. Gao asked if he really didn't do this, then who, in his opinion, could have done this? At this moment, Yuan's friend unexpectedly confessed to what he had done and began to repent. The guy knelt down and said that he just wanted to joke and did not know about their purpose. The old man could not stand it and ordered the guards to cut off his hands too. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. Meanwhile, the bodyguards proceeded to order Mr. Gao and drag the teenagers along with them. But Bean stopped them and sharply declared that grandfather could not do this, since cutting off their hands would only cause him problems. Do asked him to immediately shut up so as not to aggravate the situation. The surprised old man asked the young man why he came to them. The main character confidently answered that he came here with his friends. Mr. Sheng suddenly jumped up from his throne and walked towards Yao and said that he should have warned him about his visit, so that he had the opportunity to prepare for his arrival. The grandfather treated the young man with extreme respect, inviting him to stay here for a couple of days. He was willing to provide the best service. Bean replied that he did not want to bother him and therefore did not inform him about his arrival. The joyful old man was truly sincerely happy to see the young master. Gao asked him when he managed to arrive here. Yao said that he arrived yesterday. Grandfather immediately ordered the guard to go to the hotel manager in charge of everything, adding that he was obliged to warn him about the person who is the owner of the gold card. Min almost went crazy when he heard that Bean actually has a VIP card. However, at this moment the main character said that the administrator was not to blame for anything. Moreover, he behaved very respectfully with him, so there is no need to punish him. Then Shen changed his mind and asked the guard how much they pay the manager. The guy replied that he gets 5,000. Gao urged him to thank the administrator and give him 2 million for helping the young master. Then he asked Yao if he really wanted to save the lives of these teenagers. At this time, Ming's friend literally began to beg Bin for mercy, crawling on his knees. The guy turned to Yuan and asked if he wanted to know what it was like to be without an arm. Do also began to tearfully ask for his forgiveness and beg for mercy. In response, Yao stated that since they had damaged the flags, they should be punished. Ming suddenly began to aggressively say that they had already apologized to him, and that was more than enough. The guard suddenly hit the teenager and said that he dare not interrupt the young master. Bean said that he is not trying to clear them, but rather to catch up. Surprised, Gao asked how exactly he intended to do this. The young man replied that for this he needed to make sure of one important thing, after which he turned to the exhausted Yuan and said that he was obliged to answer him one question. The guy, in turn, became wary. Yao asked him if he was a virgin. Most of those present were stunned by this question, while others were made to laugh. An angry Do said that he deliberately wanted to ridicule and mock him. The bodyguard, in turn, hurried him with an answer, and suddenly the guy admitted that he had not yet become close to the woman. Then the main character asked Mr. Gao to escort everyone out of this room. The old man immediately ordered his people to immediately leave the room. A few seconds later, the doors closed on the back side, and all the guards went into the hall. Bin asked his grandfather what his wife's name was. Gao said Jia Shiru sadly. Yao instantly entered her name into the system search engine and began to wait for the result. A minute later, the program gave him information about her, and it turned out that she had actually been killed. The guy understood that in this case he would have to use the order of Yen Wang. He raised the talisman above his head and began to cast a spell to take his soul to the kingdom of the dead. A few seconds later, a certain magical stream rushed from the building into the sky. At this moment, Yuan's eyes began to roll back, and the young man began to choke. Shi could not understand what happened to him. The picture was truly terrible. At a certain moment, Ming twisted in a characteristic way, and a frightening grin froze on his face. Everyone was frightened by what was happening and did not understand what state he was in. However, After a moment, Do closed his eyes and stopped moving. Sure wondered why he wasn't moving. The enraged Bai menacingly asked Yao what he had done to him and why their friend showed no signs of life. Bin didn't have time to answer when Yuan's voice suddenly cut through. Who asked why he was lying on the ground? Because he didn't like her. In general the guy behaved like a girl. Suddenly shocked, Sheng said his wife's name in a trembling voice. For some time, Dou's indifferent gaze frightened the old man, but after that everything fell into place. Ming suddenly shouted his grandfather's name and greeted him joyfully. Then they hugged. Gao could not believe that this was really his beloved wife. Yuan's stunned friends were at a loss and asked what was happening here. While the revived Shen wiped away the tears of his wife in the body of a young man, Yao hurried the old man, because in 15 minutes he needed to return Shiru's soul back to the kingdom of the dead. Gao asked Jia where she put the box that he gave her, because 20 years of searching had not yielded results. At that moment, Ru suddenly pushed him away from her and looked menacingly into his eyes. Then she asked in Mina's voice if he really called her only because of this box. The main character could not understand what they were talking about and what was so valuable in that box. At this time, Kai suddenly called him. Bin immediately picked up the phone and asked what happened. The young man replied that he had finally managed to find him. Yao asked if he was okay. The answer was extremely shocking. Kai stated that he had died a year ago. Bin was confused because Vice Principal Cheng had been killed by a strong blow to the head. Xian Bei and Xiao Shan were also dead, but at the same time they looked like living people. His reasoning was suddenly interrupted by a sharp and loud cry from Yao Shi. The master instantly turned around and asked the girl what had happened. At the same moment, he saw how the embittered Yuan attacked the old man and began to strangle him. In connection with this, he had to use physical force, and he hit Ming in the back. Bean asked why his wife's spirit suddenly became angry and began to attack. Shen said that this happened because of his question about the box. The main character leaned towards Do and looked at his pupils. He realized that the spirit had finally left the body. Gao noted extremely sadly that everything was supposed to happen this way. The guy didn't particularly share his opinion, declaring that it was better for him to stay here for a while longer. The old man was only glad of his presence. He urged the young master to feel at home and to contact him if anything happened. Turning around, Yao saw the perplexed faces of his friends who did not know what to do. Bin earnestly asked one of them to immediately remove Yuan's body, after which the shocked teenagers hurried to pick up Min and left the hotel. Shen just looked after them, as if he was planning something not very good. Suddenly grandfather called Pan. The guy instantly approached the old man, having asked what instructions would be given in connection with the current situation. Meanwhile, the unconscious Do was carried into the car and left there to rest. Shi asked Bin to go with her to an exciting place, which, judging by her words, was not far away. Yao noticed that she saved them, and the guys didn't even deign to thank her. One of them immediately began to fawn and say how very grateful he was to them for saving him, after which he asked the guy how he was able to summon the servants of hell and asked him to teach him. Naturally, the main character did not reciprocate, while the young man continued to compliment him. Soon, Bin said goodbye to them and told Shi that he needed to go away on business. But the irrepressible teenager began to ask to be his partner, saying that he would always come to the rescue, adding that he could always rely on him if necessary. The master ignored him and went to the bus stop on the mountain. However, after more than 10 minutes the bus still did not arrive. The guy found this suspicious. Suddenly, an unknown man in a hood approached from the side, at which time it started to rain. Bean thought this was strange, because no one was visible on the horizon, and he would have noticed if someone was walking towards her. A couple of minutes later the long-awaited bus arrived. Yao tried not to attach much importance to the stranger, and he headed inside the cabin, where he sat on a single seat and looked out the window. But looking at the stop, he did not see the unknown person. He was not on the bus either. Bean didn't understand how this was possible, because it couldn't seem to him, and he clearly saw a man in a hood. However, after that he still preferred not to bother and gradually fell asleep to the sound of rain. The main character drove to the city hospital and hurried inside. But suddenly I again met an unknown guy in a hood in the corridor. Yao remembered that he had seen him earlier. The young man, in turn, took off his mask and smiled at him, after which he suddenly rushed to run away, naturally being chased after him, calling on him to stop. Running around the corner, he managed to notice how the stranger quickly ran into the elevator. The sensor lit up the ground floor. The young master realized that he had gone to the basement. As he walked down the stairs, he realized that this was the man who blamed him for Chen's death. Opening the door to the basement, he discovered that it was the entrance to the morgue. Where it was very cold and dark, Yao shouted at the young man not to hide and to show his face. At that moment, the door slammed in front of him, and Bean immediately rushed towards it. However, a moment later, the cells of the morgue began to open one by one, and the guy froze in place. The dead began to crawl out of the boxes and head towards the master. Yao shouted to the unknown man that he was impressed by the ability to control corpses, but that was not enough. At this time, all the zombies suddenly attacked the self-confident guy. As a result, an explosion occurred that scattered the dead throughout the morgue. Pleased with himself, Bin said that he never bothered to use Yan Wangjiao, and if this is all he is capable of, then he better not try to kill him, since with such skills he will not be able to do this. An unpleasant smell of carrion appeared in the room. Yao noticed how it seeped from the walls. After which, creepy hands with sharp claws on their fingers began to crawl out of all the cracks. The system instantly notified the owner that Gu Jiangwan would soon appear, who was the ruler of the kingdom of the dead and could not be controlled. His creepy voice said that he decided to choose him, but with one condition. Bean immediately slammed his fist into the ground as if summoning some kind of magic. Then he asked the monster if he really deigned to give him the right to choose, and called upon the power of Kung Gu Wang. Meanwhile, the dead surrounded the main character, and even the summoned master did not frighten them. But when Yao unleashed a huge magical hurricane on the zombies, which began to scatter them in all directions, the corpses suddenly realized the power of the young master and stopped rushing at him. Bean, in turn, provoked them in every possible way and urged them to try their luck in the next attack. However, the frightened dead still did not dare to approach him again. At this moment, a thick fog suddenly appeared and concentrated in a certain sphere. And after some time, Chu Jiangwang appeared in front of the main character. Suddenly the elder opened his eyes. They were of different colors. One was fiery yellow, the other was turquoise blue. Qin Guang instantly ran up to Wang and they began to talk about something. The young man was at a loss. Yao asked him what happened, and what was so important about what he decided to talk to Jiang about. For a couple of seconds they were distracted from the dialogue and directed their questioning glance at the guy. After which the elder, Chu, approached Bin and bowed low to him. The young master was at a loss. The system in turn reported that Qin had convinced Wang to surrender, and rewarded him with 5 million underworld yuan. The Ming Palace was also open to him. Meanwhile, the elders who had already become friends continued their communication. Yao decided to start looking for the stranger among the dead scattered around the morgue. After some time, he still managed to find an unknown person. He was unconscious. Bean understood that in reality everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. He took out his talisman and stuck it on the guy's forehead. His eyes suddenly rolled back. After which he rose to his feet, and the young man ordered him to be immediately taken to his master. At this time, the two masters were in the flower garden of the villa in Panhai. They watched what was happening, looking into the water trough, and were perplexed at how Yao got out of this situation. At a certain moment, the trough collapsed and water poured out. They could not understand how the demon was able to destroy the barrier of hell. The guy sadly told Jing that Jiang Wan eventually gave up. The elder, in turn, angrily replied that he was not blind and saw everything. The master asked if he knew that this child would be able to find out about their location. After all, due to carelessness, he had already lost a huge number of his students. Kuai, grinning maliciously, replied that he was not so stupid and had foreseen everything. Therefore, as soon as the barrier collapsed, he cut off all ties with the puppet. The elder understood that he was really very careful, but at that moment he noticed that same guy in the reflection of the spilled water. The master immediately called out to the elder. Jing asked what happened. The servant pointed at the reflection with a trembling hand and said that the youth would come here now, and he even used an inverted talisman. The leader realized that he had actually underestimated the main character. Meanwhile, the zombie guard led Yao to the despised elders. Seeing the name of the owner of the house on the fence, the young man had the idea to take a photo of him. After which he sent the photo to Kai and asked him to find his information about this person. A couple of minutes later, Zhao replied that this master was a famous magician in Jiangbei, and had support from influential people. Bean realized that he had offended an elder of sufficient status, and he did not know how to solve this problem now. Suddenly, Kai sent him another message, asking him to meet in person to share information about this person. This seemed strange to Yao, and why it was necessary to meet in person. As he approached Zhao's headquarters, Bin was met by a joyful boo and greeted him. The guy asked if he had seen Gao. Ji replied that this man came today to apologize to Kai. He added that Mr. Zhao was waiting for him at his place and hurried to see the young man off. Bu led him to the master's office and hurried to prepare them some hot tea. Yao literally immediately became interested in Jing's personality. Kai asked him to sit down. It seemed that Zhao was nervous and smoked his cigar in a hurry. For several seconds he was silent and only sighed heavily. After which he still said that he was working for the Mo family, but Bin knew very well about this. Kai noted that he knows about Madame Mo's feelings for him, and they have a good relationship. The young master asked if Quan really had some kind of connection with grandfather Mo. Busy Zhao suddenly opened the top drawer of his desk and took out some papers, stating that these documents were found by his people, which confirmed the purchase of the villa for Jing, by the old man. Extremely surprised, Yao began to carefully read the papers, trying to understand who he really was. Kai said that he was an ordinary servant, but it was unknown who he worked for. Bin studied the documents for some more time, after which he gave them to Zhao and thanked him for his cooperation. Then the guy said that it was time for him to leave. At that moment Su arrived with tea and asked him to stay, but the main character still insisted on his own and left the office. Bu asked Kai what happened to him. The young man urged him to go downstairs and warm up the car while he got ready. After a certain time, they, together with Tsu, successfully left the city, and late at night they finally reached Zhu Luo's estate, where the upset Zhao and Bu told him about the current situation. The elder, meanwhile, was writing something. Having learned about what had happened, the old man literally flew into a rage and ruined his writings. Kai said that Jing was not careful and left behind, so Yao followed the trail and asked to find him. Enraged, Mo threw out the inkwell with a sharp movement of his hand and declared that he had become too arbitrary. Zhao began to convince him that he had nothing to worry about and would solve the problem himself. Grandfather instantly apologized for his behavior and said that he trusted and relied on him. At that moment, Gu came into the room and said that punishment was simply mandatory. Chuan ordered them to immediately bring young Master Bing here. She obediently agreed. Meanwhile, the main character hurried to Pan High School. However, a luxury car suddenly blocked his way. All the students were shocked, because it was a Ferrari. The tinted window slowly lowered, and Gu Mo was driving. The girl said that she had come to pick him up. Naturally, the guy got into the car and they drove off, the students wondering who it was. After a short period of time, they arrived at Zhu Luo's estate, where the joyful Mo met Bin and asked she to prepare them special tea from that very tree. The girl noticed that Yao is a very important guest in their house, since the old man does not offer this tea to everyone. The main character, in turn, thanked his grandfather for his hospitality. Suddenly Mo took his hand and asked for forgiveness. The confused young man asked what he was apologizing for. The old man told a story about how Lu once helped cure Yao Yao and so, as a token of gratitude, he gave him a villa. But yesterday he heard about a misunderstanding between them and decided to talk about it. Moreover, he never officially expressed his gratitude and offered the guy the Zhu Luo estate. However, Bean refused such an expensive gift, saying that he could not accept it. The extremely indignant old man asked if the gentleman really didn't like this house. After which he began to say that he would leave him servants who would look after his mother. Then Yao agreed. Mo smiled and said that he needed to sign some papers to register Zhu Luo in his name. The young master still agreed. Then Gu took him to the hospital to see his mother. Having asked her to say hello to her, Bean thanked her and hurried to his mother. Approaching her room and opening the door, the guy first said that it was him. However, a completely different picture awaited him inside the chamber. The young man was literally taken aback. Because there was an unknown girl there, they met with perplexed glances. In connection with this, he instantly asked for forgiveness and closed the door behind him. He himself could not understand how an unknown person ended up in his mother's room. Yao looked at the room number again and was convinced that it was really her. A couple of seconds later, the girl left the room and asked who he was. Bean replied that his mother was lying here. The young lady immediately apologized and said that she was late for work, so she borrowed the room so that the manager would not find out. She added that she was assigned to look after his mother and introduced herself as Lu Xiaofei. The main character said that in this case he really counts on her. After which he saw that my mother was not in the room and asked where she was. Xiao stated that the woman went out for a walk, as it was hot here. Yao thanked the suspicious miss and said that he would go in search of his mother. At this moment, the system suddenly rang and lit up red. Moments later, she reported that a demon had been discovered near Bean. The guy slowly moved away from Fei, realizing that she was in fact a monster. The young master hurried to get into the elevator. The program gave him information about the monster, where the main skill was charm. Meanwhile, the cunning girl called her patron and reported that she had seen the young man, adding that there is no reason to worry, because he is just a child, and she will definitely be able to do what she planned. At this time Xiao saw that the elevator was going down. A few hours later it was late evening. My mother had already returned to the room and was sleeping. Bin was sitting next to her and looking at her. Suddenly someone knocked on the door of the room. The guy was extremely surprised and went to check who decided to visit them so late. Having opened the door, the young man fell into a stupor, as the same Lu was standing on the threshold and asking him to help her with a dress, the zipper of which is stuck and she herself cannot fasten it, because the fastener is on the back. Naturally, the young master agreed, but he himself understood that this could be her trick and she should be on her guard. Yao began to slowly fasten his dress. Suddenly the girl screamed and said that he scratched her. After a few seconds, Bean finally completed this difficult task, after which he smelled a certain pleasant smell coming from Fei and asked if it was really such a fragrant perfume. Suddenly the young lady turned to him and approached him sharply, saying that this was truly a wonderful aroma. It seemed that she was already ready to kiss him. The young man, in turn, did not resist. However, it was at this moment that someone knocked. The main character instantly went to check who it was. He literally flew out of the restroom, where he was helping the demonic beauty. As it turned out, this was the same guy who was Yao's friend. He said that he would like to visit his mother. Then he ordered his people to take gifts to the woman, but Bean was categorically against it. After all, his mother is sleeping and she cannot be woken up, especially at such a late time. Then the annoying teenager ordered his minions to immediately leave the hospital. At this moment, Xiao came out of the restroom and sat down on the sofa, where she began to preen herself. Ma smiled and began asking Yao about the girl, noting that he had seen her somewhere. Bean was already pushing him out the door and saying that he wanted to sleep. The guy continued to remember where he could see this girl, and suddenly he still remembered that he had met her in one of the city bars, where she was with a man. The young master instantly turned around and asked if she was really with a man. Ma replied that there could be no mistake. Yao, concerned, asked who it was. After a couple of minutes, the guy remembered that it was Jing. Bin was shocked by this information. In connection with this, I once again asked him if it was really Kolu. The teenager stated that it was he who was there with her. After all, then he also asked a friend why his mother came up with such a strange name for him. At that moment, his story was interrupted by Lu, who heard about their conversation and invited Yao to talk to him alone. Bin asked Ma to look after his mother while they walked outside, and naturally the young man agreed. After which they went out into the hospital garden and Xiao said that she brought him here for a reason. Then she playfully asked him. The discouraged guy replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. Then the young lady began to act for sure and began to use her feminine manipulations. Suddenly Fei hugged him. The confused master asked what she was doing. But the girl continued to press and say that everything would be fine and he should just trust her. After which she said in a rather languid voice that she knew what he really wanted. Jing and his servant watched what was happening. He was sure that the baby would soon die. Meanwhile, Xiao, confident in her actions, continued to hug and seduce the teenager in every possible way. Kuai was in anticipation and watched the sweet murder with pleasure. At a certain moment, the face of the once pretty girl took on a demonic appearance. It seemed that she was about to kill Yao and was about to plunge her sharp claws into his back. However, the guy was not so simple and grabbed her hand. He asked what she was doing. Lu pretended to be innocent. A moment later, Bean dealt her a powerful blow and said that he knew about her demonic essence, but hypnosis did not work on him. The indignant Fei said that he was too cunning, because all this time the boy seemed so naive. The young master noticed that if she wanted to kill him, then he would be forced to respond in kind. The girl, in turn, smiled and rushed to attack with lightning speed. Then she used a magic flask in which she placed the main character. But the confident guy said that these tricks would not stop him. The monster had a different opinion and hastened to strike, saying that he will be extremely surprised when he realizes that he is unable to cope with her. At that moment, a small explosion occurred, which left behind a thick fog, and a second later the young man attacked the demon, but Xiao managed to block his blow. The master then said that he just decided to play with her and therefore allowed her to attack first. As soon as Fei tried to attack the teenager again, Yao suddenly appeared behind her. Lu didn't even have time to blink before Bean had already grabbed her head, thus the monster fell into a trap. At a certain moment, the guy began to squeeze her skull and Xiao felt a piercing pain. Her body was covered with some dark magic, which the young man so successfully used against her. The elders couldn't believe that this child killed the demon with just one blow. Kuai, in turn, became noticeably nervous, because he did not expect Yao to be so strong. Suddenly, Bin disappeared from their sight. Jing called upon his minion Lu to find him. At this time, an explosion occurred a meter away from them, and they flew to the side, receiving significant damage. The wounded Lu told Lu that the young man had found them, but the master had already disappeared. Kuai was shocked that his humble servant ran away at the most crucial moment. Suddenly, behind him, the voice of the main character said that he had indeed found them. Jing abruptly jumped up and angrily declared that he could not defeat him, but the guy did not think so. Lu tried to attack him with his abilities and threw him into the magical viscous slime. The black mass suddenly formed into a fist, which fell straight towards Yao. However, Bean easily dodged the blow and defiantly stepped aside. But the magical slime bounced off the ground and quickly returned to its target. The young master dodged the attack again and tried to hit her himself, but was unable to hit her. He suggested that it is a living substance that is even capable of maneuvering. Suddenly, the black mass turned into a blade and tried to damage him again. But the main character finally managed to grab her and continued to hold her back for some time. Then he noticed that Jing was trying to escape. Naturally, Yao could not allow this. In this connection, Bin took out his talisman and said that Kuai was too weak. Then the young man raised it above his head, where lightning instantly appeared. A moment later, magical sparks destroyed the remnants of the black mucus. Holding his talisman in his hands, the guy mockingly asked if this was all he was capable of. An angry Lu said that he had many skills, then Yao called on him to demonstrate his skills. Jing noticed that the young man would regret his decision, because he could easily kill him. After which he rushed to apply a thick fog that literally enveloped Bin. The dissatisfied master said that he acted like a pathetic rat and resorted to dishonest methods. When the fog cleared, the main character noticed that Kuai was already running through the streets of the night city, trying to hide. Lu himself understood that he had cowardly left the battlefield, but he was in no hurry to die. Yao found this to be a pretty good ending since he can follow it and find out who is behind it. After a certain time, Jing led him to the Mo family's house. The guy was in shock. In Father Shi's office, Kuai and his servant Lu told him the current situation. He was furious and stated that he had warned them many times to be careful. But now that grandfather found out about this, all his plans went downhill, which Mo shouted loudly, adding that now there is no way they can touch this boy. Lu said that it was better to eliminate the young man before he became even stronger. However, he had a slightly different plan of action to make Yao one of them without revealing his identity. After all, the baby is not on the best terms with Lu Jiang, which means that this must be taken advantage of. Jing and the elder looked at each other and smiled at each other, understanding perfectly well what the master meant. Meanwhile, the annoying Hua was waiting at the hotel for his named mentor. At that moment, his friend saw him and asked what he was doing here. The guy replied that he was waiting for someone. The girls assumed that this was another beauty, but the young man decided to meet a friend, adding that this is the bravest and strongest person he has ever met in his life. After which he began to actively gesticulate and tell the story of how they went to Yusu's villa. His colorful narration was unexpectedly interrupted by the protagonist, who reluctantly greeted Ma. The teenager instantly pestered him and began calling him his master. Yao asked him not to be so annoying. However, the young student, as if he had not heard him and insisted on leading him to the room, the girls noticed that this guy was poor. At this time, De Hua, with his gang of thugs, was watching them from the side. He lit his cigar rather pompously and looked after them hatefully. Then he called on the gang to go inside, where they continued to watch the unfamiliar young man. While the others were having quite a fun time and gradually getting drunk for the occasion, Ma still ran around Yao, trying to please him in every possible way, and offered to eat some fruit. Bin agreed. Suddenly De congratulated Hua on his birthday and gave him a certain box. Having opened it, all the guests were shocked, because there was a clock of the 6 oceans. The overconfident guy then approached Ma's new friend and asked if he was really his friend. Yao answered positively, then Hua asked what he gave to his comrade and looked at him arrogantly. Yes, I understood. Bin came without a gift and therefore asked how it happened. The young man said that he forgot about it. Ma immediately intervened and stated that the gift was not important to him, because the main thing was the presence of friends. But Hua, in turn, politely asked the birthday boy to go to the rest of the guests, after which he called the waiter to him. The young man instantly ran to his call. De asked him to bring a bottle of expensive wine and said that Yao would pay for this order. Ma again said that he would pay himself, but Hua said that since the guy did not give anything, he must at least pay the bill. Ultimately, Bean agreed and said that they could have fun and drink, and he would take care of the financial component. Joyful Yes turned to the guests and urged them not to deny themselves anything, because the young man would pay for everything. It didn't take long for orders from friends to arrive, and they literally began to get impudent, collecting as much alcohol as possible. The arrogant Hua asked the waiter how much it all cost. The guy replied that $500,000 would be enough. The main character was shocked by such a sum of money. The gloating De asked if he really didn't have that kind of money. At this moment, all the guests began to mockingly say that this poor man had never seen such large sums. Yao, in turn, realized that he was not welcome here and hurried to leave this establishment. But the extremely arrogant guests began to demand that he first pay for the order. At this time, the waiter brought a large order in the form of several bottles of alcohol. Adding that the young master had already paid for everything, those present were at a loss. Surprised, Hua asked him again. The young man repeated that Mr. Bean had already paid for the birthday. One of the invited girls asked how much the event cost. The waiter replied that it cost him 28 million. All the selfish friends were dumbfounded, realizing that he was actually rich. Ma immediately began thanking his master and saying that he didn't have to do this. Yao himself had no idea what was happening and who actually paid for the holiday. At that moment the girl screamed. A tearful Zhang ran up to Da and said that she accidentally dropped a bottle of wine on a man's head. A moment later, a huge brute with a broken head ran into the hall and menacingly asked who did it. Hua couldn't think of anything better than to set up Ma's new acquaintance and pointed his finger at him. The indignant guy shouted that it was Shishun who did this, not his master. The enraged man, in turn, called for this Zhang to respond immediately. However, there was deathly silence in the hall. Then the big man turned over the table with drinks and once again repeated his demand. Finally, the girl admitted to what she had done, saying that it happened by accident. The victim was surprised that it was a girl and asked her not to cry, after which he hugged her smilingly and said that he really liked girls like her, adding that they should definitely discuss what happened in a different setting. The girl asked to let her go, but the distraught bully seemed to have lost control. His personal guard did not let anyone in, although there were no people willing to help her. The man noticed that they were just teenagers, and when it came to such moments, they always cowardly stood aside. However, the main character still could not stand it and said that he should let her go, because the girl admitted her guilt. Tao's bodyguards began to mock the young man, saying that he imagined himself to be her savior. The big man ordered them to immediately deal with this upstart so that in the future he would not be so self-confident. The guards immediately began to surround the main character, but the young master was absolutely calm. At this time, an enraged Ma grabbed the ottoman and began to threaten them with physical harm. However, a second later he tripped extremely awkwardly and fell to the floor, which naturally made everyone laugh. After which they decided to teach him a lesson so that he would know who he was making threats against. Yao, in turn, could not stand it and threw pipes at them, which pierced their legs. Afterwards they started screaming. Tao said that they wouldn't get away with it so easily. Then he called his patron Jiang and reported what had happened. Bean noted that it was extremely low on his part to ask for help from someone. The guy confidently sat down on the sofa and urged him to call the most important person so that he would definitely solve the problem. At that moment, the door suddenly opened and an unknown girl entered the hall. She asked Mr. Tao what happened and why there was such a cry throughout the entire establishment. The young lady suddenly took the big guy by the hand and kindly asked him not to do this, because if he calls his friends, it could ruin her small business. Naturally fascinated by her beauty, Tao agreed, and the girl, as a sign of gratitude, invited him and Jiang to dinner. The bull, in turn, took the guards with him and left the establishment, noting that they were lucky, and if it weren't for Xiao, they would have come to an end. At that moment, it dawned on Bin that this was the same Shen whose reputation had almost been ruined. The girl was unhappy, because Zhang screwed up, and she had to solve this problem. She asked her for forgiveness, but the angry Xiao could not resist and slapped her in the face. At the same time, she urged her to be more careful and not get into such situations again. After which Shen asked who Guoda was, Ma immediately handed him over and pointed to Hua, adding that he would deal with him himself and she should not pay attention to him. Xiao stated that he needed to apologize to their VIP client Yao. Yes, in turn, I was furious, but I didn't show it, because I understood the seriousness of the moment. Then he knelt down and bowed to the floor to Bin, asking for his forgiveness. Meanwhile, Tao was driving in his car, where he was asked by a security guard why he let the teenager go so easily. He replied that that young man was quite strong and if Zhang's people had not dealt with him, it would have become a problem. And first of all, you need to talk to him about what happened in order to understand how to proceed. After a certain time, Tao came to his patron and told him everything. Jiang was dissatisfied with his behavior, because some child beat a healthy man. However, the big man confidently stated that this was not an ordinary teenager and reminded him of recent events, when Go had already tried to take revenge on this youth and ended up losing 40 million yuan. Jiang replied that in that case they would have to turn to the elder to deal with Zhao. Jiang himself intended to discuss certain matters with his master. The old man, in turn, was in the casino. His bodyguards could not wait for his arrival, and after a couple of minutes, Kai finally appeared. Ishan asked if his name was Zhao. The guy answered positively. Suddenly, An attacked the guy and said that he would not return home today. Jiang was able to scratch his neck with his sharp claws, thereby causing significant damage, after which he suddenly grabbed the master and his faithful servant Zi by the throat. The old man literally mocked them and playfully beat them, then threw them aside. Bu instantly hurried to pick up the crowbar and tried to attack again. He struck Shang's hand with the pipe, but it bent without causing enough damage. Jiang continued to beat Zi, smiling and saying that he did not have enough strength to cope with him, adding that they should not have interfered in matters that had nothing to do with them. Taking advantage of the moment, Wen turned away from him and looked at Kai. Bu sharply attacked the old man from behind and knocked him to the ground. Zhao was at a loss. The bloodied Zi called on his master to run away immediately, while he detained Ishan. Meanwhile, Jiang Jr. was surrounded by young girls in Sun Huang's salon and complimented Xiao. Shan brought him a drink and noticed that her sisters were much more beautiful than her. The man pressed the girl to him and hinted in every possible way about the continuation of the banquet, after which he ordered his guards to immediately leave the premises. Naturally, they obediently walked out the door. Jiang then continued to pester the young lady, saying that they needed to discuss a matter. Holding the knife behind her back, Xiao asked him if he really loved her. It seemed that the man, subject to hypnosis, would no longer be able to resist these spells and replied that he loved her very much. Shan, in turn, called on him to prove his words and tried to stab him. However, Jiang managed to react and grabbed her hand, noting that the knife was not a toy, because she could get hurt. At this moment, the main character unexpectedly opened the door to the room and saw this picture. He held in his hands two bodyguards who begged their master to help them, but the distraught businessman did not pay attention to his charges and called on the teenager to leave the premises. Happy Xiao was sincerely glad to see her savior at such an opportune moment. Yao demanded that Jiang immediately remove his hands from Shan and let her go. Bean quickly threw a writing pen at him, but the ferocious bandit managed to activate a magical shield, which soon began to burst at the seams, which he was extremely surprised by. And a second later an explosion occurred. Xiao immediately stepped aside, covering herself with her hands. At this time, Jiang miraculously disappeared, and the guy could not find him. Shan looked out the window and realized that the young man had actually prepared himself, since his car was below. Yao carefully approached the girl and asked if everything was okay with her. The miss thanked him for another rescue. Bin tried his best to calm Xiao down and stroked her head in a friendly manner. After which the young master hurried to leave the hotel. All the employees were grateful to him for solving the problem. The guy walked down the corridor and thought that the matrix he created in Huang had recently been activated. He sincerely hoped that nothing would happen in the near future. But when the main character went out into the hall, he noticed that the entire interior was destroyed and there were wounded employees everywhere. Then he saw his bloodied friend Kai and asked what happened. Tired Zhao was smoking a cigarette and suddenly asked if Yao had created a matrix here. Bin answered positively. Thus, the guy again saved his life, which he informed his friend about. The young man continued to ask him about what happened. Kai sadly said that Z died at the hands of an. At that moment, footage of Bu's brutal beating involuntarily began to replay in his head. Zhao tried to help his devoted friend, but it was too late, because the ruthless old man Yishan brutally beat him to death. He will remember for the rest of his life the last languid look of the brave comrade Tsu. Bu held unto the last and called on his master to run away. He wanted to save his life. Kai finished smoking another cigarette and fell silent abruptly. Yao was sorry to hear this. Bin tried to calm Zhao down and stated that Z gave his life for a reason. Suddenly the guy stood up and said that lately Li had been handing out invitations so that people could exchange combat experience. And they will use this to kill this scoundrel. The young master said that he would go with him. After some time, they got to a tournament that was held as part of a private bank. It was Jiang who was in the center of the ring. They recognized this evil old man. People noted his incredible strength, because An had not lost to anyone for 3 days and most likely he would also win today. Meanwhile, Ishan began calling for people to challenge him to test their skills. Suddenly, at that moment, a young girl entered the ring with him. Everyone was shocked. Liang Qinghui said her name and noted that she would like to fight him in order to learn martial arts from the elder. Having looked closely, people recognized her as the granddaughter of the head of the company, Ji. She was still very young. Jiang instantly attacked the girl with his fists and declared that he did not intend to give in even to her. The girl, in turn, quite deftly dodged his blows, jumping back. However, Ishan was indeed too strong and actively used his abilities. At a certain moment, he began to deliver lightning strikes. Liang did not have time to block them. As a result, Hui still missed one of the old man's powerful attacks. The main character understood that she could not cope with him and ran to help. At this time, the bloodied and exhausted Qing seemed to be defeated, but Yao took her in his arms and hurried to heal Liang's wounds with his skills. The perplexed Hui asked in a choked voice why he was helping her. Ignoring her question, Bin put her on her feet and made sure that she was normal. After which he whispered something in her ear. Qing had an extremely surprised expression on her face. At this moment, the presenter shouted that since there were no more opponents, An was again considered the winner. However, the wounded girl had a different opinion and stated that she was ready to continue the fight. Everyone was surprised. The old man was also at a loss that she could still move. Liang urged him not to give in this time. After which she looked menacingly at Jiang and invited him to continue the fight. An noticed that she was the first girl he had fought with and it would be better for her to go home while she had the opportunity. Suddenly, Qing said that the young master asked her to say hello to Ishan. The old man instantly changed his face and asked why he didn't come himself. Liang stated that Mr. Yao taught her an interesting ability. Suddenly, Hui summoned a kind of magical whirlwind that enveloped her body. The girl said that she had enough strength to knock him down, but Jiang didn't think so. After a couple of seconds, Ishan literally burst into flames and called on the young lady to attack first. Qing immediately attacked Anya and said that he was too arrogant because he didn't even see her as a threat. The old man, in turn, laughed and replied that she could only insult. Meanwhile, Liang attacked him again using her new skill, thus the two elements met. As a result, a huge explosion occurred and everything was covered in fog. The spectators were at a loss as to who won, because nothing was visible. Through the dissipating smoke they saw the bloodied Hui. The girl was in serious condition. People naively believed that the old man had won once again, because she was still a girl. At that moment, the main character approached them and said that she had not lost, and he urged them to take a closer look, which is what the concerned spectators began to do. Suddenly they saw the incredible ending of the fight, where the defeated Jiang lay in the ring. Qing bowed to the defeated An and thanked him for the fair battle. Her grandfather urged his granddaughter not to behave like that, but the joyful Liang noticed that she had won. At this time, the embittered Ishan could not accept defeat. In connection with this, he immediately blew himself up and menacingly shouted the name of the girl who overcame him. An angry Jiang said that he remembered her and soon she would pay for everything. The grandfather immediately stood up for his granddaughter and said that he had no right to threaten her. The owner of the arena also decided to intervene in the conflict and told Ji that this was his organization, and Liang came out voluntarily. Then he turned to the defeated Anyu and asked if he would admit his defeat, because in that case the girl would become a champion. Ishan still agreed to recognize Hui as the winner and said that he needed to leave, after which he turned around and left the event with the bitterness of defeat. The organizer, in turn, congratulated the young lady on her incredible victory, urging her not to give up this business. Qing decided to admit that it was young Master Bin who actually helped her, and she is not a champion. The girl turned to the podium and pointed at Yao, noting that he was the true winner. However, the owner did not like this at all, and he suddenly grabbed her hand, stating that she should go with him to treat the wounds, but Liang resisted in every possible way and demanded that he let her go. At that moment, magical lightning pushed him away from the girl, and he backed away. Then he stated that Hui asked him not to touch her, and he had no right to force the young lady to do anything. The organizer, in turn, became furious and urged him to mind his own business. Suddenly the main character sensed danger and turned around with lightning speed. A moment later, an explosion occurred, and Yao grabbed the girl and jumped to the side. Opposite them stood the same Jiang. Bin noticed that he only attacked on the sly, and said that the young man was lucky because he was able to avoid his blow. The young master instantly attacked the overconfident Ishan and said that he was already too old. Thus, Jiang flew straight into the owner of the arena, and they were shocked as Yao used his ability. The organizer immediately ordered the guards to detain this impudent teenager, for whom Ji stood up. He said that this guy saved his granddaughter and the young man should not be touched. The man assured his grandfather that he would not do anything to him and that he should not worry so much. But at this moment, the bodyguard shouted that Lady Liang suddenly lost consciousness. The old man was terrified, because he had no idea what happened to her and why she was unconscious. Concerned, Bin invited him to examine the girl. Ji was surprised and asked him again. The guard whispered in grandfather's ear that this boy could really help, since with his help Qing defeated Jiang. Then he agreed for the young master to examine her and said that if he helped her, he would be generously rewarded. Yao approached her and touched her hand, at which time a magic circle appeared. For several minutes, Bin performed some operations and moved her hand over her. Then he concluded that it was nothing serious and she just needed to treat a couple of points. Then the girl suddenly woke up and thanked her young savior. Ji was shocked by his abilities, because in just one moment, Bin was able to heal her. Liang, in turn, said that she needed to tell everyone about something. Qing came to the center of the ring and said that thanks to Yao, she was able to defeat him and he should become the champion. The surprised old man asked the organizer if this was true. The master replied that it was so and asked Yao to take his reward. Bin asked what prize was due to him. Lu said that 100 million and a magic item were waiting for him. The main character smiled and stated that this was still not enough for him to enter the ring. The stunned owner Jiang asked him what the young man wanted then. The young master said that he only needed 200 million. 100 of them will go to Liang Hui's treatment, and the rest will be for his victory. The enraged fight organizer angrily said that he was taking on too much. The indignant Ji said that his granddaughter needed treatment and he was obliged to pay all the expenses. Lu replied that it was difficult for him to find such an amount. Yao asked what was so difficult about just writing him a check. Jiang was surprised that he knew about the existence of checks. Bin realized that he considered him a hillbilly. The young master finally said that they would soon meet only in court. At that moment, a huge brute came out to him and began to provoke him in every possible way. Suddenly he pulled out a pistol and threatened him that it was high time to shoot him. Those around were shocked by this development of events and began to panic. Liang called on her grandfather to help the guy, but Ji asked her to just watch what was happening. A moment later, the big guy shot at the main character. Everyone was scared. The young man thought that this was the end, but the bullet stopped abruptly, right next to his eye, after which she literally fell apart. Everyone present could not believe their eyes. The big man, in turn, was also shocked by what was happening and asked how he did it. Someone asked how he could bring in weapons if security was checking everyone at the entrance. People immediately began to run away in different directions, saying that they would not return here again. Jiang instantly ordered the bodyguards to immediately take this big guy away, but Yao said that he wanted to kill him and therefore must pay. One of the unknown people asked the gentleman to be gentler with Lu, since he has known him for many years and in fact he is adequate. Meanwhile, the guards took him away. The guy asked Mr. Dao to help, but the organizer noted that he deserved it. His friend said that if Lu died, then the devotion of many people would die with him. Jiang still ordered his bodyguards to kill him outside the building, and after a while people heard the characteristic sounds of gunfire, after which the owner asked the guy if he was satisfied with this solution to the problem. Yao said that the only thing that would calm him down was a check of 200 million, and he hurried away, taking Hui with her along the way, who already had a bandaged hand. The girl asked if everything was okay. Confident Bean said that everything was fine and they couldn't do anything to him. At that moment, a young stranger approached him with a tray on which were 2 treasured checks, 100 million each. The lady smiled sweetly and asked the young master to take the reward. The guy took 1 check and gave it to Liang, saying that it was a gift in honor of their first meeting. The stranger noticed that the young master turned out to be a very generous person. After a certain time, Lu greeted everyone present at his auction, and since they came for his valuables, he decided to get down to business right away. Jiang clapped his hands and asked that the first precious lot be brought to him. The girls rushed to bring antiques, which he purchased for 30,000 yuan. It turned out to be an authentic mirror of the demon Bagai, but people doubted the value of the thing. Then entrepreneur Lu said that this was a rather unusual item. Suddenly, the main character interrupted him and said that this was the mirror of Qin Guang Wan's sins. Jiang, in turn, was irritated by the presence of this little upstart, but remained silent. One of the respected people asked what was so unusual about this item. Yao again answered for him that according to myths, this mirror is capable of seeing people's bad deeds. Another man asked the manager if this was really Qin Guang Wang's original mirror. Smug Jiang looked at the young man and replied that this was indeed a genuine mirror. However, Bean had a different opinion and said that it was nothing more than a fake. An enraged Lu asked why he was so sure. The guy did not answer, because he had the real mirror. The businessman called him a stupid boy and hastened to show everyone exactly how this item works. As soon as he picked up the mirror, it shone sharply like the rays of the sun, illuminating the entire room. A few seconds later, 2 huge golden dragons flew out of it. Those present were impressed by this performance and could not believe their eyes. Suddenly, magical snakes flew up to one of the guests. The man got scared. Everyone began to make fun of him, saying that apparently he was not as pure as he seemed. He, in turn, replied that he constantly had dreams with a characteristic plot. People understood perfectly what he was talking about, and someone even noticed that it was not a sin. The man added that he dreams about them absolutely every day and literally tortured him. Jiang grinned maliciously and pointed the mirror at him. The rays also emitted in his direction. At that moment, one of the magical creatures was wrapped around his neck. The man could not breathe. It was as if a soul began to be pulled out of his mouth, which the dragon was calling to come out. The monster grabbed her and dragged her along. The sight was truly terrifying. A moment later, the snake completely pulled out his spirit. The man's skin suddenly turned bluish in color, and the dragons literally began to eat his sinful soul. Everyone was shocked by this outcome. Satisfied, Jiang looked at Yao with a grin and asked what he would say now. Suddenly, one of the guests shouted that he wanted to buy this demonic mirror of sins. With the help of the system, Bean learned that this item actually contains a demon that feeds on the crying monster. Someone, on the contrary, hurried to leave the auction, saying that he does not play these stupid games. Another said that he was ready to pay 90,000 yuan for this magic mirror, which caused outrage among potential buyers, because they didn't even set the initial price, as Li had already set the bar. Joyful Lu said that if Mr. Miao insists so much, then he has no reason to refuse him, who immediately ordered Gisu to pack this thing and not let anyone touch it. However, Jiang asked him not to rush things, as he wanted to talk to the boy about this mirror. The smug businessman busily approached him and asked him to take a close look at this item. Lu handed him the magical antiques, but unexpectedly the guy could not hold it in his hands, and falling to the floor, it inevitably broke. Those around were shocked. Jiang literally fell to his knees and said angrily that he was a clumsy teenager, because this item had already been bought. Miao, in turn, began to stutter, trying to express his indignation. Yao stood his ground and again called the antique a fake. Everyone began to accuse him of intentionally breaking the mirror. An embittered Li said that he had been too kind to Bean. The main character defiantly picked up the damaged object and asked Hu to calm down, adding that initially he needs to make sure that it is real. Miao instantly called Mr. Wang to check this mirror for authenticity. The old man obediently agreed. Meanwhile, Li noticed that if the antiques turned out to be real, then the young man would have to pay the required amount. The young master said that he could not return home empty-handed. Van looked at the object for a long time, after which he bit his finger to draw blood. Then he sprinkled the magic mirror. Jiang watched what was happening with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Suddenly, the antiques were shrouded in dark magic. Lu already felt uneasy. Van abruptly threw the object into the wall and declared that a crying demon lived in it, feeding on love and vulgar thoughts. At this time, a strange smell began to emanate from the mirror. People were on the verge of panic. Miao didn't really understand what was being said. Wang immediately took out his magical talismans and said that he would protect him. The ominous antique flew off the wall and crashed to the ground. The dark essence began to actively emerge from it. Over time, the object literally glowed with evil spirits, and the old man shouted that the demon would come out. A moment later, the monster's hand slowly crawled out of the damned mirror. Soon the monster came out completely and began to make a wild roar, which dispersed half of the auction. Wang tried to counteract him with his magical talismans. However, the desired effect simply did not happen, since the black flame burned all the talismans. The old man fearfully said that this demon was too strong and he could not defeat him. At this moment, the monster spread its arms, and the dark aura became much larger. While making a characteristic sound, someone noticed that it was a poisonous fog. Yao began to act. The frightened people asked him how he would defeat the demon. The young man assured them that he had everything under control. Meanwhile, poisonous smoke filled the entire room. Bean said that he would save them all on one condition: if Miao finally cuts off all ties with Jiang, which caused his indignation. Lu said that they have been communicating for many years and cannot suddenly stop collaborating. The main character unexpectedly used special magic, with the help of which a certain vacuum was created. The young master gave them 5 minutes to think about his proposal. Hu accused Lu of deliberately summoning a monster and selling counterfeit items, and if he got hurt, he would not get away with it. The angry Jiang said menacingly that the boy wanted to do this against his will. Yao replied that he just needed to agree to his terms and then everyone would be saved. People began to look at each other, knowing full well that life was much more important to them than any kind of cooperation, especially with a deceiver. Bean, in turn, hurried his choice, since the demon could kill them at any moment. Which is what he began to do. After a couple of seconds, the monster actually killed several people. One by one, everyone ran under the guy's protective dome, because they didn't want to die. One of them even said that he had always disliked this Lu and did not want to have anything to do with him. Naturally, the rest followed them, so the businessmen took the side of the young man. Jiang noted that if he forces people to go against their will, they will never become his friends. At this moment, the demon behind him rushed forward with lightning speed. Heading towards the young master, Lu angrily shouted that he was going to die. However, the main character did not intend to die and resorted to his magical abilities, encouraging an entrepreneur to talk less and do more, because this is the only way to achieve success. Then, using lightning, he immediately attacked the ferocious monster. As a result, there was a loud explosion. At first it was not clear what happened. However, later people saw how the dead demon was lying on the ground, and Yao was next to him. The guy had used up a lot of energy. The stunned people did not understand how the teenager could be so strong. Bin asked Lu if he thought they would communicate with him after what happened. Jiang trembled with fear. At this time, all the influential personalities began to say that the young master could turn to them for help at any time. One of them said that it was time to deal with who arranged it all. After all, Lu wanted not only to deceive everyone, but also to kill, and this, as you know, is not forgiven. Hu decided not to stand on ceremony with him and ordered the guards to immediately seize Jiang. Naturally, the businessman hurried to escape with his bodyguard. Hu asked if they would really just run away. Lu replied that there were too many of them and everyone was on the side of this teenager. Meanwhile, Yao asked Mr. Li if they could deal with Jiang without his fate, since it was time for him to go. The businessman replied that he would personally take care of this. then Bean hurried to leave this celebration of life. The guy found Liang at the exit. He was surprised that the girl was still waiting for him. Shai Qing, in turn, once again thanked him for his help. She remembered what her grandfather had recently told her. Ji wanted Yao to look after her, because when the old man was gone, Hui would be left alone. Adding that communicating with someone like Bin will only benefit her, and she shouldn't waste such a chance. The main character noticed that the girl was thinking about something and asked if everything was okay. Qing began to behave rather pretentiously and asked the young man for a favor. He asked what was wrong. Hui replied that she needed to be taken to the hospital. Yao realized that her whole body still hurt after the fight with old Manan. In this connection, he suggested that she jump on her back so that she would not strain herself again. However, one thing seemed rather strange to him: why he still had not recovered. Satisfied grandfather Ji looked after them with relief, realizing that his granddaughter was quite cunning. He ordered his guards to follow them and secretly ensure their safety, after which he asked where Ishan was. The bodyguard said that Kai had taken him away. The old man instantly called several people to go with him to help Zhao. Meanwhile, Chuan learned from his minions that the guy was still alive. Moreover, he never joined Pan Hai and Zhedong. Kuai sadly confirmed his words. Thus, it turned out that, on the contrary, they helped him, despite the fact that they did everything possible to prevent this from happening. However, even in this situation, Jing found a pleasant moment, because they earned 300 million, and also quarreled Lu with Yao. Liemo ordered them to send reinforcements to Jiang to kill this teenager since Mr. Illinois and Son would be returning soon. He busily adjusted his glasses and noted that they should have had one more trump card, but you need to be very careful to use it in a timely manner. As it turned out, they had the exhausted Xiao Bei captive. The girl was chained and placed in the basement. The next day, in the city hospital, where the main character's mother was lying, Bin phoned Kai. Zhao stated that he personally dealt with Ishan and he would not harm anyone again. Yao urged him to be on guard because Lu Jiang might be somewhere nearby. Kai said that he would be fine, adding that if he needs protection for his mother, he can easily organize it. But the guy assured him that this was not necessary, since he installed the matrix in her room, after which he went into the elevator and hung up. But when he entered his mother's room, he again did not find her there. The nurse said that some girl had taken her away. The young master was horrified and asked what she looked like. The young lady stated that she had long hair and looked very cute. After some thought, Yao realized that it was actually Zhong Xiaobei. At that moment, he received a message on his phone. Bean instantly checked who it was from, but the number was unknown. Someone made an appointment for him on Hai Kong Street and asked him to come alone. After some time, night had already fallen. The guy immediately called a taxi and went to the specified address. A curious taxi driver asked why he was going to such a dangerous place at night, and also alone. The young man did not know what he was talking about. The driver realized that the teenager did not know where he was going and decided to tell him that there used to be a cemetery for Pan Hai in this place, but now it is abandoned. The main character smiled and said, he is aware of what is there. He himself understood perfectly well that the scarier the location, the more fear points he would earn for the system. After a short period of time, they finally reached the right place. The taxi driver said that there was no further road, and therefore he would have to drop him off here. The guy paid him and replied that there was nothing wrong and he would get there himself. Having reached the destroyed cemetery, Yao carefully looked around. On the stone he found a broken tablet with the inscription, it was In Luo Mountain, Pan Hai City. Bean jumped over the broken fence and continued on, realizing that he was already there. He believed that it might not be Jiang, since the system had not detected anyone yet. Suddenly, green magical lights began to appear throughout the cemetery, like someone's souls. A couple of minutes later, he suddenly saw an unknown girl in torn clothes. At a certain moment, she turned around and Yao was horrified, since it was Xiao. Bean ran up to her and began asking where his mother was and what was going on. He also could not understand why she had not appeared all this time, but Bei remained silent. Then she still said that she was the one who took his mother, but everything was fine with her and asked him not to be angry with her. Xiao literally started crying and apologized. The guy tried to calm her down and said that he didn't blame her for anything, adding that they can't get their past relationship back after everything that happened. The young master noticed that they told him that she died, but her body temperature says otherwise. Bei, in turn, sadly said that she still loves him and he is her only family member. After which she suddenly reached out to kiss him. The main character did not expect such a turn. However, unexpectedly at this time, certain scars began to appear on her body, which shone with a magical glow. Extremely emotional, Xiao abruptly pushed him away and told him not to come near her. The light emanating from her became increasingly stronger. The girl called on him to run away immediately. But Yao could not so easily leave her in this state. Meanwhile the magic inside her began to come out. Bei constantly repeated only one thing to get out of here quickly, but Bean remained in place. A moment later there was a loud explosion. It was a truly terrible picture. An unknown black mass scattered throughout the area. It was similar to the one Kuai used. The shocked guy said out loud that he had become stronger, but could not protect her. At this moment, the system called the owner to an incomprehensible choice, where Zhao's soul asked him to stay in hell. The main character could not understand what was happening and decided to find out more from the program. The following message flashed to him that Bei had entered Yusui Palace, after which she offered to join her. Yao did not know what to do. At this time, the enraged Kuai became furious, because the teenager was still alive. He broke his magic mirror, with which he watched the young man. It was extremely difficult for him to accept the fact that they could not cope with some child. His minion tried to calm Lu down as Mo had ordered them to keep a low profile, but Jing stated that he had another plan. After all, there are a lot of resources in this place, and with their help they can kill this upstart. The master asked him again what he was talking about. Bean at this time, using his abilities, tried to find his sworn enemies. The young man released a kind of magical light, which rather briskly rushed forward. Suddenly, all the graves in the cemetery began to shake. The ground literally shook. The young master wondered why his skills weren't working here. After a couple of seconds, the dead began to slowly crawl out of their graves. Yao prepared for battle. However, they were in no hurry to attack him, as if they were waiting for something or someone. Bean began to look around and discovered a huge zombie. The system immediately notified the master that the king of the dead had appeared near him. The guy instantly used his system to apply his skills. Soon he created a magical shield that enveloped his body. Meanwhile the zombie ran towards him. The monster tried to break through his protective barrier for a long time, and soon he succeeded. As a result, a large explosion occurred and a thick fog covered everything within a radius of several meters. The young master, in turn, flew to the side and landed extremely painfully on the ground. Thus, the dead man still managed to inflict significant damage on Yao. He understood that he would not be so easy to deal with. Bean again turned to his system for help and hurried to acquire the appropriate ability. And within a minute he flew into the heights on huge magical wings. Then he began to attack the enraged monster from above and threw a demonic dome at him. Thus, immobilizing him in his movements, the zombie was literally in a cage. After which the main character landed on the ground with lightning speed and began to reason. Will Jin Zhongjiao work here, because he spent too much energy on these two abilities? Suddenly, all the dead went to their leader. Yao did not understand what was going on. Kuai and the elder realized that the cemetery had been abandoned for too long and therefore there were few dead there. But Jing, as always, had an alternative plan of action, which he informed his henchmen about. At this moment, a little girl suddenly appeared on the horizon. Lu began to smile. Having noticed, this is the daughter of the zombie lord and if something happens to her, the king will definitely not leave the guy alive. The elder was convinced once again that Mr. Kuai was truly an intelligent master. After some time, the little girl ran to her zombie dad. The ruler of the dead, in turn, began to furiously beat the magic dome. The perplexed Yao could not understand why the monster suddenly became so angry. Meanwhile, the enraged monster lord continued to fight his way out. However, he failed to do this. At that moment Bean realized what was happening. But suddenly the girl apparently decided to hug her dad and jumped under the dome to him. The zombie king literally went crazy and let out a wild roar, trying to drive her away from the barrier. Because he realized that if he touched the magic shield, she would be electrocuted. Naturally, the little girl herself didn't understand what she was doing and just wanted to go to her dad. And when the demon had already lost all hope of saving his daughter, she suddenly came to him without hindrance. Because Yao promptly turned him off for a while and said that he would not harm the child. The monster sighed with relief, but Bean said that he intended to lock them up together. The main character again began to use the almighty power of Yenlua Wang and activated the dome. However, the Lord of the Dead suddenly knelt down in front of the young master. The guy, in turn, was shocked and did not understand what he was up to and why he was behaving this way. At this time, the zombified man's daughter ran up to the young man and seemed to be urging him to play with her. Yao stroked her head and smiled sweetly, but her father clearly didn't like it. His violent reaction spoke for him. The dead man literally began to go crazy and growl loudly. Bean took the girl in his arms and noted that if he did not touch him, then his daughter would not be in danger. Suddenly, the Demon King pulled out a tooth and showed it to the young man, who could not understand what he was doing. After which he raised it above his head. At that moment crows appeared in the sky. One of them grabbed the zombie's tooth and handed it to the young master. Then they all simply left together in an unknown direction. The guy was extremely surprised. Elder Lu and Jing were shocked by this turn of events and did not know how else to kill the teenager. The master said matter-of-factly that one person had helped take this young man's mother and now he was definitely finished. Lu moved forward and Kuai began to catch up with him, admiring the good plan. The elder pompously declared that they would soon enjoy another performance. Meanwhile, Yao tried to understand the value of this tooth, because he probably gave it away for a reason. After which he again remembered his mother, who could be anywhere. Suddenly Kai called him. Bin immediately picked up the phone and asked Zhao what happened. The news shocked him, because his friend assured him that his mother was with Lu. The stunned young master asked again if he was sure that Jiang had his mother. Unfortunately, a friend confirmed this version. The young man had a wild desire to kill him. Using the system, the main character instantly used the teleportation card, and a minute later he was already in the underground estate of the western city. Kai was surprised that he got there so quickly and asked if everything was okay. Yao answered positively. Zhao talked about how he asked his people to investigate and was confident that he had it. Bin said he understood and immediately went to Zhang's office, where he was met by unfriendly guards who tried not to let the guy inside. However, the young man quickly dealt with the bodyguards and knocked them out. Kai immediately ordered his men to immediately get inside the office, which is what they began to do, starting to break the windows, and with it the main entrance to the building. Zhao was the first to enter the room and loudly shouted that Jiang should not play with hair. A couple of minutes later, the guards came out to them, because Kai himself came to them. Tao threateningly advised them to get out of here, or they would all die right here and now. Yao and his friend came to a general consensus to teach these self-confident dogs a lesson or two. Bin began to approach them, flexing his fists, and asked if they really wanted to die now or would they still let them in to see Lu. But the bodyguards did not want to make concessions to them and once again called on them to leave. Suddenly, their misunderstanding was interrupted by a rather familiar female voice. The girl convincingly urged the guards to let the young master through. They turned around and saw Gu, who said that if they didn't do this, Mr. Lu would die. The extremely surprised main character greeted Shi. The girl instantly approached him. The girl began to say that she learned about his problems and decided to help in this difficult matter. Suddenly the guard told Tao that they were actually in big trouble because there were tanks outside. The guy was shocked by this information and did not understand what was happening, after which he kindly asked Gu not to get involved in this matter, but the girl said that he did not dare to tell her. A few minutes later, tanks literally drove into the building and destroyed everything inside. An angry Tao said that they had invaded private property and were breaking the law with these actions. Kai noticed that they were all breaking the law. At that moment an officer came out of the tank. The law official said they have an order for their detention and they will be tried to the fullest extent possible. She once again interrupted the men and said that they should calm down and calmly discuss everything with them. Yao thanked her and said that he had seen enough of this circus and intended to sort out this situation. Then he approached Tao, who fearfully asked what he was going to do. As soon as the guard finished speaking, the main character dealt him a strong blow, and he stepped on his back, asking where his mother was, but he did not want to answer him. In connection with this, the enraged Bean began to beat him even harder, and besides, he himself asked to kill him. The young master said that he would not give him such a gift, but would rather run over his limbs with a tank so that he would suffer from pain. The officer, in turn, agreed to arrange such a performance and said that he would wait for his signal. Naturally, Tao instantly split and said that in fact his mother was not here. The bloodied bodyguard pitifully added that Jiang Gu took her to the club. After which Yao turned to Gu and said that he was heading there without fail. She said that she would finish here herself. When Bin left the building, the girl ordered Tao to immediately call Lu, because if something happens to the guy's mother, he will die, and thus end up like this estate. The frightened guard asked what she meant. The girl called the military to action, ordering them to destroy this building. Meanwhile, Lu was at the luxurious Dongcheng Club, which was located on the outskirts of the city. He had a carefree and fun time in the VIP room with his influential friends. One of them laughed when he learned that Jiang was afraid of some boy. Lu said that this teenager has a truly huge arsenal of spells and is not so easy to deal with. At that moment the waiter disturbed them and said that one young man asked to give him a letter. The perplexed businessman asked what kind of letter we were talking about. The guy was holding the letter on a tray, and just as Jiang was about to take it, the unpredictable happened. The head of the club employee suddenly flew off his shoulders and rolled on the floor. Everyone present was terribly frightened, as they believed that he had been killed. At this time, the waiter's head again repeated the information about the young man's letter. The guard sharply hit the headless body and declared that it was just a puppet. Lu slowly reached for the letter and said that this Yao really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. A concerned friend asked what was written in the letter itself. Jiang began to read it. However, when he unfolded it, he found only a certain symbol without any text. This was Yen Luo Wang's seal, and it could be used to summon and control ghosts. While they were trying to understand what Bean was up to, the young master decided to play with them a little. Suddenly the room began to fill with strange smoke and an extremely unpleasant odor. A second later, the door swung open and the bloodthirsty dead stood on the threshold. One of them immediately headed towards Jiang's friend. The frightened man literally began to stutter. The zombie, in turn, began to strangle him. Lu was in no hurry to help his friend. He took off and, looking around, shouted the guy's name, thereby calling for him to appear. Yao stated that he clearly had not heard such words before, but he should think about them. After which the zombies began to say that the road to heaven is always open, but there is no way to hell, but they are still trying to get there. Finally the guy showed up and asked if he remembered Chen Xiaoshan. The girl also took a step forward. The despicable Jiang began to think, trying to remember who he was talking about, and he succeeded. Lu said in a trembling voice that this was one of Cheng's daughters, and the second was named Wen. Then the young man urged the young lady to go and take revenge on this man, because she had always wanted to do this. The frightened businessman grabbed the gun and pointed it at Shan, saying that he was not afraid of her alive, much less dead. And as soon as she took a step towards her, Jiang, with a shaking hand, pulled the trigger and fired. For a while, Xiao froze in place, but there was no blood on her body. But at the same time she collapsed to the floor. A satisfied Lu stated that he had previously taken Jushu cartridges with him. The main character appreciated his efforts. At that moment the girl's body began to twitch, after which she raised her head completely. Her demonic face frightened Jiang even more. Shan really turned into a monster. She turned her body in the opposite direction and began to crawl towards her victim. Naturally Lu tried to run away. He could not understand why Jushu's bullets did not work against her. Suddenly, the transformed girl let out a loud and piercing roar. The entire building shook. The businessman covered his ears, as it was unbearable to bear. A second later, the rest of the zombies grabbed him and dragged him along. Jiang tried his best to break free, but luck was not on his side today, as always. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan attacked him from behind and began to pull his head towards herself. His face literally turned blue. The terrible realization that he was about to die visited his empty head. Finally, a moment later, the girl tore off his head and threw it to the side. At this moment, Lu, who was sweating, seemed to wake up, and his frightened expression puzzled everyone. Some fat man asked what happened to him and why he looked like that. Jiang didn't seem to hear him and began to nervously touch his neck and head. Realizing that it was just his imagination, he calmed down. However, at this time his friend's head slowly rolled off his shoulders and fell down. The businessman realized that the hallucinations were continuing. He began to look around, and he noticed that everyone around them had their heads torn off. They were lying on the floor and filling the room with blood. At the same time, their faces smiled and offered him to drink a little wine to relax. At a certain moment they began to approach him. Lu backed away. But suddenly he did not feel the ground under his feet and, looking back, saw an abyss, in which the tortured entrepreneur inevitably fell off a cliff. after which he seemed to wake up again and find himself on the cold ground. Opposite him stood Yao. The guy menacingly asked where his mother was. Also next to him was Kai, who noticed that Zhang's friends abandoned him as soon as they saw Captain Liang's tanks. Bin grabbed Lu and repeated his question again. The businessman declared that he was not afraid of his magic. She decided to intervene in what was happening. The girl expressed a desire to help the young master. Gu ordered the military to immediately bring in the wards of this despicable businessman. The soldier immediately brought one of them. The girl showed him a photograph of Yao's mother and asked if he had seen her. Zhang's frightened servant said that he had never met this woman before. Mo noticed that this was the wrong answer, after which she broke his neck and threw him out like garbage. The girl was merciless. Meanwhile, Captain Liang invited the next one, who in turn turned out to be more efficient. He instantly admitted that Bean's mother was in the basement of the club and even wanted to take them there. She said that he really wants to live and asked the captain to accompany them. Liang naturally agreed. The main character was amazed by her methods. Kai also appreciated the lady's abilities, because she was an assassin, which even Ishan could not cope with at one time, and the captain was secretly in love with her. Soon the poor woman was rescued from the basement and taken by ambulance to the hospital. Yao sadly looked after her. Gu tried to support the young man and said that the hospital would definitely take care of her. But now he needs to decide the future fate of Director Jiang. Lu said that he destroyed the villa and saved his mother, so they are even, but she called on him to pay compensation. Even in such a situation, the businessman tried to resist and refused to pay the money. Liang instantly convinced him with a blow to the head. After which, having searched him, he found one interesting thing, which the captain hastened to give to Gu. The joyful lady said that this was Zhang's personal seal, and with its help, a general consensus could be reached. After all, Lu's business is in both the west and the east, and by giving part of it to the guy, they could solve the problem. Naturally, the director did not want to share his business with anyone, especially with Bean. Even Captain Liang noticed that this was too much, because at the moment she was acting like a robber. However, the main character liked this idea. He wanted to discuss it with Kai, but first take Jiang to one place. She asked if he needed help from the captain or anyone else. The young master said that he could handle it himself and thanked them for their help. Then he threw Lu into the car and hurried to go to buy Tian Sun Huang. Xiao, who met him, was shocked and initially even a little confused. Yao wound up and brought Jiang to his knees, saying that now she can fully enjoy revenge. Shan was sincerely grateful to Bin for such a truly royal gift. The girl defiantly approached Lu and asked if he remembered her. The arrogant businessman replied that she was Sun Huan's courtesan. The angry lady's answer was not long in coming, and she slapped him in the face. Jiang noted that they had only met a couple of times, and there was no point in making such a fuss about it. Xiao seemed to be losing her head. She beat him until he bled, claiming that he had robbed her family's home and even dared to dishonor their daughter. Bloody Lu, barely breathing, said that it was a very long time ago and many years had passed. Then he asked in a trembling voice how she found out about this. Shan abruptly fell silent. The horror on the entrepreneur's face indicated that she was that daughter, which is what he asked her about. Meanwhile, the main character stood outside the door and heard everything that was happening. After a while, the doors suddenly opened, and a sad Xiao stood on the threshold. Yao understood that she had to relive this nightmare. The girl, in turn, thanked him again. At a certain moment, she couldn't help but cry. Bin tried to calm her down and hugged her. He sincerely felt sorry for Shan, because she really had a hard time. However, it was at this moment that their embrace was interrupted by Shi's angry voice, who asked what they were doing. The stunned teenagers turned around sharply and saw an extremely upset girl. The young lady instantly rushed to the exit, insulting the guy along the way. Yao tried to explain everything to her, but she did not listen to him. Naturally, the young man rushed after her and quickly said goodbye to Xiao. Shan urged him to hurry up before Shi burst with anger. Bean shouted after her so that she should not make hasty conclusions, because in reality everything was not as it might seem to her. The main character grabbed her hand and asked her to listen to him, but the girl did not want to listen to the ridiculous explanations. The guy still said that he was really to blame for her, and if she felt better, she could beat him. Finally, Shi Yao made contact and began to wonder what his fault was. The young master sadly said that he should not have hugged Xiao even out of pity. The young lady struck a pose and asked if he would allow himself to do this again. Yao raised his hand and, bending his little finger, swore that this would not happen in the future, adding that he would never do something like this again in his life, which once again managed to melt Shi's heart. The girl said that in the future she would see how he kept his vow. Bean thanked her sincerely. Suddenly she remembered that there was one more point. The guy looked at her in surprise. Shi said that his grandfather was waiting for him. The main character asked her why old man Mo was looking for him and what he wanted to talk about. Yao replied that she heard him talking to Miss Shi about manager Zhang's business. The young man guessed that they intended to share the fortune of this Lu. He asked Shi if her grandfather had said anything about his will. The girl said that he had already drawn it up and wanted to transfer all his property to her. Concerned, Bean asked if anyone else knew about this. After thinking a little, Shi said that she was not sure and these were her guesses. But it seems to her that her father and uncles may already know about the document drawn up. Then Yao said that he had urgent matters, and today he would not be able to come to her grandfather. After which the guy simply ran away. The perplexed girl did not understand what had happened. After some time, the young master came to Kai's office and said that they needed to talk. Zhao, in turn, kindly invited him to sit down and drink tea before an important conversation. The main character hurried to close the door behind him and sat down opposite his comrade. Then the young man confidently stated that he knew who was behind all this and wanted to kill him, adding that it was actually Chuan. Kai at that moment accidentally spilled tea past the mug, after which the extremely surprised Zhao asked him why he got it. Bin said that Shi told him one interesting story, where the old man made a will and after death she would become the owner of the business. But then she was suffering from a chronic illness. So Li wanted to seize power in Mo's, using the spirit to control his daughter. However, at that moment he appeared. Kai tried to interrupt him, but Yao asked to listen to the end and then express his opinion, adding that for this reason Zhang and Jiang and Jing tried to kill him, and they are all Chuan's subordinates. And when Zhao searched Kuai's house, in fact, he was already aware that Li Mo was behind it. Kai, in turn, sadly lowered his head down and sadly said that he was indeed right. The main character was shocked and replied that he considered him a friend, but he betrayed his comrade. After which the guy hurried to leave his office and the next day went to school, where Veen said that Chi was looking for him. The surprised young master asked why Wei was looking for him and what he wanted. The dissatisfied Mink replied that he was now the head of the new Star High School and wanted to invite him to his place. The main character thought that it sounded rather strange, like the name of an idol group. Do noted that there is no need to pass exams, everyone will only look at his status and such a chance should not be missed. However, Yao was not a fan of this school and certainly did not want to take part in the games of the rich. The enraged Veen said that he simply had to go there and find out everything. Bin said in a business-like manner, he had lunch now. A few minutes later, the young man went to the cafeteria, where he decided to have a snack. Suddenly, Wei approached him and also began to insist that he enter this star school. Yao said that if this is really such a chance, then why do they all want him to go there? Adding that he sees some kind of catch in this, or they have conceived some kind of plan, or someone ordered them to lure him there. Bean looked at him menacingly. Senior Chi replied, if he had already guessed everything, then why not do it that way? The main character continued to defiantly finish his lunch as if nothing was happening. Then he said the condition of his admission to this school, Wei must ask for his forgiveness. Chi instantly bowed to the floor and apologized. Yao, in turn, smiled. After which he busily stood up from the table and said that he agreed to become a student at this school. He added, for their generous attitude towards him, and went to take the dishes to the kitchen. A perplexed Min asked Wei if he really invited him, because this child is too dangerous, adding that if he became a student of their school, they would not end up in trouble, but Chi was confident that he would soon take revenge on Bin. The high school student extremely confidently stated that he was not afraid of this teenager and in fact this was his mission. After a certain period of time, the students, together with Yao, ran cross-country at the training base, already at the new school. The commander, in turn, considered it necessary to encourage them to work harder, while Jean could no longer run. Naturally, Bean helped him and the enraged commander ordered the guy to go beyond the line. The young master approached him. The coach began to shout and accuse him of helping Zay. The young man said that he was already on his feet and therefore helped. The commander shouted that he should not pretend to be a benefactor. In this connection, he punished the guys and ordered them to run another 5 kilometers, because every step they take affects the entire team. Then he appointed Yen as their supervisor to look after them. Naturally the cunning Jiu agreed. Zhang began to apologize to Yao, saying that it was because of him that they were punished. Bin urged him to calm down. Shen did not miss the chance to command and said that because of their conversations, he was not counting this lap. His friends liked the way Yen bullied the students and asked him to teach them how to run properly. Sei could not stand it and said that the coach ordered him to watch them and not to command them. Jiu continued to frolic and assigned him another lap. At this time, the main character approached and asked to tell this upstart that it would be better for him not to create problems. Then Shen dispersed and ordered them to run another 5 kilometers so that they would know how to behave. Unexpectedly, Zhang struck the impudent Yen, saying that he was already tired of his demands. The friends of the arrogant Dai were at a loss. Shen, in turn, ordered them to seize Jia. As a result, a fight broke out between them. Yao sadly watched what was happening. Suddenly he decided to seek help from Do, who stood aside and enjoyed what was happening. The main character immediately called the system and performed some manipulations. Meanwhile, Yan's friends continued to hold off Zhang, who urged the cowardly Dai to fight him alone. However, he said that it would take too much time and it would be better to beat him with a crowd. At this moment, they were suddenly interrupted by Ming's voice, and everyone froze for a second. Self-confident Shen turned around and asked who was so brave that dared to stop him. There was dark magical energy in the air. This was another of Yao's tricks. Yuan stood in front of them, as if resurrected from the dead, his devastated gaze looking at Yen. Jiu rather brazenly asked what he wanted. Do ordered them to immediately release Jia. Shen replied that it was better for him not to talk to him in such a tone, so as not to harm himself. The perplexed friends of the instigator could not understand why Ming stood up for Zhang. Bin urged Jia to call the coach while the angry students continued to sort things out. Suddenly, Yen attacked Yuan, noting that he was not afraid of him and he should not have poked his nose into other people's affairs. However, Do managed to catch his hand, thereby preventing him from striking. His grip was incredibly strong. Squeezing his hand more and more, he was able to damage it. Jiu felt a wild pain in his hand and grabbed it, then hurried to push Ming away with his foot. Subsequently, Yuan collapsed to the ground unconscious. Everyone was shocked by this outcome. It was at this moment that the angry commander ran up and asked what Shen had done to Do. Yao hastened to explain that Yen began to mock them, and Ming decided to help and in the end Jiu hit him. After which the coach asked him if it was true. The guy confirmed Bean's words. At that moment, Do came to his senses and did not understand why he was sitting on the ground. The commander ordered him to be taken to the infirmary. And then Shen must write an explanatory note about what really happened. Zhang noted that according to the rules he should be expelled. The guy added that they won't do this, because he has an influential family. The fierce coach saw that they were talking too much again and urged them to go for a run. Naturally tired, the young people returned to the stadium and began to run again. Among themselves, the commanders noted the extremely cunning Yao, who reminded them of Wei. The general consensus is that this teenager is actually very smart, and it's worth talking to his superiors about it. After some more discussion, the teaching assistant was indignant that the child was being given such a difficult task. The coach put his hand on Zhao's shoulder and said that he should understand to whom and what he is saying. Moreover, this particular young man will be able to cope with this task, unlike the others. Meanwhile, it was already late evening where all the students followed to the campus to go to bed. Suddenly approaching his bed, Zhang discovered that someone had poured water on her. The guy turned and asked who did it. After which he asked Yu if he had poured water on his bed. Sly Shen said that he had no evidence to accuse him of such a thing. Jia, in turn, could not restrain himself and decided to attack him, but his friends held him back and urged him to calm down. At that moment, the main character, with great pleasure, took a bucket of water and poured it on Yan's bed. The students noted his iron nerves and courage. Yao deliberately provoked Yu. One of his vile friends said that he had no right to do such a thing without evidence. Bean responded extremely confidently that he was not afraid of the consequences and they would not do anything to him. This literally infuriated Shen, who hastened to teach him a lesson. However, he struck his blows in the air, because the young master easily dodged them, and even when Yen hit him, the imperturbable guy simply blocked his attacks. Suddenly, Ju used one of his combat abilities and began to strike very quickly. The young man took advantage of the system and significantly slowed down time, thus, still easily dodging his hesitant attacks. He understood perfectly well that this skill was actually quite effective, but if time was suspended, then it would be of no use. At a certain moment, the teenager suddenly grabbed him by both hands at the same time. Surprised, Shen asked how he managed it, since this skill is the fastest he has. Bin agreed that this was a good technique, but Yan's skill was far from ideal. At this time, the young master twisted his arms, so they were broken. Jiu screamed in wild pain. Do instantly ran out into the corridor and called Coach Shi for help, declaring that Yao was killing a man. The guy immediately put his hands back, realizing that the commander would come running. The coach ran in and called everyone to shut up, then looked around at the students and asked what happened. Yan began to say that Bin suddenly attacked him from behind and broke both of his arms. At the same moment, the clueless Shen actively gesticulated and noticed that they were normal now. The perplexed Shi looked at him and asked if everything was okay in his head. Jiu did not know what to answer. While the young man understood that if he had not managed to heal his hands, the coach would definitely have killed him. The commander, in turn, turned around and walked out the door, calling the inadequate Yan with him. Shi asked him how he, with his fighting skills, could not defeat this guy. Shen rather absurdly began to make excuses that his arm was supposedly already injured. The coach asked him to call his brother because he was worried about him. Meanwhile, Yao told Zhang that he could sleep on his bed today. Jia was sincerely grateful to him. When Dai returned, Ming also offered to sleep on his bed today. The offended Yan fixed his evil gaze on the merry enemies who began to mock him. Finally they all calmed down and went to bed. The next day the coach called everyone to the gym, where he started talking about how he invited professional basketball players from Pan Hai Hep, and if they beat them, they would get much more food for dinner than usual. The teenagers were motivated. The captain of the basketball team said that if they could surprise, they would have a chance to become members of their club, adding that since the coach considers them talented guys, they will not give in. After looking at all the contenders, he called the young man who stood next to Yao to the first round. The coach picked up the ball and asked if the participants were ready. The teenagers responded positively. Then he threw the ball up and thus the game began. Everyone froze in anticipation. Two participants, without thinking twice, jumped high into the air for the coveted ball. However, at the most crucial moment, a member of the basketball team hit the guy with his elbow and took the ball for himself. The young man collapsed to the ground. Bean did not remain silent and told the coach that he had broken the rules. The captain said that in basketball there is always a fight for the ball and that's the point. The young master agreed with him, but you can't fight. The self-confident basketball player replied that it was not only about points, but also about defeating the enemies. After which, with a lightning-fast movement of his hand, he threw the ball towards the main character. However, it flew past him and hit Zhang directly on the head, which was pretty mean. Yao immediately ran to the unconscious Jia and tried to help him get up. Another student refused to take part in such games at all and left. The arrogant captain of the basketball team suggested that Bean give up too, but the young man refused to give up and confidently declared that he would personally defeat them all. Then the teenager defiantly took the ball in his hands and said that he would like to clarify one point. A professional basketball player noticed that the boy began to behave too impudently, after which he instantly rushed to take the ball from him, but Yao easily passed him. As a result, he threw the ball into the hoop without any hindrance. Everyone was shocked. In fact, Bean adjusted the speed to the lowest setting, and that should last for a while. The captain immediately persuaded his partners Yin Lao and Xiao Zhen to give this boy hell. Naturally, they themselves wanted to teach the guy a lesson, and so the game continued in a slightly different direction. The basketball players simultaneously attacked the main character, 3 against 1, which was not entirely fair on their part. And after a few seconds they were still able to take the ball away from the young master. Subsequently, the captain calmly threw the ball into the basket and broke into a malicious smile. The other one, at that moment, in an absolutely brazen manner, struck Yao in the head from behind. At the same time, he almost broke his arm, but Bean was also hit hard. His legs even gave way for a while. The arrogant team leader decided to test the strength of his head again, and while the main character was coming to his senses, the basketball player soared into the heights and intended to deal him another blow. The leader threw the ball at the guy with all his might, naively believing that he would knock him down. But the young man managed to cover himself with his hands, and the ball flew off his block to the side. Then, without giving him time to come to his senses, he literally attacked the teenager with his fists. However, Yao was not a timid type and suddenly grabbed his hand, after which he hit him extremely painfully on the ground. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events. As a result, a wild scream was released throughout the entire gym. The game was over. The team captain, in turn, was writhing in pain and could not get to his feet. At that moment, a worried Duo ran up to him and asked his brother if he was okay. Bin was not surprised by their family connection, since their habits clearly indicated this. Yen began to say that such people should be expelled from school. The guy replied that he played according to the rules of basketball, according to his brother, and therefore there could be no claims against him. Finally, the coach, indifferent until recently, intervened in the situation and ordered everyone to shut up. Shi asked Shen to take his brother to the infirmary to receive first aid, adding that they received an order from their superiors regarding an urgent task that they are obliged to carry out, after which he appointed Yao as the leader of this operation, and if the mission fails, they will bear responsibility. Xiao tried to intervene in the conversation, but his colleague urged Li not to pry into other people's affairs. Ming understood that we were talking about the very operation that Wei was talking about. Shi continued to bring the guys up to date, because depending on the results, their future fate in this school depends. Also, a teacher was assigned to them. He will monitor the entire operation. Then everyone went to the dormitory, where Bin noted that he would gladly make Zhang leader instead of himself. At that moment, the same teacher came to them. He looked more like a sorcerer. Jia thought that there was some kind of catch in this task. Meanwhile, the main character said that he needed to approach this mission responsibly and prepare properly. Commander Shi quietly whispered in the teacher's ear that this young man was the one with the talent. After some time, they went to an abandoned factory, where they needed to complete this mission. It was terribly cold there and suspicious sounds were heard. Teenagers, led by a teacher, slowly moved forward. Seeing the zombified Duo was frightened and said that this was not a person, but some kind of monster. The teacher encouraged Shen to speak much more quietly and use his brain for once in his life. Since these demons are extremely sensitive, especially to human sounds, at this time the dead man was already in front of them. The zombie, in turn, hastened to attack the strict sorcerer from behind. All the students except the main character got scared and started screaming loudly. Naturally, the rest of the dead heard the screams and hurried inside the factory. Meanwhile, the teacher began to confront the extremely ugly zombie. With the help of his miraculous abilities, the teacher prevailed over the monster, and after a couple of seconds the demon knelt in front of him, as the sorcerer struck him with lightning, after which he generated his magic blade and bravely rushed to the attack. However, having struck with a sword, he did not achieve the desired result, since the dead man turned out to be not a stupid creature. He suddenly grabbed his blade by the blade and thus did not give him the opportunity to cause damage. Enraged zombies were already breaking fences and windows to get inside and help their leader. Yuan and Dai cowardly ran away from the monsters and begged Master Hu to return to base. The teacher, in turn, called on them to be calm, because if they do not defeat their leader, they will not leave here at all. The sorcerer understood that he had to step over his principles and save these children. Meanwhile, the demon continued to hold the teacher's blade. Yao decided to help him. This is what he shouted to the master. The teacher was extremely surprised at the young man's courage. The main character, not afraid, with a lightning-fast movement, grabbed the dead man by the hand, after which he began to strike him hard, so that the zombie would remove his other hand from Hu's sword. Thus, a moment later, the teacher's magical blade cut the stubborn creature in half. The rest of the zombies seemed to fall into a stupor and no longer attacked. The concerned master asked Bean if everything was okay with him. The guy confidently replied that he only had a couple of scratches. The indignant Shen began to accuse the teenager of being in league with the dead, because even Hu could not cope with him. And then he suddenly appeared and defeated the demon, which was quite suspicious. Yen decided to ask the teacher's opinion. Hu, in turn, smiling, replied that he was also on the side of the monsters. After some time, they all returned from the mission and Jiu told the commanders about what had happened. The coaches again asked if he was telling the truth. Shen once again confirmed his words. Jia sharply stated that in fact Yao saved them all, but Yen asked them to ask Hu so as not to be unfounded. The coach immediately asked the teacher to finally clarify the situation and explain what happened. The master said that last night on a mission they met with the leader of the zombies, but even his skills were not enough. At that moment, a young student Yao came to his aid, and everything changed. Since with his appearance they instantly defeated the monster, Bean was surprised by this development of events. Jiu said again that this was really strange, who couldn't cope with the demon, and the guy immediately fixed everything. The teacher, in turn, also found this somewhat suspicious. A smug Shen turned to the stunned teenager and asked what he would answer to this. The young master ignored the question and said that dogs from the same street bark the same way. This literally infuriated Yen, who wanted to attack him. However, the teacher hastened to reassure the student, saying that he could ruin everything now and say too much. Then he turned to the commanders and asked to listen to him. Sure agreed to listen to his version, who noticed that in fact, this child really amazed him with his abilities, and he did not expect this from him. The coach decided to clarify whether Yao controlled those zombified dead. The master replied that without a doubt this young man has impressive skills and this is true. The main character, in turn, was stunned and sighed with relief. At the end of the meeting, Bean caught up with the teacher in the hallway and asked to listen to him. The teacher turned around and asked the teenager in surprise what he wanted. The guy shyly said that he just wanted to thank him for his help, who answered quite calmly, he does what he considers necessary. But this is really suspicious, because the boy used his ability without any preparation. And how is it possible that a boy at such a young age has such incredible strength? The main character began to answer the question posed somehow indistinctly. Suddenly the teacher interrupted him and said that he didn't have to talk, because everyone has their secrets. The young master smiled and once again thanked him for his understanding. However, the cleaver said that he would like to discuss one more thing with him. The young man asked what he was talking about. Who said that, in his opinion, they need to return to the factory, because there are still zombies there and they need to be killed. Yao agreed with him on this issue, especially since they behaved strangely, as if someone was controlling them. After which they went back to the factory, but Jiu was unhappy with this decision, and if not for Bin, they would have already passed the exam. Moreover, this made no sense. Oddly enough, the majority supported him, because they were simply afraid. Zhang noted that if he doesn't like something, he has the right to turn to Coach Shi, who will definitely solve this problem. Meanwhile, Teacher Hu generated his magic blade, and he called everyone to silence, so as not to repeat the previous situation. The students instantly fell silent. Then the sorcerer called out to the teenager Yao and asked if he had prepared everything. The main character said that everything was ready, and he drew a pentagram. It was composed based on the teacher's instructions, and was much stronger than his own. The master said that all students must stay inside the circle so that the dead do not reach them. A moment later, all the teenagers obediently stood inside the pentagram. Naturally some were dissatisfied. Jiu began to say that Bin was just showing off, because without who he would not have drawn her. Yen could not come to terms with this, but there was no reason to resist, since he could fly out of school. After a certain time, a strong wind rose, the moon seemed to begin to shine brighter. Suddenly they were surrounded by zombies. One of the students shouted that they were everywhere. The young master immediately began to exterminate the evil spirits, with the help of talismans and his skills. The sorcerer also did not sit idle and joined the young man. He wielded his sword quite skillfully and killed monsters. However, at that moment there was a loud roar that shook even the trees. The ground seemed to shake. Hu and Yao turned around sharply, but found no one. But a second later the same little girl appeared who was the daughter of the king of the dead. Bean, in turn, called on the teacher not to attack them and raised up the amulet donated by the Lord. The master was shocked as he realized that it was the tooth of a zombie lord. The dead calmly walked inside the magic circle along with the zombified girl, who shouted menacingly that they had big problems, because the pentagram had been destroyed. At this time, the frightened Shen furiously struck the daughter of the king of the dead. As a result, the baby flew to the side, and the zombies immediately tried to help her get up. Yao said he shouldn't have done that, but the self-confident Yen replied that she was the walking dead. The teacher asked Bean where he got the tooth of the zombie ruler. The guy said that he would explain everything to him later. The teacher, in turn, insisted that he at least not show this amulet to anyone. After which, using his abilities, he hid it under the clothes of the young master. Meanwhile, the little zombie girl began to cry even louder. This infuriated the dead, and they began to make threatening sounds. Suddenly, several of them attacked Shen, who screamed in fear. The main character and master who instantly came to the aid of the cowardly Dai, even though he did not deserve it. However, the insolent Yen decided to remind the teacher that his direct responsibility is to protect the students. Yao assured the sorcerer that he himself would deal with the demons and asked everyone to come down from the mountain. The teacher wished him good luck and urged him to be extremely careful, because these are monsters after all. At that time, Bean saw the same Lord of the Dead coming towards him and began to flex his fists. Master Hu hurried to pick up the completely frightened Dai and rushed forward. Suddenly he heard the characteristic sound of sirens and a blue glow behind the trees. In connection with this, he hurried to the ambulance, where a concerned Wei was already there. The teacher threw Shen off and said that he needed to help Yao, who was alone against the zombies. Yen immediately told Qi that Bin is at one with the dead, since he has the tooth of the king of the zombies on his neck, and he controls them. Hu hastened to refute this information and said, but Wei said that he would figure it out himself. After which he called someone and informed that there was a huge concentration of zombies on the mountain where the factory was located. In this connection, it must be immediately blown up along with all structures. Then he turned to the foreman and said that he need not worry, since the factory would be mined and the dead would not reach them. The shocked teacher said that Yao was there and he needed to be contacted urgently so that he would leave this place. But Qi noticed that it was too late and he would sacrifice himself for the sake of their future, and they would forever remember their savior. The sorcerer accused him of deliberately wanting to get rid of Bin. Wei absolutely calmly confirmed his guesses, adding that if it weren't for his help in the fight against the Yin sect, nothing would have happened. Hu literally began to pray for the main character and mentally ask him not to die. Meanwhile, the young man was thinking about how to find the daughter of the king of the zombies, because it was impossible to go ahead. The system offered him a certain technique, which the guy decided to try, because he had not encountered it before. A moment later, the young master purchased special glasses from the program, with the help of which, he began to see certain dots of different colors around the entire perimeter of the factory. Yao assumed that the green ones meant the dead. This was quite logical, and the yellow one was most likely a girl. However, Bean didn't know what the red dots meant and decided to check. He went to the nearest sign. Suddenly reaching the required place, he discovered that there was explosives there. At that moment, the inadequate Wei drove his car away from the factory, after which, with great pleasure, he pressed the button, naively believing that he would never see the young man again. As a result, a huge and quite loud explosion occurred. The entire factory literally flew into the air. Qi himself began to dance gloatingly while the dynamites continued to explode. Even Do, who was sitting in the car, believed that this was clearly too much and that it was possible to get rid of him in other ways. Suddenly Wei noticed that stones began to actively roll down from the mountain. The perplexed guy did not understand what was happening. At this time the falling stones became much more numerous. His frightened assistant noticed that they had overdone it with explosives and now the mountain was collapsing. But Qi was sure of the opposite, since he checked everything carefully and that amount of dynamite would not be enough to destroy the mountain. The assistant stated that minerals were mined under the mountain, and apparently it was hollow. Wei began to understand that we were talking about the places that Chuan had told him about. The guy called on Qi and turned to the senior master for help, but the young man had a different opinion. He said that it was better for him not to know about what happened, so as not to lose his position, and it would be easier to pretend that they had nothing to do with it. The concerned assistant asked what to do with the people who live at the foot of the mountain, because they would die. Wei calmly said, they were just unlucky and it was no one's fault that they lived there. A moment later, someone he had long written off appeared in front of him. The wounded Yao looked at him menacingly. Qi said in a trembling voice that this could not be. The stunned Zhang and teacher who began to say that they believed in him until the last. An angry Bin said that rich people like Wei always think only about their money, and that they can get away with anything, and he intends to save the villagers, after which he asked who would go with him. However, absolutely all the students remained silent, which the main character did not expect. The young master said, in that case, he would go alone. Jian noted that they would not be able to cope and should wait for the professionals. But the angry young man confidently said that while he was here, innocent people would not suffer. Then he defiantly turned around and headed towards the mountain. At that moment the sorcerer stopped him and said that he would go with him. Wei was categorically against such a scenario and informed the teacher that he should not forget his warning. The teacher replied that he would take all the consequences upon himself and should not worry about it. Meanwhile, absolute hell was happening in the village. The screams of people begging for help could be heard. Suddenly the girl grabbed her child and tried to run away from the settlement. A bloodthirsty dead man was chasing her, but at a certain moment she tripped and fell to the ground, while the zombie burst into flames. Suddenly the teacher ran up to her and with just one touch on her neck put her to sleep. The perplexed Yao, in turn, asked the master what he was doing, who replied that people should not learn about magic and he just gave her the opportunity to sleep a little. After some time, the village inevitably turned into complete ruins. The little girl managed to take refuge in a destroyed house. She was literally trembling with fear. At that moment, a huge zombie suddenly appeared and began to emit a wild roar. The baby was completely scared and burst into tears. Realizing that this was the end, she closed her eyes. But the main character came to her aid in a very timely manner and grabbed the demon, after which she threw it aside like a rag, so the dead man was no longer dangerous to her. The girl looked with big eyes at her savior and thanked the guy. Yao doused her with a magical sleeping pill and said that it was better for her to get some rest now. Then, looking around, I found the sorcerer and asked if everything was okay with him, who told him that many were wounded, but everyone was alive, and there were no more monsters. Bean slowly approached the cliff and looked pitifully at the destroyed houses of the residents below. Suddenly, the stone lying near him shone with a magical light. The young master was surprised. Having picked it up, the guy began to carefully examine it from all sides and asked the teacher what it was. The teacher said the stone looked like quartz. Yao suggested that it was green lava, who added that this material is used by cultists for dark magic and is commonly found in phantoms. But why they were exactly here, the master did not find an answer to this question. At this time, a worried Zhang discovered them and urged them to return to the base, since it was not safe here. Bin asked where Wei had gone. Jia replied that he asked everyone to return to the mountain. The main character could not understand why Qing refused to cooperate so easily, assuming that he had once again conceived some kind of plan and would soon try to implement it. After which Yao asked the teacher to return with the others, and he wants to find out about Qi's further actions. Who agreed, and the young master, putting on his unique glasses, rushed in search of Wei. Bean assumed that he was not the only one concerned. He clearly had another reason for leaving. Meanwhile, the mountain path was blocked with huge stones, and it was impossible to travel further. The assistant informed the gentleman that he would have to wait until they cleared the road. The impatient Qi said that he had absolutely no time and therefore they needed to hurry. At that moment, the guy grabbed one of Wei's subordinates and dragged him into the forest, where he changed into his clothes. After which, in a hurry, he set off after his worst enemy, who had no idea what awaited him. After quite a long time, the road was finally cleared. As his assistant reported, Qi noticed that they had been doing this for too long. Suddenly, someone called him on the phone. Wei picked up and the cheerful Yao asked how he was doing. The guy was surprised and asked where he got his number. Bean replied that it didn't matter, because he needed the birthplaces of minerals. The cunning young man became nervous and immediately ordered everyone to start their cars and hit the road. The main character noticed that there was no point in rushing, since he was already waiting for him. After a few minutes, they successfully reached the designated location where the resources were located. Yao was already there, and with a mischievous smile, he greeted the self-confident Qi. Wei, in turn, noticed that Bin surprised him, because he was still able to find this secret place. The young master said that if he were in his place, he would have been completely silent, which completely drove him crazy. Qi instantly attacked the teenager and began to strike, but the young man easily blocked them. Wei did not lose hope and attacked him again. This time he actually succeeded. Because the main character literally flew into a rock, the master naively believed that he had defeated him, and demonstrating his abilities, he called on Yao to say his last word. Bean stood up completely at ease and declared that he was too weak and his blows did not carry any threat. Enraged, Qi reacted violently to his comment and said that he would kill the youth. At this moment, the young master immediately rushed inside the cave. Naturally, Wei followed him. The assistant and the guards tried to stop their master, but they failed. The assistant asked the others if he needed help. The bodyguard said that Qi might enter Mo's territory, but they better not. Going inside the mine, the restless guy began shouting the name of the main character, trying to provoke him, saying that he will die anyway, and there is no point in delaying time. Suddenly, a light came on in the cave, which literally blinded Wei. He noticed that his tricks would not work here. At that moment, Yao suddenly attacked him, dealing a crushing blow. As a result, an explosion occurred, the mine shook, and a piercing sound echoed through its stone corridors. Bin began to look around in search of Qi, but he was nowhere to be found, and a moment later he attacked him from behind. However, the young master managed to defend himself and block, so Wei could not break through him. Having noticed that he can only attack on the sly, and is not capable of anything more, after which the embittered Qi again hurried to deliver his mighty blows. The main character was able to hold back his hand, and wanted to attack the arrogant teenager himself. But Wei did not give him such an opportunity and struck first. Yao crouched down in wild pain. The gloating insolent began to say that he was apparently unusual in dealing with someone who was stronger than him. Bean stood up and stated that this was indeed true, but that he usually defeated his opponents with one blow. Qi again rushed to attack him and said menacingly that he would now break his neck. However, the young master suddenly grabbed his hand and said that it was his time to feel true power. The guy squeezed his hand more and more, because he was given power by the ally Guan, whom he summoned. As a result, Wei screamed in pain and knelt in front of the young man. Yao literally burst into flames with dark magic. Qi, in turn, continued to scream wildly. In this situation, he could not do anything. Walbin said that he did not dare to treat Shi like that, because she had nothing to do with their debate, adding that the one who caused her suffering must die, after which he dealt a fatal blow to Wei. A loud youthful cry was heard throughout the city hospital. The angry guy sent everyone to hell. City hospital staff in the corridor were stunned by screams from the ward. The young master was lying on the couch. The guy asked him to calm down, saying that according to the doctor, his arm could be cured. But the young man was still as angry and said that the doctor also said that she would not be the same as before, and his skill would be lost. He looked nervously at the boy in the suit, who was nervously wiping sweat from his face. The young master asked if Yao Bing really thought he could destroy him with this. Meanwhile, Senior Master Ao Tian was at Wei Qi's estate. He thought and sighed heavily. The man wondered why his son didn't tell him anything and went somewhere. The master was very worried about his son. The servant told him that there was a man standing outside who said that he knew where his son was. Ao Tian demanded that he be brought to him immediately. The servant immediately obeyed and asked the young man to go into the room where the senior master was. The young man entered the master's room. Ao Tian asked if the guy really knew about the whereabouts of his son. Having looked at him closely, the master said to himself that he looked like just a high school student who was not very reliable. The young man said in a calm tone that, of course, he knew about the whereabouts of the young master. He said that the master's son had a broken arm because of him, and was now in Pan Hospital. Ao Tian was stunned by what he heard. The guy also said that he was giving him a week to find Jing Kuai Lu, and after 2 months he should give up Wei Qi's influence and get away. Master Ao Tian smiled sarcastically and asked the young man why he was saying all this, much less worried about them. Behind the young man, at that moment, stood 2 huge bodyguards of the senior master. The young man only answered the master with a smile that all this was simply in their interests. He understood that a fight was inevitable. A few minutes later the contraction began. Ao Tian shouted in panic asking him to stop the fight. After some time, the thugs were lying on the floor. The hero repeated that the master must find Jing Kuai Lu and get out of Pan Hai. The senior master was furious and shouted and asked who this young man was. Yao Bing immediately punched the wall with all his might. The wall immediately cracked completely. Finally, he introduced himself and told the senior master that if he was going to take revenge, then let him come. After the destruction of the wall, there was a lot of dust in the room. Because of its huge quantity it was difficult to breathe. The servant asked the master if he wanted the rest of his subordinates to be ordered to follow the young man and kill him. Ao Tian said that he clearly had allies who were covering for him and ordered an investigation. The servant asked if it was Yao Bing. The master was shocked and nervously asked if he really knew this guy. His face showed great excitement. The servant said that 2 months ago this guy appeared in Pan Hai, and declared himself the Yinyang magician and the honored guest of the Mo and Fong families. Ao Tian scratched his chin and said that he would need to find time to visit Mo Chengzun. After some time, the master was already in the Mo family's living room. Chen Zun asked why he was here. Ao replied that he had purchased several jewelry and remembered that they had not seen each other for a long time and the relationship might disappear. He asked to accept the gifts. Mo asked what he was talking about, because they had been communicating for many years, so their friendship could not end in this way. Ao Tian was very worried and said that in fact the reason for his visit was different. Master Mo asked Ah Shi to bring them the best tea. The polite and sweet girl sat the nervous Master Wei Qi down on a chair and said that she would bring him tea. 30 minutes later, Tian was telling himself that Mo Chen might be protecting Yao Bing because he was avoiding conversation. He decided that he needed to ask his father for help. Master Chen sipped his hot tea and turned his gaze to Master Wei Qi. His gaze was cool. At one point, in a calm tone, he asked Ao Tian for what reason he came to him. Master Wei Qi nervously replied that his son had gone missing a few days ago and he came here because he wanted to ask Di Shen if he could find him. Master Mo Chen was shocked by what he heard. He opened his eyes wide and said that he would call his second son, and he would definitely help him. Ao Tian fell to his knees and said that he would not bother him anymore. Chen asked him not to worry, because the young master is always careful. Within a few minutes, the arrogant Master Wei Qi was outside the gate, and she then said goodbye to him, but he did not answer anything and continued walking. The girl said that he was arrogant, because he wanted to use his good relationship with these families and force the master to knock out one of them. Meanwhile, Master Mo Chen was tearing and throwing in his office. He threw a vase with a coral tree on the floor. His anger knew no bounds. He ordered Cord to call his second son and find out where Master Wei Qi is now. There was only anger and anger on the master's face. He also ordered the servants to call his firstborn son to him. After some time, his firstborn son was in the reading room of the Mo family. The master shouted and ordered him to kneel down. The guy fearfully obeyed and asked what happened. With a trembling voice, he asked his father what he had done wrong. Mo Chen said that if Wei Qi had not come to him, he would never have known that the arrogant son created a cave in Tiando. The young man asked him to calm down and pretended that he did not know what he was talking about, but in his thoughts he wondered what Master Qi had managed to tell him. The father wearily asked the impudent man to stop pretending, because he clearly understands what we are talking about. He asked Ah Shi to explain everything to his son. The girl handed over a folder with papers and said that it contained all the documents for the privatization of that place. Some of them are registered in the name of the master's son. The young man anxiously opened the folder and began to read, and she added that some documents are registered to unknown people. In the end, the blue-eyed girl calmly said that she had checked all these people. Her gaze was cool. The young man admitted that he kept some assets without his father's permission, but his other sons did the same, and he did not tell them anything about it. She said that he used the family's name to buy a villa and give it to some woman. The guy said that she was his friend's daughter and he helped her with this. But the girl said that not long ago this woman began to live there with a guy named Jing Kuai Lu. Master Mo Chen asked his son if it was true that this guy was one of his people. The firstborn was very worried and screamed so that his father could hear him. Fear was clearly expressed on his face. The father said that he had already asked his brother to investigate, and found out that Kuai Lu wanted to kill Yao Bing, and he was clearly involved. He said that Jing Kuai and Wei Qi planned to kill Yao Bing, but they failed and Wei was soon seriously injured. His son disappointed him. The admission of disappointment deeply hurt the young man. He had something to object to his father. His eyes bulged in surprise. He beat his chest, shouting that when his father abandoned him and gave all his property to Shi Yao, he was much more disappointed. Master Mo Chen after these words understood the reason for all this. He was extremely thoughtful at that moment. Turning his back, he asked Ah Su to gather all the noble families in Pan Hai as he wanted to announce that Mo Li Chuan was no longer a member of their family. Hearing this, the young man immediately fell to his knees and grabbed his father's leg. He begged his father in tears to forgive him and said that he did not want all this. Ah Su suddenly put her hand on the young man's shoulder. Sweat immediately began to flow down the young man's face from excitement. She whispered in his ear asking him not to force her to use force against him. Li Chuan became even more worried. Meanwhile, Yao Bing was at Yizhong Middle School. It was already evening outside and the young man was getting ready to go home. A classmate asked the guy if he wanted to watch a movie with her. She was a little worried. The young man got up from the table and asked for forgiveness and said that it was time for him to go home. He waved to his classmate and began to leave the office. The girl was unhappy, because he did not understand the obvious hints. After some time, Yao Bing returned home. His relatives were sitting in the yard. He told his mother that he was already home. Mom was very happy to see her child. An aunt and a sweet blue-eyed girl were also sitting at the table. The girl smiled at the young man and said that she was glad to see him at home. Her white hair was blown by a light breeze. Her smile and politeness embarrassed the young man a little, and his cheeks turned red from embarrassment. He didn't know how to behave. At that very moment the guy opened the door to the house and said that he would go to his room and asked to call him when everything was ready. The young man entered his room and threw his backpack on the floor. The hero is very tired after a school day. Yao Bing lay on the bed and told himself that after the operation, Aunt Huang clearly felt better, and he did the right thing by bringing her and his mother to the guest house. He also told himself that the soul of the underground could be directed to the earthly world. He didn't understand how he had failed to realize this earlier. The young man also understood that this meant that as long as Xiao Bei was inside this villa, she could live like a normal person. Aunt Huan had doubts before, but in the end she decided to remain silent. It looks like as long as she's with her daughter, everything will be fine. Suddenly, Yao Bing's peace was disturbed by a notification that someone had entered his premises. The system asked if he wanted the servants to sort it out. The young man said that Wei Qi's people are fast. Not even a day has passed and they are already returning. Last night they broke his matrix to get in. The mission to calm 25 demons was completed. The system asked if Yao wanted to activate the function of catching small demons. The guy realized that he could now order demons of the general level and higher to protect the people in the guest house. He realized that Xiao Bei was a demon herself, so she did not need protection. She can always return to the underworld. Yao Bing picked up the phone and decided that he urgently needed to call Wei Qi. On the phone he told him that he had already taken care of 25 of his people. He also asked whether we should expect any more tricks. Wei Qi didn't know how to answer him. His anger knew no bounds. The hero simply enjoyed his advantage. He said threateningly that since there were no tricks left, it was his turn. Bean said that now they will have guests. Meanwhile, Wei Qi and his father were at home. The guy was very nervous and shouted into the phone for Yao Bing to explain to them what was happening. The guy with the bandaged hand did not understand what kind of guests we were talking about. Ao Tian silently read the book, sitting next to him. Suddenly there was a crash outside the door. A man's voice shouted and asked if they really thought those guards would stop him. One of the guards was severely beaten and his face was blistered and swollen. He was unable to resist anything in an unequal battle. The man knocked down the door and asked where Wei Qi Ao Tian was. Tian was stunned and asked Mr. He and Master Tai why they came. The master approached a little and calmly said that the contract and petition for protection were for them. At one point, he stated that from now on he would no longer do any business with Wei Qi. His assistant was holding a suitcase. Mr. supported his colleague and said that he was also terminating the contract. Ao Tian was shocked and asked why they came to this decision. One of the men pointed his finger at his son and said that he wanted to kill young Master Yao, so he didn't want to cooperate with them anymore. Suddenly, Ao Tian's servant ran into the office. He was worried and said breathlessly that Master Gao had arrived. A few seconds later, a stern-looking blond man with a long mustache and beard entered the room. Tian immediately began to kindly greet Master Gao. He asked how he could help the kind gentleman. The master asked him to shut up and said that he was here to complete all their affairs. He said that he would not sell them the materials mentioned in the contract. This statement shocked Master Wei Qi. There was only shock and utter bewilderment on his face. With a shout, he asked if he was doing all this because of Yao Bing. Master Gao calmly answered him that this was exactly so. He said that young Master Yao saved him. He was very grateful to him, but Ao Tian's son wanted to kill him and he cannot stay away. The perplexed Master Wei Qi told Master Gao that he would have to compensate for the cancellation of their agreement. But the master was not at all puzzled by this and he said that it would be no problem to do it, and his lawyer would talk to him later. One of the masters told him that he needed to predict Wei Qi's next actions and get ahead of him so that he would not harm young Master Yao. Master Gao simply said loudly that he had said everything he wanted to say. It was clear from his facial expression that he was tired of their company. He began to quickly move away and said that he no longer wanted to stay here for a second. Meanwhile, Yao Bing's voice came from the phone, asking Wei Qi if he liked his gift and what he would do now. It was a sunny and hot day. Yao Bing was enjoying a solo game of basketball in his villa. Suddenly the phone rang. The young man picked up the phone and in between began to wipe his sweaty face. Beads of sweat flowed all over his body. Xiao Bei brought him a bottle of water. It turned out that Wei Qi Ao Tian called the guy. Yao Bing asked what happened. Wei said that he found the magician named Jing Lu, whom he asked to find. He asked what he should do with the magician. The young man asked him to bring the magician to his home. These words seemed tempting to the young man. Yao Bing stressed to bring him to the place where he sent his men to do harm to him. Wei Qi said that he remembered this place. Blue-eyed Xiao Bei was worried and asked the young man if something had happened. Her hands trembled slightly with excitement. Yao told her that he would sort things out and she wouldn't have to hide in his house anymore, but the girl bowed her head and said that she should live here. Shocked, Bean asked if he had said something, but the girl immediately laughed and said that she didn't say anything. After some time, a black minibus stopped at the indicated place. His door opened. The bound magician did not understand who these people were who captured him. He screamed with all his might for them to let him go. One of the men in black kicked him out of the minibus, saying that he had already gotten them. The tied-up long-haired guy fell face down on the ground and couldn't even move from powerlessness. A moment later, Yao Bing approached him and said with a smile that they had met again. The magician was shocked to see him. The two men in black bowed down to the young master and said that they had brought Jing Kuai Lu, and now they were leaving. The young man praised them, smilingly saying that they had done a pretty good job. Jing Kuai shouted that he acted meanly, because he waited until he got drunk and grabbed him. Yao asked if he really wanted to call him a coward. He added that in this case, he would give him one chance to escape. The guy's ropes were untied and he could run away. The magician did not waste the opportunity and immediately began to run away with all his might. He also left behind a fog. It was a demonic fog that the cunning man used to mislead Yao Bing and escape. While running, he smiled insidiously and in his thoughts called the guy a fool, because it turned out to be much easier to manipulate him than he thought. But the cunning man rejoiced early in his victory. Suddenly, there was a sound of wind. It was the young master who managed to catch up with the scoundrel. Bean turned out to be much smarter than the cunning man thought. Suddenly, he jumped on him, reminding him that he was giving him a chance to escape. The hero watched with a smile at the powerless enemy, who could barely move. He asked what he would do now. Jing Kuai Lu shook himself off and asked why he needed him. Because they were not enemies. Yao Bing asked how they could not be enemies if he tried to kill him. Kuai pretended to know nothing and said that he did not understand what he was talking about. In his mind, he told himself that this was probably the only way to escape. Yao Bing asked him 3 questions, namely where Master Lu was, who he was working for, and how many crimes he had committed in order to kill him. Jing Kuai fell into a stupor and his eyes widened in shock. It was as if he had swallowed his tongue and didn't know what to answer the guy. Suddenly, he pressed his hands to his chest and began to make strange sounds. He bent his knees slightly, barely able to stand. Yao Bing did not understand what was happening to him. He looked in bewilderment at the magician groaning in pain. But it turned out that this was an insidious maneuver by a scoundrel. Suddenly he looked sternly at the hero, as if preparing to tear him to pieces. At that very moment he swung at the hero, but Yao only grabbed his hand, calling this technique too childish. Jing Kuai Lu looked at him like a victim, shouting that he would immediately grind him to smithereens. There was sick hatred in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the insidious enemy used an incomprehensible technique. Purple smoke rose all around. Yao Bing did not understand what was happening. Demonic smoke engulfed the entire area where the main character was. The young man was nervous, but tried to keep a cool mind. At the same time, Jing Kuai Lu was already outside the demonic smoke. It seemed to him that he had finally defeated his opponent. But suddenly blood began to pour out of his mouth in copious amounts. It was liquid and dark in color. Jing said that it took him years to do this move, but it is the only way to escape from this degenerate. The magician stood up from the ground and brushed himself off, quietly calling the guy a stupid child, because when he was just born, Kuai was already studying magic. Meanwhile, Yao Bing was trapped by the demonic smoke, unable to escape. The smoke began to affect the guy. The smoke began to soak into his skin. he didn't understand what it was, because even the Demon King couldn't stop it. From one action he loses his mind. Suddenly, the young man became even more wary, because a wave of demonic smoke seemed to be about to be absorbed into him. At that very moment he screamed in pain, because his fears were not in vain. The smoke began to penetrate him like an electric shock. Yao Bing fell to his knees and screamed in pain. Everything around him swam before his eyes, and it was as if someone had possessed him. Suddenly the young man received a warning that a crying demon was trying to take possession of his soul. But the young man was unable to resist. From powerlessness, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Some time passed, but Yao Bing still lay motionless. He showed no signs of life. A man noticed his body from afar. He immediately began to run headlong, loudly stomping his boots on the ground. The man in uniform immediately ran up to young Master Yao. He was very scared, and over the radio they asked him what happened. The man radioed that Yao Bing had lost consciousness, but there were no injuries. He asked Gu Shi if he wanted to take a look at it. Employee Shi immediately radioed that she was on her way and asked her partner to guard the young master's body. The uniformed man kindly complied and took Yao Bing in his arms. The people around watched what was happening in amazement. After some time, the young man was in the doctor's office, who examined him. The girl asked Dr. Zhang if he was okay. Zhang replied that he had no external wounds, but that he needed to be taken to the hospital for a full examination as he may have brain damage. A cute girl with brown hair listened excitedly to the doctor's recommendations. Ah Su stood behind her. Dr. Zhang began to leave the office. The faithful girl remained with Yao Bing, who was still unconscious. She gently took the young man's hand. The girl was mentally ill and hurt for the young man. She put his hand to her cheek, and with tears in her eyes began to beg him to wake up. The girl was very worried about the guy. One of the tears flowed down the cute girl's cheek, and then began to fall on the guy's face. Yao Bing was in a dark place in his mind. A tear had almost reached his face. At one point, she finally reached her goal and landed on his nose. The young man began to come to his senses. Suddenly he opened his eyes and took a sharp breath. The guy was very scared, because he didn't understand where he was. He was lying in Xiao Bei's arms. Yao Bing asked what he was doing here, to which the girl replied that she was just hiding here and saw him lying unconscious. The young man immediately used the digital system to find out more information about his personal location. The young man was very nervous because it was all very strange. He continued to scroll through the tablet. It turned out that he needed to defeat the crying demon of the underworld within 24 hours, otherwise he would not be able to return back. But looking a little lower, the young man saw that he had 15 minutes and 6 seconds left to complete the task. Xiao said that the crying demon, and Kings Qin Guang and Chu Jiang are still guarding outside in case anyone tries to sneak in. She excitedly added that these underworld demons had not attacked the guest house before. She asked what happened then. Yao Bing decided that now was not the time for discussions. He asked her to wait here. The young man told Xiao Bei that he needed to discuss his plan with the kings. The girl sat on the bed and asked him to be careful. After a while, Yao Bing was already in the lobby of the guest house. Everything around looked gloomy, and the sky was gray and dark. Inside, the souls of the kings communicated with each other. The young man entered the room and began to think about how to address them. At one point he asked for forgiveness and asked the kings if they were finished with their plan. One of them replied that demons use human life for sacrifices, but they could not interfere for one reason. He added that if he does not have a brush from the scribe Yen Lua Wang, it is a yen element. The king said that this brush would make a good weapon. The young man used the tablet to check the presence of a brush, but he was upset because they didn't have it in their stores. The kings continued to discuss interpersonal topics. One of them gave the other a great idea. He told the guy that while they could not find a brush, so as not to waste time, the young man could learn the skill of the scribe Yen Lua Wang. Yao Bing used the gadget and said that to achieve mastery, he needed a second-level skill. He began to look for the necessary information in the history section. After a while he exclaimed that he had found the section he needed. The young man's hair stood on end, and information began to flow into his mind. The skill increased. The young man smiled and said that it was not as difficult as he imagined. After just a few minutes, he confidently raised his hand as he was ready to fight. The kings behind him joyfully declared battle. Demons were already flying up to the hero from behind and were about to deliver an insidious blow from behind. But the young man was not so simple and ruined all their plans. He immediately turned around and directed the radiation towards the demon. Yao Bing's fingers emitted a bright yellow color. At the last moment, this stopped the demon. The demon was immobilized and could not resist the young master. The young man continued the procedure. Finally, the reconciliation of souls began, which Yao Bing was obliged to do. The reconciliation scale had to reach 100%. The guy was surprised and could not believe that the more souls he pacified, the more the skill strengthened. A crowd of demons flew at him from all sides, planning to deal with him mercilessly, but the hero stood confidently on his feet. He pacified the demon souls one after another, preventing them from causing the slightest harm to himself. The demon did not have the opportunity to resist and lost to him in this fight. The young man's skill continued to increase. After a while, the young man's entire hand emitted a bright orange light. Yao Bing himself was surprised. Finally, all 100 souls were pacified, and the task was completed, but suddenly something strange began to happen to the young man. After some time, Yao Bing woke up. The moon was shining brightly outside the window, and the sky was greenish. The young man woke up in bed, and not in the underworld. Little by little he came to his senses. His gaze was calm. The guy raised his head and noticed that Yao had fallen asleep, lying on his bed. He turned to her to wake her up. But the girl continued to sleep soundly. Yao Bing touched her because he wanted to know why she was here. This bore fruit and Yao finally woke up. For the first few seconds she did not understand what was happening. But at one moment she was glad that Yao Bing had finally woken up. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. The young man asked why she was here and not at home, to which the girl replied that she heard about his problems, that's why she came. She bowed her head in disappointment and asked if he knew that his grandfather kicked his father out of the Mo family. Yao Bing was surprised and replied that he knew nothing about it. He expressed interest and asked if it was because of him. Yao said that she had long known that her father constantly hired people to kill the young man. She stated that she was no longer a child and could find out the truth herself. Yao Bing asked for forgiveness and said that he was afraid that the truth would hurt her. Said that if she had not found out that something was wrong and asked Leader Leng to come to him, then no one knows how it would have ended. The young man with surprised eyes asked where Jing Kuai Lu was now. He was very worried about this. Yao replied that Lady Shi and Chief Leng went to get him. She also added that if they find him, they will call her. Yao Bing silently thought about all this. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the phone lying next to the bed. The young man reached for the phone to make a call. He understood that he could not leave the girl here. Yao politely asked her to leave for a moment, saying that he needed to call someone. The girl did not contradict him. She kindly complied with his request and left the room into the corridor. The light was shining brightly in the corridor. Yao Bing put his head on the pillow and called his opponent. He greeted him politely. Meanwhile, from Wei Qi's bedroom, a huge moon could be seen against the background of an emerald sky and a large number of stars. Wei shouted and asked what he needed, and didn't his father send Jing Kuai Lu to him? He was very angry with Yao Bing. He continued to insult him and asked him to stop this meaningless talk and give him Master Hu's number. But young Master Yao Bing decided not to listen to the stream of nonsense that his rival was talking about. He just hung up. His face was serious, and in his thoughts he said that there are things that only Master Hu can answer. Meanwhile, the sun was setting over the villa palace where the master had arrived. The sky was yellow and colorful. A neat woman in black asked if he was Master Hu. The man smiled and asked to be excused for disturbing him. The woman asked him to follow her. The master looked around and told himself that the territory was large, but still they did not know how to organize the landscape. A few minutes later the master opened the door and entered the office. He was very surprised and asked Yao Bing what happened to him. The young man calmly asked him to sit down and said that he had minor problems, so he would need the help of a master. Yao Bing sat with bags under his eyes. He told Hu that he once asked him if he had seen anything suspicious. The young man's story dragged on for some time. The sun had almost set behind the horizon, and the guy finally finished his story. The master said that this is not surprising, because he knows nothing about ancient magic, but can use modern magic. Yao Bing said that he needed to study yin-yang magic. He asked the master how he could study it. Master Hu smiled and said that if he didn't mind, he could join his order, and promised to accept him. The young master paid tribute and told the master that it was a great honor for him. He smiled sincerely at the master. But suddenly, who grabbed his hands and said that he needed to allow him something to do this. With wide eyes, he begged to be allowed to decorate his estate, since he could not look at this disgrace and waste of money. Yao Bing tiredly, but looked at him with a smile and gave his consent. In his thoughts, he admired the master's so much energy. Meanwhile, in Mo Li Chuan's room, the servants tried to calm down Master Mo, saying that he had nothing to worry about. The master said that they underestimated Yao Bing, but the servant said that Jing Kuai Lu knew what to say and do. Gritting his teeth in anger, Chuan said that his father was so protective of this boy that he kicked his own son out of the house. The servant told the master that if his father was acting like this because of Yao Bing, then they should kill this boy. Li Chuan looked him seriously in the eyes and asked if he himself was confident that they could do this. The bristly man replied that last time he simply didn't give it his all. Killing him is the same as killing a mosquito, but there is one problem. The master nervously asked what we were talking about. In the servant's words he found something to hope for. The man said that in order to get rid of the boy, he needed the cooperation of the young lady. Master Mo Li Chuan adjusted his glasses and promised to contact Shi Yao, and also ordered him not to let him down again. Yao Bing was in his office studying himself. He was worried because he didn't succeed the first time. But suddenly, the learning process was interrupted by a phone call. The young man immediately looked away from his reading. He answered the call, and Shi Yao began screaming into the phone that she urgently needed help. The young man became wary here. The phone call was interrupted at that very moment, lasting only 11 seconds. The hero stood up from the table with the phone in his hands. For the first few seconds, he stood thinking about his plan of action. At one point, he used the amulet and gave him the command to immediately find out Shi Yao's location. After some time, it became dark outside, and the amulet led the owner to the very outskirts. The young man continued to follow the amulet. He opened the gate and was wary because he didn't know what to expect. Entering the house, Yao Bing tried to turn on the light, but there was no electricity. He was wary, but said that he was not afraid of the dark. The amulet continued to indicate the direction to its owner, and the young man confidently walked forward. He needed to go up to the second floor. While in the corridor, he heard a woman crying behind one of the doors. The voice seemed familiar to him and he thought it was Shi Yao. The young man nervously tried to open the door, but it did not open. He asked Shi to move away from her in order to knock her out. The girl followed his advice and moved away from the door. At that same moment, the young man kicked the door. Shi Yao was handcuffed to the bed. There was fear and panic in her eyes, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Frightened, Yao Bing immediately freed the girl. He began to ask why she was here and who did this. But the terribly frightened girl could not answer anything, and in response he heard only crying. The guy hugged her and tried to calm her down. But at one point something completely unexpected happened. Footsteps were heard along the corridor. A woman's voice called the guy. Shi Yao walked down the corridor, holding her hands to her chest in fear. Walking down the corridor, she asked if Yao Bing was here. The young man was surprised and wary as Shi was enclosed in his arms. He didn't understand what was happening. The girl, with tears in her eyes, became even more frightened. She told the guy that she was the one who wanted to kill her. The young man was wary, but did not understand anything at all. He silently looked into the girl's eyes. A female voice from the corridor continued to approach the room where the young couple was, asking the hero where he was. The girl told Yao Bing that when she came here, she bumped into someone similar to her. The guy realized that this must be someone's illusion, but the amulet did not warn him about anything happening here. He was very thoughtful. The girl pressed herself even closer to the young man, and her double finally reached the doorway leading into the room. The young man told the girl in the doorway to go to hell. There was surprise and some fear in his eyes. But unexpectedly for the guy, the girl grabbed him with her hands. The young man did not understand what was happening and was very nervous. She smiled and asked why he was avoiding her. Didn't he like her, and why didn't he die for her then? Suddenly, Qing Ming's lanterns were activated. The bed flew apart into different parts of the room, and the young man was thrown back by the wave. The hero's amulet was still in the air, indicating absolutely no direction. Yao Bing was stunned as the Shi Yao he was holding in his arms disappeared. He didn't understand anything at all. Suddenly, a clone of Yao Bing appeared and asked him if he really wanted to burn Mo Shi. He was condescending. But the main character looked him sternly in the eyes and asked who he was and what he wanted. he was told that Shi Yao would remain alive only after 5 blows. Yao Bing realized that in order to fight the 5 demons, he needed to use a magic skill. The young man used the gadget and discovered the location of each of the 5 demons. In his thoughts he said that no matter what, he felt sorry for them. He realized that 2 demons were in the room next door. The guy analyzed the situation in order to think through the course of his further actions. Ao Tian asked the master if he was sure that everything would work out. He replied that the guy has no chance, because the demons lure him into a trap and kill him. Insidious demons were about to attack the young man. The guy's clone said that 5 demons can kill 1 magician. One of the kings angrily shouted that all this was nothing compared to the death of the soul. He screamed at the top of his voice. The treacherous man was dumbfounded by the appearance of King Qingguang, and Ao Tian shouted that he should not have trusted him in the first place. He was about to leave when suddenly the door opened in front of him. Tian immediately ground his teeth in fear. An incomprehensible label was stuck to his face, and he himself was terribly scared. His eyes were bulging and his teeth were clenched tightly. Yao Bing calmly entered the room and told Ao Tian, who was standing in a stupor, that he would deal with him later. The guy looked into Master Lu's eyes and said that they had met again. The master was very angry and did not know what to say. Frightened, Master Lu decided to use teleportation to escape from young Master Bin. But the attempt was in vain and nothing followed his words. His fingers did not emit any magic. The bristly master just looked at what was between his 2 fingers. There was only bewilderment and misunderstanding of the situation on his face. Yao Bing told the master, who did not understand the situation, that he should have predicted that he was using demons. The insidious Lu approached Shi Yao and shouted that he would kill her if the young man came closer. But out of nowhere, King Qingguang appeared behind him and was on the young man's side. Lu became very nervous. The king immediately grabbed the scoundrel by the neck with a strong hand, squeezing it tightly. The master could not resist him with anything. Yao Bing was next to Shi Yao. He asked the king not to kill the master, because they still had something to talk to him about. Qingguang obeyed and threw the scoundrel to the floor. Lu rolled on his back on the floor, gritting his teeth in pain. Young Master Yao began to ask about who he was working for and what he had done to Zhao Xiaobei. The master held his head because it hurt. He gritted his teeth and looked into the enemy's face, not intending to give any answers to the questions. But his rebellion was quickly stopped as demonic hands were already at his head. The demon's hands immediately began to strangle the rebellious master, and he began to scream with all his might in incredible pain. After a few seconds, he shouted that he would tell everything. The demon's hands released the victim and left him alone. Lu said that he transplanted a zombie embryo into her body to turn her into a zombie, but she committed suicide and he decided to destroy all the evidence. Yao Bing said that zombies are not as dangerous and not as strong as demons. He asked if he had killed so many people to hide it. Master Lu smiled and panicked and sweated, not knowing how to answer the master's question. Ao Tian stood silently with a sticker on his face. The young master asked him not to worry and said that the demons did not hear or see them. Lu said that this all relates to one influential family in Panhai. He said that he could talk about it if in exchange Yao would not kill him. The hero calmly looked into his eyes and promised to spare him if he told him everything. Lu said that Xiao Bei is the niece of Kong Shanren, who has yang magic, but her mother was at enmity with him and ignored all the rules of the cult. But he also added that on the other hand, when a body with increased power becomes a zombie, it is capable of absorbing human souls. And this is done in order to use the magic of eternal youth. During the story, the master was sweating from nerves. The story about eternal youth interested the young man. For several seconds he silently reflected on what he had heard. It was deep night outside, but the sky was full of stars. The stars, combined with the moon, illuminated the earth brightly. A black car stopped in front of the palace. The powerless Shi Yao was wrapped in a white blanket and placed in the back seat of the car. Blue-eyed Miss, she said softly that the wolf will not eat the wolf, and this guy is even worse than animals. Yao Bing called Miss to the trunk to show her something. Miss immediately paid attention and began to move towards him. The young man opened the trunk of the car, in which lay a body wrapped in a blanket and tied with ropes. It turned out that Master Lu was tied up in the trunk, his mouth gagged with a rag. He tried to scream and call for help, but he couldn't. Yao Bing told Miss Shi that this was Master Lu and he took part in the theft of Shi Yao. the young man said that he could only hand him over to them, since there was nowhere to hide him. Miss kindly agreed to provide a favor and take care of the insidious master. Lu became even more nervous. Young Master Yao smiled and asked not to kill him for now, since they would need him in the future. She obeyed him. Meanwhile, Wei Qi could not sleep because someone was knocking very loudly on his door. At that very moment the guy screamed in anger. He asked what was happening there and why they weren't letting him sleep, because it was already midnight. The door to the room was opened by the guy's father, Ao Tian, who told his son that he needed to talk to him. Wei Qi didn't understand what was happening. The conversation between them lasted 10 minutes. The guy was stunned, because he learned that his father agreed to Yao Bing's demands and was leaving Panhai. Ao Tian put his hand on his son's shoulder and said that he was already an adult and there were things that he no longer wanted to hide from him. He sat on the bed and said that if they did not leave Panhai today, they would have the same consequences as Lu Chang. With sweat on his face from excitement, he began to say that when he was told about this, he realized that he was involved in the disappearance of Lu Chang. Getting out of bed, the father said that there was nothing to worry about, because they were only hiding now. In the future the day would come when they could take revenge on him. Standing at the door, he added that besides all this, Wei Qing should no longer think about Mo Shiyao. The blue-eyed guy gritted his teeth in anger and said that he would deal with that geek Mo Li Chuan later. Ao Tian did not say anything to him and left the room, loudly slamming the door behind him. Wei Qi was left alone with himself. He was in a lousy mood. He thought about Yao Bing angrily. The guy said that Yao was forcing them to leave Panhai. They will never be able to be in the same room again. Master Hu, meanwhile, was doing what he loved, namely enriching and improving Yao Bing's estate. The young man approached the master and asked if he knew who Shan Zhenren was talking about, who replied that he was one of the 4 outstanding experts. Yao Bing inquired with particular interest what kind of person he was. He was curious about the topic of studying magic. The master casually replied that he had no idea, since he was not familiar with the outstanding expert of yin-yang magic. But still, he began to say that once he met with an expert at a festival, he seemed to him a serious person. Yao Bing looked at the floor a little upset and said that it was true. Master Hu asked why he needed this. The young man simply turned away and said as he left that he was just curious. He waved and began to walk away. But in his thoughts, the young man wondered whether he should tell his aunt the truth, and whether Shan Zhenren could be trusted. Xiao Bei interrupted his thoughts. She exclaimed that the postman had brought a letter for him. The guy immediately turned his attention to the girl. The letter indicated that the meeting would be held at the hotel, and it was signed by Lin Yunfeng. Yao Bing heard this name for the first time and decided to ask the master. He called Master Kai and asked if he knew anything about a person with that name. The master answered the young man that Lin is one of the 3 great families in Jiadong, and Lin Yunfeng is the head of the family. Master Kai also added that he had never met him, but he had heard that at 20 years old, he had achieved a lot. The guy thanked him for his answer. After 2 minutes of the call, the master called the young man a kid, asking if he was still angry with him. The young man exhaled, intending to give him a clear and understandable answer to his question. He slightly didn't like his tone. He said that everyone has their own business and he understands the choice of the master. He asked him not to speak like a stranger, because they had a lot in common. Xiao Bei was worried about Yao Bing. There was fear in her charming blue eyes and she wondered if something had happened. The young man answered her that everything was fine, but it was just strange that such a person had invited him to his place. Xiao at one point said that he believed he knew the reason why, out of the blue, he was invited by such an influential member. She smiled and said that he was an outstanding person, although maybe he didn't understand it yet, or maybe he just needs help, or maybe friendship. The words of the sweet girl greatly surprised the young man, so much so that he looked at her with bulging eyes for several seconds. Soon, he laughed and said that he understood everything. Xiao Bei managed to cheer him up with her words. Yao Bing said that he would be at a rally the other evening. There was a cup of herbal tea on his table. Finally, it was time for the meeting. The young man went to Ju He's hotel. It was already dark outside. Lin Yunfeng was waiting for the guy in the main hall of the hotel. The powerful man's bodyguard whispered to the boss that Yao Bing was already here. The guy casually entered the hotel building. He kept his hands in his pockets. A modest man in a brown suit was walking towards him. The secretive man deliberately touched the guy with his shoulder, while pulling the invitation out of his pocket. Yao Bing did not feel anything and did not attach any importance. A hotel employee approached the young man and asked if he could help with anything. Yao replied that he came to the party. The guy reached into his pocket for the invitation, but it wasn't there. He became nervous because he didn't understand where it had gone. The security guard said that he had no right to let you in without an invitation. Bean said he would call his people to get it. But the hotel security guard pushed the young man, shouting and asking how Ling could invite such a poor man to the party. The phone fell out of the guy's hands. The hotel employee became rude and began to kick the young man out of the hotel. The young man's phone was still lying on the floor. One of the people around asked what was the matter, to which one girl said that she thought someone was trying to sneak into the hotel. The young man picked up the phone, and the security guard still threw mud at him and ordered him to leave the hotel immediately. Lin Yunfeng's bodyguard promised the boss that this would not happen again, to which he replied that there was no need for this. Feng walked along the corridor and in his thoughts told himself that Yao Bing was a simple fool who was not even suitable to be his opponent. Yao smiled and asked the guard if this is how the Juhe Hotel greets its guests, to which he replied that the young man is not worthy to be a guest. Bean casually took out a black card from his pocket, asking how about this and whether it was worthy enough. The guard was extremely shocked when he saw the black card. He immediately snatched it from the guy's hands and began to admire it. Yao Bing scratched his nose with a smile and began to assure the guy that this was not a fake black card. The guard immediately admitted he was wrong and asked the young man to get up from the floor. The guy replied that he felt comfortable sitting on the floor. Suddenly, a man in a business suit told the young man that he was their special guest and asked him not to pay attention to the boorish guard. The man looked sternly into the boor's eyes, and the ridiculous guard fell to his knees in shock. There was sweat and tears on his face, and his lower jaw was uncontrollable in surprise. He couldn't put two words together. Yao Bing told him that if his job was to greet guests, then he should not look so pitiful, otherwise people would stop coming here. The calm man in glasses and a business suit asked Master Yao not to worry about it, and promised to sort everything out. Soon, Yao Bing was led into the guest hall. A man in a business suit pulled out a chair for him as a sign of respect. The young man looked around and said in his thoughts that he couldn't believe that there were so many people here. At one moment he was very surprised, because he saw the beauty see, she was wearing a long green dress. Yao Bing asked why she was here, but she approached him and asked him in a whisper to pretend that they did not know each other. She said that this could all be a trap because Feng had suddenly invited the entire great family from Panhai, instructing her to go in his place. The young man stood up from the table and grabbed a piece of peanuts in his hand, after which he put it in his pocket. He looked around and didn't understand why he was invited here if there were big shots here. All this seemed strange to him. Finally, Yunfeng's Ling stepped onto the stage and began to give his speech. People listened to him with admiration. With a glass of wine in his hand, he thanked all the guests for coming. He also said that to begin with, he would like to say a toast. He looked around at the guests present and decided to make a request to them. Everyone listened to him silently and attentively. Lightly shaking the glass of red wine, Lin Yunfeng asked all the dear guests to make themselves comfortable. But people did not even hide their disrespect for him. They looked emotionlessly at the guy making a speech. Young Master Yao Bing calmly ate peanuts and said that it seems that no one here respects this guy. C said that the baby understood something. At one point, one of the men present stood up. Angrily, he asked Mr. Ling to stop cheating, and asked what he wanted. The guy agreed to get straight to the problem. He said there was something important he needed to talk to them about. With a serious face, he began to tell that it had recently been reported that Funan's influence was spreading to the north, approaching Hua Bei. To sum it up, he said that for this reason, he would like to unite them as the Hua Bei line to counter them. Yao Bing asked Miss Shi in a whisper who Funan's influence was. The blue-eyed girl was about to answer him in a whisper. She whispered that Funan's influence was the Zhang family. The guy listened to her with interest. Feng said that the Zhang family is the most powerful and controls both the Bai and He gangs. He also heard that they wanted to expand their influence to the north. After the story was over, one of those present asked what course of action he proposed. Lin Yunfeng realized that he had managed to interest everyone present and draw attention to himself. He stated that if they want to fight them, they definitely need a leader, after which, he announced that he was appointing himself the head of this union. After the statement of the self-appointed leader, everyone present in the hall began to discuss his statements among themselves. One of the men supported Feng, but added that Pan Hai has Master Chao and Mo, plus Lin does not control all of Jiadong. Yao Bing continued to eat peanuts and said that this guy seems to disagree, but he doesn't have the courage to say it directly. And she told him that all this is because all the people here are subordinates. If the situation doesn't change, they don't want to fall under Feng's hot hand. Lin Yunfeng stated that only he is the strongest physically and intellectually here, regardless of the city, and she fundamentally disagreed with his high opinion of herself, but remained silent and covered herself with a fan. At one point, she unexpectedly pointed her fan at Yao Bing, who was eating peanuts, so much so that the peanut flew out of his hands. The young man found himself in an awkward position, and those present turned their gaze to him. The guy looked at the people silently. One of the men said that Feng is overestimating himself, because physically and intellectually Xiao Tao from Pan Hai is definitely not lagging behind. Miss Shi silently watched everything that was happening, and Yao Bing was slightly embarrassed, because all the attention was directed to him. The young man stood up and said that the creation of the Huabei Alliance and the search for a leader are equally important. They should not come to a conclusion too quickly. Lin Yunfeng looked at him with a serious look, and at that very moment declared that he agreed with his opinion. But he still added that in his opinion, Yao Bing is too eager for the title of leader. The guy agreed because he didn't hide it. He confidently said that he expressed a great desire to be a leader, and there was nothing wrong with that, because everyone present wanted it. The young man also asked Lin if he was throwing a party just because he wanted the title. Feng said that was true. Lin Feng asked if the idiot who was being mocked by the hotel staff dared to compete with him. Yao Bing realized that this was his doing. The young man looked into the eyes of the insidious boy, eager to gain the power of the leader. Lin Yunfeng said that he just wanted to test his skills, but he never thought that he would be so bad. But something completely unexpected happened to him. Yao Bing swung his fist and punched him in the nose with all his might. The blow was of enormous force. Lin Yunfeng's blood splashed in all directions, and he screamed in pain. Lin was dumbfounded by this act. He grabbed his bleeding nose and looked angrily at the young man, not knowing how to insult him. Yao Bing looked sternly into his eyes and said that he simply did not want to fight with them, but that did not mean that he could dominate him. The hero's action angered Lin Yunfeng. He said his name quietly, intending to tell him everything. Seriously looking the guy in the eyes, he asked if he really advocated for Pan Hai to start a war against Ling. Yao Bing asked him to stop being so confident and only hit him because he deserved it. This does not apply to Pan Hai. Charming Miss C folded her fan. She slowly approached the young man, intending to express her opinion. Placing her hand on the guy's shoulder, she said that he could not be Pan Hai's representative, but she supported him on behalf of the Mo family. People started discussing the guy. One of the people said that it didn't matter who it was, the main thing was that they couldn't let Lin Feng become the leader of Huabei. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and the honorable guest entered. It was Master Chao. He asked forgiveness for being late. People were glad to see him and decided to listen to his opinion about it. The master said that he heard that Ling wants to unite all countries into the Huabei Union. Feng confirmed his intentions. Chao supported him and said that the Zhangs are the biggest family in the south and they want to confront them. Lin praised his clear understanding of everything. Master Chao said that for this occasion, he appoints Yao Bing as the leader of the Huabei line. These words plunged Lin Yunfeng into complete shock and stupor. His pupils shrank in size from his daze. The master said that although he is young, his reputation and abilities are no joke, therefore, he is capable enough for this position. Lin Feng asked the others present if they were all choosing Yao Bing to be the leader of the Huabei lineage. All those present immediately raised their fists and began to shout that they all wanted to see Master Yao in the role of leader. Lin said that if they say so, then they should cooperate equally to avoid any misunderstanding in the future. He showed the badge and said that he made it for the Huabei Union. It can be divided into 2 parts. The tree is unique, it cannot be cloned. Each of them will keep a part. After 10 days the one who can get another part for a full badge will become the leader of the union. Lin Yunfeng confidently asked Yao Bing what he thought and whether he dared to accept this challenge. The young man grabbed part of the badge and said that of course he accepted the challenge, but was worried that his opponent had little guts. Feng wished everyone a bon appetit and said that Ling would take care of the party. He turned around and began to leave. Yao Bing looked at the wooden badge, and Miss Shi told him that he should be careful, because the task was not easy. But the young man assured her in a calm tone that there was no need to worry, since he was not interested in this position. He also added that although he is not interested in the position, he should teach this guy a lesson. Miss C agreed with him. Late at night, the young man and the miss were driving in a car. The moon, stars and street lamps illuminated the road brightly. She asked if he wanted her to appoint Ling as captain to protect him, but the guy said that he wants them to consider him weaker. The blue-eyed girl asked what the young man was doing at the moment. Meanwhile, she was driving a car. Yao Bing put the badge in his pocket and said that he knew that Master Chow and Mo had indeed offered it, but everyone else just went with the flow, and if they wanted to make him a victim, they would have to give him something. Miss Shi confirmed that he was right and said that he should enjoy some advantages over them. She also emphasized that it is worth doing this so that they all remember this time. Finally, the girl stopped the car in front of the young man's house. He asked her to be careful on the road. Getting out of the car, the young man said goodbye to Miss C. The girl began to drive away and waved after him. The young man went to bed because it was already late at night. The sunny morning came very quickly. Yao Bing was fast asleep in his room, but suddenly, his peace was disturbed by a loud knock on the door. The door to the young man's room was opened by a frightened Xiao Bei, who said that there were a lot of people downstairs and they wanted to see him. The sleepy young man reluctantly began to get up. He wiped his eyes and asked if people were really looking for him. He began to put on his clothes and told Xiao Bei that she could go, and he would figure it out himself. The young man got dressed and went down to the first floor of the house in order to figure out what was happening on the street. Everyone present was surprised when they saw the guy. Yao Bing didn't understand why they were here if it was only 6 in the morning. The guy sat down on a chair and asked the people why they all suddenly came here at such an early hour. All 4 men in business suits bowed slightly to the guy. They respectfully asked the young man to become the leader of the Hua Bei Alliance. Yao Bing asked if Ling Yunfeng was not only good at martial arts, but also influential. Isn't he much better suited to be a leader than he is? One of the men excitedly told the young master that this position is important. It is not like a child's game. The young man listened to the man and smiled, saying in his thoughts that they had fallen into his trap. At that very moment he asked what the man was offering. Since he called this position so important, the man was speechless from surprise. Yao Bing said that speaking of his abilities, he is much better than Lin Feng. However, when it comes to the environment, he is definitely stronger. The young man also added that to fill this gap, Master Mo gave him his Zhang Luo estate, and Master Chow the Ju Hai Hotel. At one point, he looked sternly into the man's eyes and asked if they needed him to compete with Ling Fen. What could they offer? The 2 men nervously looked at each other, unable to put 2 words together out of excitement. Yao Bing, in a condescending tone, asked one of the men what he had thought of during these few minutes of reflection. The man asked him with a smile, how about he give the karaoke to Ming Hao to the young man? This is to show his loyalty. Yao asked Master Lu why he was giving him a bar that brought in little money and wasn't he going to sell it. The master immediately became nervous. He scratched the back of his head in a sweat, trying to think of an answer for the young man. The second master shouted and asked him to stop pretending in front of the young master, because he knew him well. He kept telling him to stop beating around the bush. The 3 other men were in a stupor. The master also said that he would give Yao a mountain of tea, the profit of which had never been less than 10,000 a year. The rest of the masters immediately got involved and began to promise lands, a beach abroad, and someone even promised a sanatorium. Yao Bing said that it was better and promised his phone number, and his lawyer would contact them about this later. He approached Master Ran and said that he would not take his tea mountain, but he needed him to do him a favor. The master was intrigued by the young master's words, and suggested that they go to another room in order to discuss the details. The young man asked Master Ran what was wrong. The elderly man tried to find words. A few days later, Yao Bing was driving with his mother in the car. She asked why his grandfather needed to look for them. She asked if this meant that he wanted to move the grave of the young man's father. Yao said that grandpa was the one who kicked them out of the family when their father died. Bean asked his aunt to let him talk to them when they met. Mom listened to him and agreed. Finally, the young man and his mother arrived at the palace where his grandfather lived. The weather was sunny outside. A gray-haired man with a long beard was sitting in his chair. He shouted and asked them to kneel down immediately. Mom panicked even more. All she had on her face was fear and excitement. Yao Bing remained calm. He confidently told the old man that they had done nothing wrong to kneel before him. But the old man shouted that the young man forced his uncles to fight each other. The two men looked at the floor in silence. The grandfather continued to loudly repeat that there was always peace in their family, and Yao dared to do this. He ordered them to kneel and apologize to them. But Yao Bing was not going to obey. He smiled boldly and asked why he didn't think so when he kicked them out of the family. The old man immediately jumped up and shouted at the top of his voice and asked how he dared to talk to him like that. The young man's two uncles began to restrain the head. Both men were frightened and began to ask the head not to be angry. One of them said that the young man was still a child and should not be nervous about him. The old man said that the guy was raised by an uneducated woman. He didn't go to school, that's why he has no manners at all. These words hurt Yao Bing and he looked sternly into the eyes of the talkative old man, asking him to close his mouth. The angry grandfather asked if he had said something wrong, and if his mother really hadn't taught him this. The young man decided to no longer tolerate the impertinent expressions of the old talker. In an instant a sharp sound was heard. It turned out that Yao Bing used a bladed weapon and threw it straight at the old man's face. Those around were dumbfounded. One of the men asked how he dared to use weapons in such a place. Did he really want to die? But still, one man carefully examined the weapon, and immediately exclaimed that it was just a piece of paper. The rest of those present were even more perplexed. On everyone's face there was only shock and lack of understanding of what was happening. Yao Bing asked the man why he was fussing now, if before he didn't care about them at all. Yao asked where he was when they were starving. Now that they are rich, they want to be paid to move their father's grave to the ancestral cemetery. The guy pointed his finger at the two uncles and said that they were the ones fighting over the division of money, and they were blaming him for it. Grandfather wiped the cuts with a white handkerchief. He was perplexed and asked why he thought that they wanted to move his father's grave. Yao Bing said that he himself said that he wanted to move his father's grave to the ancestral cemetery, which is why his uncles asked them to pay them millions for this. Grandfather immediately turned a stern look at his uncle, shouting and asking if it was true. Both of them were extremely scared. They began to make excuses that they did not say this, but only said that the Yao family wanted to move to another place, so Bin should help them with money. The young man told his mother that they had deceived her. Mom said that my father's last wish was to be buried in the cemetery of his ancestors. The grandfather said that there was nothing wrong with this, but his grave would have to be moved to another place, because they had not found a suitable place. He admitted that he was guilty of blaming Yao for this. He said that once they found a place, he would allow his father's grave to be with his ancestors. After the words were spoken, the old man said that they could leave here. The sky was still clear and blue. Yao Bing's mother walked forward, but suddenly the guy put his hand on her shoulder, asking her to wait a little. The guy turned around and shouted, asking if the old man would satisfy his wish if he could help him find a place in Feng Shui. The grandfather replied that such an important matter should not worry children like him. He once again promised that he would allow his father's grave to be moved. Yao Bing took out his phone and suggested seeing whether he could still handle it or not. Two uncles fell to their knees and began to ask the head to kick the young man out of here, because this was not his business at all. The young man took out his phone and dialed Master Ran, who asked if it was the young master calling him. The young man confirmed his identity. The master asked what he could do for the young master. The guy asked if he didn't remember, but Ran assured that the young master need not worry, because he understood everything. Yao Bing told the old man that Jinlong Mountain has a good place, so they can move the ancestors' graves there. The two uncles again put in their 2 cents. One of them shouted and said that it couldn't be the real Master Ran. The young man asked in a calm tone if they didn't recognize his voice, and weren't the Yao family and him business partners. The elderly head said that the voice was indeed similar to the voice of the respected Master Ran. One of the men exclaimed that new technologies now make it possible to fake a voice. He began to assure that the guy could not have the master's number. Suddenly, a strong wind rose and helicopter blades were heard. Yao Bing asked his grandfather to keep his word and move his father's grave. People around began to panic as a helicopter was landing over the palace. Some began to run away in panic. One of the uniformed men in the helicopter shouted to his comrades that they needed to act quickly. He asked his partner to give him a package prepared especially for the young master Yao Bing. At the same moment, a package was dropped from the helicopter, to which a small parachute was attached. Everyone present looked at her flight in surprise. The young man stood calmly and looked into his grandfather's eyes. Without even looking at the package, he grabbed it mid-flight. Everyone around was still shocked. Yao Bing immediately unpacked the cardboard package, which contained a huge amount of important papers. He told Grandpa and the others that this is a contract to transfer Jinlong Mountain. Party A is Mr. Ran. He also added that Party B in signing this contract is he, Yao Bing. The young man handed the documents to his grandfather, asking him to carefully read and familiarize himself with them. The old man narrowed his eyes and began to read. His assistant, who was very nervous, read with him. At one point, the man told the chief that the document had Master Rant's signature on it, and it was real. The uncles immediately began to insist that it was a fake, because such a child could not have such an important document, and his mother clearly had an affair with a rich man. He received a cut to the mouth on his long tongue, after which he fell to the floor, bleeding as he did so. The second uncle was terrified. Yao Bing held a bloody leaf in his hand and sternly declared that if anyone mentioned his mother again, he would cut the throat, not the mouth. The elderly head shouted in anger for the two idiots to be immediately taken out of the room. His order was immediately carried out. The old man told Yao Bing that he had made the family proud of him. Although he was young, he was already very determined. His father can be calm. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he allowed him and his mother to return back to our family, offering to forget about what happened in the past. The young man smiled at his grandfather and said that he was right. The old man believed that these words would be enough to touch him. The young man added that this was all great and abruptly tore the folder with documents out of his grandfather's hands, without letting him understand anything. Yao Bing asked the old man why he thought he would remain the leader of the Yao family. The elderly head was stunned. The young man exclaimed that he had the contract in his hands. If they wanted him to sign, they should allow him to change the head of the family. The old man was dumbfounded and did not know what to do. He asked the young man in surprise if he thought he was going too far. Yao Bing calmly asked what was wrong, and why didn't he find out for himself what he needed. Those around him began to nervously discuss with each other that the young man had gone far, but the current head was old and it was time for him to leave his post. One of the young guys said that he agreed with his opinion, but only as long as he promised to move the graves of Yao's ancestors to Jinlong Mountain. The elderly head almost began to convulse. He just shouted at everyone, calling them just naughty children. Yao Bing, with a smile, told the old man that he should experience this the hard way, because he used the same reason to expel him and his mother. With a smile, he also asked how grandfather felt now. The old man clenched his teeth, but was unable to answer, and simply sat down on the chair. The young man told his mother that it was time for them to go home. Grandfather silently looked after them. The guy turned around and asked the old man to find him as soon as he made a decision about the head of the Yao family. After some time, Yao Bing and his mother drove into the countryside. Mom worriedly asked if her son had gone too far, but the young man simply asked his mother not to worry with a smile, promising to take care of everything. Mom was very worried about her son. He asked his mother to move to the estate at the end of the city with Aunt Hua because he wanted to use the villa to fight his enemies. In his thoughts, the young man firmly decided that the time had come to deal with Long Wenfeng. He had no other choice. After a while, Yao Bing closed the curtains in the living room. Xiao Bei asked if he was sure that he could handle this alone. The young man asked her not to worry and just stay here. As long as he's alive, this is the safest place for her. The girl was very worried. She asked the young man why he was sure that Feng would come today. Yao Bing replied that the 10-day agreement should be concluded tomorrow, which is why he is confident that Lan will come this evening. The guy turned on the TV and decided to relax a bit. Xiao Bei felt something strange and tried to say something. Suddenly, the girl was dumbfounded. Her hair stood on end and her eyes opened wide in surprise. She abruptly squatted down and began to cover her head, screaming loudly. Yao Bing jumped up from the sofa. The girl continued to scream at the top of her voice, holding her head. The young man shouted and asked Xiao Bing to go back. At the baseboard level, waves of fog began to float in the room. Strange sounds came from the other room. The glass door leading into the room from the balcony suddenly opened. Two silhouettes began to head into the room. These were two children, The girl said that there is no signal from the council. It seems that there is only one demon here. The boy was ready to shoot with a slingshot. The boy said that the master talked about the guy's strength, but he thought that the female demon he raised would be stronger. The boy began to walk forward, but suddenly the girl exclaimed to him to be careful. He turned around and asked what was the matter. Yao Bing suddenly jumped out and hit the boy, knocking the slingshot out of his hands. The boy didn't expect this. From the blow, he quickly began to fly towards the girl, who was very frightened and screamed in fear. The screams did not help the boy change his trajectory, as a result of which he nevertheless achieved his goal and crashed into the girl. While the children were recovering, Yao Bing asked where that coward Long Wen Feng was and why he sent them instead of coming here himself. The frightened girl screaming asked him not to approach, threatening that if he touched them, the owner would not leave it like that. But the young man was still not afraid and approached. He only asked the children to answer his question about where Long Wen Feng was. But unexpectedly, from the clouds of fog, a male voice was heard, who asked not to dare harm the children, but rather to aim at him. Because of the fog, a bright purple color began to be visible, as if characterizing someone's appearance in the room. It turned out that it was the treacherous Long Feng. He said that since it was just a flower demon, the young man couldn't even do any harm. Yao Bing asked if he had learned a few techniques, to which one replied that this is so, because he never looks down on his enemies. The young man looked fearlessly into his eyes, and he asked if Yao had not gone from zero to hero thanks to the enlightening magic of Yin Yang. Suddenly, he spread his legs wide and clenched his fists, confidently declaring that he would catch the guy today. Yao Bing became wary, because the golden aura protected the enemy. He was trying to figure out since when Long Wen Feng had her. The enemy decided not to waste a minute of time. The golden aura enhanced his punch, after which he swung at the hero. But the young man was also not simple. He used magic and released an ice shield to protect himself. Long Wen Feng shouted to the guy that if he returned his black card to him, then so be it, he would forgive him. After these words, Yao Bing opened his eyes wide in surprise, and drops of sweat flowed down his face from out of breath. Long Feng had no intention of giving him time to rest. He ran at the guy, but he was about to jump to the side. The dexterity did not let the young man down. He literally drove along the asphalt, finding himself behind enemy lines. At that very moment, he decided to take advantage of the temporary advantage by sharply throwing the card at his opponent. But Long Feng smiled sarcastically and said that it was useless since the aura protected him. The children shouted for the owner to kill the guy as quickly as possible. Just as he was about to attack with a direct blow again, Yao Bing deftly dodged the blow. In his thoughts, he said that it was useless to use a paper amulet, because the golden aura protected him even from demonic cold. But when he told himself about the demonic cold, everything fell into place. A new plan of action was invented. Long Wenfeng asked with a smile, "Why not run away right now?" But the young man stood confidently on his feet. He held a scribe's pen and notepad in his hand. The young man asked Feng to come to him, saying that he wanted him to look at his treasure. The hero's calls seemed old to Long Wen. In his thoughts he told himself that he needed to catch him immediately. At that very moment he lunged at the guy, but Yao Bing deftly dodged and said that he was very insightful. But there was one thing. There was devastation all around as the battle between the youths was intense. Glass was flying in different directions. After landing on the roof, Yao Bing said that Feng was still too slow. He made the enemy angry. Long shouted and asked him not to play, because as he said, the yin-yang number technique is useless for protecting the body. But the young man smiled insidiously in the face of the enemy, quietly asking him to be careful. Suddenly, a high-voltage wire fell to the ground, which could kill in an instant. Feng was very surprised. This act of the young man made the enemy very wary, since he could die at any minute. The wire completely fell onto the asphalt, and the wary Feng began to run away from it so as not to get harmed. He warily asked the young man what he had just done. Drops of sweat ran down his face. Yao Bing smiled sarcastically and told Long Wenfeng that he had probably ever heard of a certain saying. Suddenly, the guy released the demons and stated that the King of Hell said that he would kill Feng at the third meeting, and asked who would save him until the fifth. The rivals looked into each other's eyes, being about 10 steps away, not knowing what to expect from each other. Long sternly stated that if Yao Bing had simply given him the badge, he would have let him live, but now he changed his mind. As he began to approach the young man, he suddenly stepped on a slippery banana peel. After which, Feng slipped and was unable to stay on his feet, sharp peaks stuck out of the ground, onto which he quickly fell with his back. Long Wen knew that this would most likely be his end. The golden aura could not help him in this situation. Yao Bing suddenly grabbed him tightly by the neck and began to squeeze. Feng clenched his teeth from lack of air. When Long's face was already at the chiseled peak, he continued to tightly squeeze his neck. The guy's gaze was filled with fear and horror. Yao Bing still hastened the enemy's death. The sharp lance pierced right through Feng's body. Blood began to pour out of his back. A large amount of his blood remained on the sharp peaks, and there was a huge puddle on the asphalt. Barely able to speak, Long Feng tried to say something to Yao Bing. His mouth was drooling. Yao said that he was so focused on using his golden aura to protect against his yin-yang that he forgot about his abilities. The children were frightened and immediately ran up to the pool of blood where their beloved bloody master lay. Long Wen Feng lay absolutely exhausted, bleeding. The children were very scared and began to cry. Yao Bing calmly asked them not to cry, saying that he had swapped the books of life and death so that he would not die. The children could not hold back their tears from the pain and, at the same time, the hatred they felt for the young man. They began to raise the master in fear, asking him to be careful. Feng began to tell Yao Bing that even if he decided to kill him, in this case, the position of leader will continue to belong to the Long family. There was hatred and fatigue in his eyes. The young man threw a wooden badge into the air, reluctantly listening to his evil opponent. He didn't care. At one point he said that, to be honest, I am not interested in being a leader. Feng was completely at a loss. The boy watched the young man toss the wooden badge and realized that this was his chance to snatch it from his hands. He decided to try his luck, and took a running start and jumped straight at the guy in order to grab the coveted badge. But Yao Bing was calm and noticed the boy's intentions. He was ready to fight back against his actions. At that very moment he punched the boy in the face. The young man did not expect such skill and quick reaction from the guy. He flew away from the blow, and Yao said that although he was not interested in the position, the more they bothered him, the more he did not want to give it up. Long Wen Feng got tired of fighting him and said that he understood everything. He desperately closed his eyes and bowed his head. He took the second part of the badge from the girl's hands, and asked Yao Bing to accept it as a sign that he was ready to recognize him as the leader of the alliance. The girl was sorry to part with the badge, but the new leader of the North Chinese alliance asked to give him the badge. Taking the badge, he turned around and finally said that he did not want to see Feng anymore and asked him to return to Shandong. But Long Wenfeng's intentions were treacherous. He looked sternly at his opponent's back, intending to harm him. He suddenly threw a sharp blade at Yao Bing's back, hoping to kill him at that very moment. His hands were covered in blood. But the young man's magic did not allow the blade to enter his back. The guy's back was protected by a magical shield. Yao Bing responded rudely by saying that, as he understood, Feng was looking for his own death and longed for it. The girl fell to her knees and began to beg Master Yao not to be angry, and promised to take the owner. The young man responded by shouting for them to immediately leave his territory and not appear again. Young Master Yao Bing decided to visit the respected Master Mo. The master's estate was decorated with green plants. The young man placed a wooden badge on the master's table, telling him that he wanted to present this gift to him. Master Mo was surprised and asked if Yao Bing really wanted to give up the title of leader. The guy replied that even all his private property was given to Master Chao to preserve the Hua Bei alliance. He could not handle this position. He added that he simply did not want it to go to Pan Hai, and he never had any intention of taking up the position of leader. Master Mo accepted the wooden badge and said that if the young man said so, then his point of view was clear to him. The master also said that Shi Yao was already feeling better and asked if Yao Bing would like to talk to her. The guy immediately said that he wanted to. The beautiful Shi Yao, meanwhile, was busy drawing, namely painting a picture while in a room special for this. Suddenly, the door to her room opened, and Gu Shi asked the girl to look at who came to her. She took Yao Bing to her room and said that she would not disturb them. The young people were glad to see each other. Shi immediately grabbed the guy's hand and suggested going to the terrace, which is located on the roof of the building. There were good views on the terrace. A sweet girl invited the guy to treat himself to cupcakes that she made herself. The cupcakes looked very delicious, which Yao Bing could not help but notice. He praised her cooking skills, calling them no joke. He tried one cupcake and was surprised because they were incredibly delicious. The young man praised their taste. Shi began to complain that she no longer had a choice, because after the last disaster, her grandfather forbade her to travel, and she could only engage in hobbies. Yao Bing said that Master Mo was doing all this just for her sake, because that dubious guy could harm her again. After finishing the cupcake, he said that he meant that her father was nowhere to be found, and there was no guarantee that he would not harm her again. Shi Yao said that when she was a child, her father treated her well, and because of her weak body, she was often hospitalized, and he stayed by her side. But later, when her grandfather said that he would give all his property to her, she felt that her father had changed, and that he was taking care of her for other purposes. After these words, Yao Bing felt very sorry for the sweet girl, and he asked her not to be sad about this. The girl immediately began to wipe tears from her eyes, so as not to dwell on this topic and not be sad in front of the guy. She suggested putting it off and asked if Yao planned to continue his studies abroad or stay at the local school. She also added that if the young man goes abroad, they can become classmates. Yao Bing listened to her in surprise. The main character took a small serving cup filled with hot tea. Looking back at the beautiful view of nature, the guy was convinced that Shi Yao was indeed right about leaving the plan to her. The young man asked the girl when she would be able to return if her break lasted a whole year, to which Shi Yao answered in confusion that she had not said anything about it. But a few days ago, Grandpa Shi Yao called 2 of his friends to Panhai, and perhaps they want to end all these inheritances after she returns to school. Suddenly the guy said that everything would happen within a given year, to which Shi Yao asked in surprise to explain in more detail. Yao Bing will have to go far away because of an assignment, and according to him, the girl should stay at home. He also gave advice that if she gets bored, she can ask Miss Shi to buy her some toys, and when he returns, they will go abroad and study there. But his words only made the girl angry, because she is no longer a child and she doesn't need any toys. The guy stood up and walked up to the girl, slowly stroking her hair and confirming the words that she didn't need any toys. To her surprise, Shi Yao quickly calmed down. While the guys were resolving their issues, in the guest house a man was carefully inspecting the land in this area. In his opinion, the land was excellent for birds and suited them well. At this time, he was brewing a certain potion in a large cauldron, gradually adding his charms to it. The potion looked very beautiful and was a bright blue color that floated upward. Suddenly, he was slightly startled by Yao Bing's voice, which suddenly interrupted his concentration with his appearance. The man said that Zhang Xiaobei is still a demon, although he will not affect the guy, but Yao Bing's mother and grandmother are still immortal, so it is necessary to clear the environment of the demonic presence. The main character opened the virtual screen, saying that there is no need for this, because you can simply burn these Qingming incense and spread it. How then? The main character asked Master Hu to come closer and ask him something. After some time, the guys were sitting in the library and discussing important issues, and apparently Yao Bing wanted to see Kong Shanran. The guy has several questions for him, so he asked Master Hu to arrange a meeting with him if possible. After thinking for a while, the man replied that he could send him a letter on his own behalf. But there is a high probability that Kong Shan simply does not know Master Hu. Besides, now they are in different worlds, and most likely he will not accept the invitation. Yao Bing kept insisting on just writing to him, and if that didn't work, he would think of another way to contact him. The main character stood behind the man who was drawing something, and silently watched his movements, thinking about this situation. He understood that Zheng Xiaobei could not live with him forever. However, due to some circumstances, he could not just be on the sidelines now. And because of their former love, the guy wants to say one last favor for her, and for her mother too. After the end of the conversation, the main character returned from the VIP waiting room, and while he was sitting on his smartphone, he was suddenly distracted by a knock on the door, after which he loudly gave permission to enter. Xiao Yao glanced slightly into the room to make sure that she was not distracting the guy too much. Entering the room, she awkwardly apologized for keeping him. The young man noticed a beautiful image on the girl and asked why she was dressed so beautifully, and as it turned out, later she needed to help the old man with the store, and she dressed like that for active actions and asked not to make fun of her. Yao Bing returned his attention to the smartphone and at the same time wondered if someone was making fun of them. But everything was even great, because when the old man holds the sign of the Alliance Master in his hands, everyone outside is jealous, and this is a small problem that the Long can handle. How then a young guy came who saw Xiaoyao in the room, whom he was looking for to bring some huge thing wrapped in a bag, as she asked. He threw a large bag at the guy's feet and began to remove the bag. Inside was the beaten body of Master Lu, who was in terrible condition. Yao Bing pointed at the body in bewilderment, waiting for an explanation, but the girl smiled slightly and said that, on the advice of the guy, she made sure that he could at least breathe. But that was also all she could leave, the girl said with a slight grin. The main character immediately said with a slightly proud smile that he was really sorry for bothering her. The guys headed to the exit, throwing the last phrase to the main character that if everything is in order, then they can go. Yao Bing looked after them carefully, when the thought occurred to him that these two could be a great couple. Suddenly the doors to the room opened, from which a loud rumbling stomach could be heard. A man entered the room, holding his stomach, enjoying the pleasant relief. Suddenly he saw a man lying on the floor, unconscious and wrapped in a bag. This sight shocked the man. He did not know what to think in this situation. The main character immediately remembered to cover the man's face and not cause panic. The guy with a slight smile tried to divert suspicion by saying that this was a gift that he was going to give to Kong Shan. The man did not understand that he would have to hide so that Kong Shan would not get angry and get him into trouble. Sitting on a plane that was heading to another city, the guys were looking forward to leaving this place. Finally, the guys flew to the right city and had already reached the house in which, according to the master, Kong Shan lives, but this information seemed rather strange to the guy based on how the building looked. In appearance it was clearly a hotel, but the master did not think so. He turned to the guy and said with slight pathos that this is the 21st century, and the art of Yin-Yang no longer brings profit. People from the Yin-Yang cult having their own business are absolutely normal. The door was opened for them by a woman who obviously worked here as a servant. Na welcomed the guests to the Yin-Yang hotel and asked how many people were with them and whether they would be staying at the hotel. But the man immediately said that they were looking for Wan's boss because they had business with him that needed to be discussed. The woman remained friendly and politely asked if they had made an appointment in advance. The guys frowned at each other. It seems that they did not know about the appointment. Therefore, the master took out a lot of bills from his pocket to solve this issue in a different way. He warned that they did not take notes, but this meeting was urgent, so they were sure that the woman would help them by giving her money. The servants were pleased with such a generous gesture and happily let the children inside. She led the guys inside the hotel in the right direction. At this time the guys looked around carefully and were surprised that popular bloggers who were broadcasting from the Yin-Yang hotel were staying here. Apparently, business at the hotel is going quite well, given the status of the guests, since the place is quite popular. The woman led the boys into the main hall, where they could wait for permission from the boss while she asked him. At this time, Kong Shanreng was in his office, and while he was free from business, he fed the fish in the aquarium. After knocking on the door, a servant came in and handed Mr. Huang a certain letter and said that there were two people waiting for him outside who urgently needed to discuss something with him. Mr. Huang read the letter from the strangers and discovered that they were from the Yin-Yang cult. Slamming the letter in one motion, the man said that he had not taken care of their business for many years, so he asked the employee to drive them away and not bother them anymore, to which the woman obediently accepted the order. How then he turned his attention to the appearance of the letter, which amazed the man. He was very interested in the question of why his unworthy daughter was depicted on this card. This situation forced the man to give permission to meet two strangers, and soon they had to go down to the basement by elevator. The first to exit the elevator was Mr. Huang's assistant, who led the boys in the right direction. After walking a little along the dark corridor, the guys noticed a large number of wine barrels of different types. The woman warned them about the bad lighting, so they need to look more carefully at their feet. When the woman suddenly stopped without saying a word, the guys immediately, with slight panic, asked what happened and why they stopped. Suddenly she fell, losing consciousness. The guys immediately put their hands up and caught her. Looking up, the guys saw a door at the end of the corridor, from which light was coming, and a greenish fog spread throughout the entire basement. A certain voice that sounded from a closed office said that the woman was just sleeping, and the guys should hurry up and enter. The protagonist placed the sleeping woman on the floor near the wine barrels and asked Master Hu to stay and look after her. When Yao Bing entered, his eyes immediately caught the hundreds of bottles of wine that were on every corner, and in the middle of the room was a man sitting with 2 glasses of wine, waiting for the guy to arrive. He politely asked the young man to sit in the chair opposite him. The young man began to do what he asked, when the man asked about the girl's well-being, which greatly surprised the main character, because he did not expect to hear this answer. The young man didn't even understand who exactly the man was asking about, so he asked him. Mr. Huang took the glass and took a small sip of wine, adding that he was talking about his disrespectful daughter. Yao Bing thought about his question while watching the Mr. dangle the wine in his glass. Then he handed him a letter, explaining that he was actually here to inform him that his daughter had been killed. The man was amazed. He dropped his glass on the floor, because he was not ready to hear such news about his daughter. The man, with a frown, carefully read the letter that the young man handed him. At this time, Yao Bing himself carefully watched the man's reaction and at the same time rummaged through his phone. And as it turned out, he was paying for a purchase that said that the ashes would reveal a lie. And after paying, he waved his hand, scattering the spell. When the man finished reading the letter, he hit the table with his fist, because he was angry with his daughter, who at first did not listen to him and left because of the man. Then everything did not go so well. The main character asked Mr. Huang if in all this time he hadn't even tried to find her. According to Mr. The girl grew up next to him, and there are things that she doesn't know, but the way she hides her identity is not a joke at all. It turned out that the man had been asking his friends for 2 years to help him with his search, but there was no information. Through the observations of the main character, he found out that the color of the dust that he scattered does not change, which means the man is telling the truth, perhaps because he sent people to find Aunt Huang. Zhang Zhao's identity was revealed, which caused all the chaos. Having drunk almost the entire glass of wine, the man turned to the guy in a quiet voice, after which he looked up at him sharply and coldly, saying that Yao Bing had sprinkled ashes on him, so he asked what he was up to. The main character fell into a panic. He couldn't even imagine that the man would guess about it and didn't know how to answer the question of when he scattered. Mr. Huang said that if he couldn't see his children deceiving the man, then his magic would be like trash. The guy explained that the ashes did not harm him at all, and he scattered them in order to find out whether he would tell the truth or not, but Mr. Huang warned that he did not need to explain anything, because if there was something in the ashes, then the guy he himself would have lost his life right there. And so Yao Bing decided to tell him everything that happened over these few months. After some time, he finished his story, in which he included all the events that Mr. needed to hear. The man asked why his daughter was so tense, after which he said that she just needed to apologize to him and he would help with this. The main character said that this girl might be more like her father than he thought. Now all that remains is to wait until someone else takes action. The man turned his gaze away with dissatisfaction, saying that the guy had no right to tell him something like that. The young man felt awkward, and in order not to irritate the man, he agreed with his words, since the guy could not even think that he would be so arrogant. How then he thought about one interesting idea and how to implement it. Then he asked Mr. Huang if he wanted to meet with Xiao Bei. Suddenly, a certain transparent spirit appeared in front of the guys, with whom the main character greeted. And when the ghost took on its true human appearance, Mr. Huang seemed to turn a little pale in shock. Mr. saw in front of him the ghost of his daughter, whom he disliked so much because of her actions. The man was so surprised that he immediately told the girl that she really looked very much like her former self. Yao Bing warned that Xiao Bei could only be here for 10 minutes, so the conversation must be quick. He and Mr. can talk to the young man later, but first they need to find a solution to this problem. The main character turned over the hourglass, showing that time had already passed, and with every little grain of sand that fell down, time became less and less. Mr. Huang started the conversation by saying that according to rumors, they killed the girl because they wanted to turn her into a zombie. Then he loudly asked his daughter if it was true, but his loud and rude voice made her nervous. She pressed her lips tightly together, trying not to cry at the first raised voice from her father, after which she said that she actually didn't know what was happening, but despite this, she could tell what happened to her and assured that it was all true. After a while, the girl told the whole story that Mr. Huang should know, and there was very little time left on the clock. Having finished, the man listened to her carefully and everything immediately became clear to him. From what Xiao Bei told him, he can now believe what Yao Bing told him a little earlier. But the time for the disappearance of the spirit came, and it began to dissolve in place, leaving behind warm steam. Zombie creation has been classified as a taboo practice for hundreds of years. Mr. Huang couldn't even believe that there were still people who wanted to be immortal so badly that they even ignored the principles. The main character asked the man how he was going to solve this problem further, to which Mr. replied that he had been doing similar things for a long time, but they were very rich and influential, so it would not be easy, and if Xiao Bei returns to him, he is ready to protect her, and if she does not do this and decides to stay in Panhai, then he will not be able to do anything. These words caused a storm of emotions of anger and resentment to arise in the guy. He even stood up from his chair, clenching his fists tightly. After which, with a sharp look, he said that he could not even think that Mr. would turn out to be such a coward, and he doesn't need his help, and the young man will protect her for Xiao Bei's sake even without his help. The main character headed to the exit from the office, throwing out the last phrase with an apology for the concern. But as soon as he was at the door, he was immediately stopped by strange huge beetles that covered the entire door, preventing him from leaving the office. After which Mr. Huang's voice was heard saying that he could not let the guy go just yet. The man shook the ash from his cigar onto the table, tapping it several times. From the moment the young man walked in, Mr. Huang immediately noticed that his strength was chaotic, and it didn't seem at all like he came from any significant cult. The guy turned to him and with an irritated voice asked what this changes and what the problem is. After which Mr. Huang waved his hand sharply and released many small lights, shouting that the guy was too arrogant and it annoyed him. Yao Bing still managed to make a protective dome in front of him, which was covered in unfamiliar hieroglyphs. The man was still sitting in the chair and continued to direct some lights towards the guy, after which he said that the main character turned out to be too naive a guy. Yao Bing, in turn, tried his best to hold his dome and defend himself with it, even though his powers were already at their limit and it was very difficult to continue using them. How then he brought his hands into one position and began to push the approaching danger away from himself. He still managed to put aside the negativity, after which he asked if the man was not ashamed for stabbing a child like Yao Bing in the back. To which the man told the guy that he was keeping Zhang Xiao Bei with him, using her in the practice of immortality magic, and therefore had no right to lecture him. Unexpectedly, the young man contradicted the man's words, saying that he did not do this. Just then Mr. Huang got up from his chair, and at that very second a red mist appeared in the office, and the man added that Yao Bing would save these words for hell. Then the main character began to act and first of all decided to use the power of the Panguan finger. And while the guys were fighting among themselves, someone began to actively knock on the office door and say that this was the 42nd disciple of the Yinyang cult, Hui Deng, and he had come to tell Mr. a very important thing. But the man had no time for the guests. With a sharp movement he moved towards the guy to deal him a strong blow. But the main character also had his own ability to defend himself and was not going to allow himself to be defeated. The guys looked at each other with a sharp look, when suddenly they were interrupted by a sharp crash in the office, namely, Master Hu knocked down the door from the outside, as he was in a hurry to protect the young man. Master Hu rushed at Shanren asking him to stop and not make the whole situation worse. A man with a crazy and frightened look asked the stranger to get off him and began to hit him with an iron cigarette holder. But the man, despite the blows to the head, continued to assure the Mr. that if he did not trust Yao Bing, he could use a lie detector on Master Hu. How did the man stop beating the master, since these words really interested Shanren? He looked carefully at the master without saying a word, but it was clear from his gaze that he was ready to continue the conversation with them. The master tried in every way to prove that his words were true and was even willing to eat these parasites to ensure that Yao Bing was right. Here the man thought that these parasites had been lost for decades, and maybe the Yinyang sect still possessed this heritage. Master Hu also noted that he does not have all the necessary skills, but Yao Bing does. When the main character clicked 2 fingers, thereby directing the parasites in his direction, after which 2 large parasites appeared in his hand, one of which he threw to Shanren with words for him to catch it. With slight disgust, the man took the parasite in his hand and then he realized that they were indeed real. The guy said that these are original and they are suitable for both old and young, and as soon as he was ready to eat it, Master Hu immediately shouted to give the parasite to him, but the guy didn't even think about giving it away. The main character opened his mouth and directed the parasite into it, while from the side he heard questions about what he would open. Without listening to anyone, the guy threw the parasite into his mouth and swallowed it, although with difficulty, since the size was enormous. After which the guy wiped his mouth and looked at Master Kong Sa with a confident look, asking if he dared to do this. The man said that he could continue to ask them questions for an hour after they had swallowed the corpse parasite, but if they lied or snatched anything, they would simply leave this world due to hunger. The guy said that even if he is not afraid, then what is Master Kong Sa afraid of? He realized that he had nowhere to go, and covering his mouth with his palms, he slowly chewed the parasite. Taking a deep breath, he said that he admired the bravery of these guys, so he asked the young man to sit down and repeat everything he had just said, starting with the abduction of Xiao Yue. After an hour, the conversation reached the point where Master Hu explained that he had managed to find out the background of those 9 people, and it basically corresponded to what little Yao said, but the employer behind them could not be determined. Yao Bing took a small sip of hot tea and put the cup back on the table, after which he said that he just wants to prove his innocence, but this does not mean that he agrees with Master Kong Sa, and he will not take back his words. The main character got up from his chair and told his master that they were leaving, but he clearly did not want to give up the matter and bring everything to the end. Suddenly the young man saw 3 long golden threads moving in his direction. As soon as they were near the young man, he immediately made a sharp turn around himself, after which, 3 golden needles appeared in his hand, at the end of which there was some kind of symbol. Looking at the unfamiliar object, he asked Shanren what he wanted to say with this gesture, to which the man replied that he would never owe the guy anything. These 3 golden needles symbolize 3 wishes that he can fulfill for a guy at any time. The main character became convinced that Kong Shan really liked to pretend that he could do anything to help him. Master Hu confirmed his words with a smile and gave advice that if he did not want to bring Zhang Xiaobei back to life, then he would need to use the golden lotus seed as a medicinal soil, and as far as he knew, Master Kong Shan had it. The guy thought about his words and threw 3 golden needles into the virtual storage space. At this time, Mr. Huang looked at the photo of Zhang Xiaobei and thought that she suffered a lot there and maybe it would really be better if she returned and quietly talked to him. Suddenly, he heard persistent knocking on his office, followed by a voice saying that young Master Zhang had arrived to send a greeting card again. The man put the framed photograph back on the shelf. He once again took a careful look at the photo, where he stood with a serious face, and next to his cheerful daughter. He replied that he would meet the young master tomorrow, but for now let him lose weight in the hotel. The guy who was surrounded by guards waved his hand with a cheeky look and said that this stubborn old man was not good at his job. Seeing him, the main character loudly asked the question of who left his pig in the middle of the road. He was immediately filled with a rush of aggression because he was shocked that someone dared to call him names, so he ordered his men to capture and destroy him. The guards immediately began to carry out the order, surrounding the guy, but he didn't even blink an eye, because he knew that they wouldn't do anything to him. Master Hu bent down in front of the stranger and said that because of the upcoming fight today, someone would obviously have to say goodbye to his life. The guy warned Yao Bing that it was too late to beg for mercy, and if he provoked him, he would immediately say goodbye to his life. Master Hu said that we were talking about his bodyguards, namely, that one of them might die, and these words made the guy very angry. How a fight started, and the first thing the main character did was hit one of the guards in the face. The blow was so strong that the guard was thrown into the bushes. How then one of the bodyguards stood in front of Yao Bing, shouting that he would detain him, but in the meantime the others could run away. When the guard grabbed the guy from behind, the main character immediately began to break free, asking him whether he was sure that he really controlled the guy. The second man loudly confirmed his words and swung his fist at him with all his might. But Yao Bing turned aside in time, so the guard struck his comrade and even knocked out several of his teeth. The main character, in turn, firmly grabbed his opponent's wrist, squeezing it tightly, and then threw it to the side. And when all the bodyguards were disarmed, the guy turned to their boss, calling him a fat bastard, and said that now it was his turn. The guy began to loudly express his dissatisfaction because Yao Bing dared to hit him. Suddenly, the main character sharply grabbed the guy by the collar, which made him very scared, as he understood that his opponent was many times stronger. The young man pulled the guy a little closer to him and began to slap him one after another. When the guy pulled away, he grabbed his cheek and asked in bewilderment how he dared to hit him. But he immediately received another clap, causing him to lose his balance slightly. Yao Bing, at the moment of the blow, said that he would beat him if he had to, and he did not need to choose a date for this, but he tried to actively get out of the young man's strong grip and threatened that he would end his life with terrible torture as soon as his elder brother came. And before the main character was ready to give him the final slam, he said that he would beat his older brother when he came, and also force him to teach such a piece of shit some manners. Suddenly, a girl saw their fight and shouted out the name of Master Xiao Zhang in horror. She immediately ran to the guy's aid, screaming for him to let him go, and Yao Bing complied with her request, throwing the impudent little guy to the floor. The girl immediately began to ask Master Zhang about his well-being, but he loudly stamped his feet and shouted that he would order his father to destroy them all. Yao Bing, in turn, took a small white ball and pointed it at the guy with a smile. Then he pushed it away with his finger and drove it straight into Master Zhang's mouth. He immediately felt something strange in his mouth and covered it with his palms, asking the young man what he had given him, to which the main character replied that it was a poison that kills people half an hour after taking it. The girl immediately began asking the guy to spit it out using the gag reflex, which he tried to induce artificially. The master approached them and asked the girl to take the guy to the infirmary for gastric lavage. The girl grabbed the guy behind his back and began to lead the beaten Xiao Zhang to the infirmary, as the man advised her. The main character warned that it was just a laxative and it would not affect his life in any way, and as it turned out, the master knew this, but he still had to do what he had to do, and they couldn't let anyone get into trouble on Mount Wuyun. He explained to Yao Bing that this is the young master of the Funan Zhang family, and the young man had better return to Binhai, because if the main character targets him, it will be difficult for the guy. Having heard about the Zhang family, the guy clarified whether he was really talking about the Fuan Zhang family, since he remembered this family and the associations with it were not the best. But the man, without answering anything, started to leave, and finally wished the guy good luck, and that he would not allow them to catch him. Soon, Yao Bing and Master Hu sat on the plane, taking first-class tickets for a completely comfortable flight, and while Master Hu was sleeping nearby, the main character was chatting with someone. He decided that the time had finally come to ruin the Zhang family, who fully deserved it for everything they had done. Unexpectedly, Master Hu woke up at the exact moment when the guy was talking to himself and asked him what he had just said, but the young man sent him to sleep further and did not bother him with his plans. A couple of hours later the plane landed at the airport of another city. The guys were returning home, and Yao Bing, as always, was busy with his conversations on the phone. But just as Master Hu opened the door to enter the courtyard, he was suddenly pushed back by something with great force. The man was shocked by this gesture from the unknown and could not resist the sudden push, but Yao Bing, although shocked, quickly reacted to the situation. The young man immediately rushed into the house with the thought that someone had attacked his mother while he was away, but none of the ghost soldiers answered his question. Yao Bing first looked into the open doors of the house and noticed a fist swinging at him, but the young man immediately rebuffed the unknown, and the man's hand immediately unclenched. But when he saw who was standing outside the door, he was slightly surprised, but not shocked. Miss Liang was standing there, waving the hand that the guy hit and asking if the guy had already returned home. But Yao Bing abruptly stopped the movement of the girl's hand, asking why she did this to him in his own house. Then the guy's mother ran into the house and panicked and told him not to worry, since Miss Liang was here to help their family. The girl immediately tried to calm the woman down, and so that she would not worry, she said that it was just sparring training in Kung Fu. The young man called the girl home to bandage the wound and at the same time listened to what was happening here. And when the guys went into the room, the muffled voice of Master Hu was heard from the street, who was trying to call the guy who had forgotten that his master was lying there. Soon, Yao Bing and Miss Liang came to the summer vacation spot to drink tea and talk. First of all, the guy clarified that most likely, people from the Long family were in his house and wanted to take revenge on him, but they met the girl and she saved them. Miss Liang herself, drinking cold water, nodded her head as confirmation of the guy's words. The girl remembered her grandfather's words that if she could find a way to establish a good relationship with Master Xiao Yao's mother, then she would not worry about not being able to get closer to him. Thinking back on this, she still didn't know how to talk to this guy. Soon there was a long pause in their conversation, and both thought that perhaps they should say something and break the awkward silence. But then, fortunately for the guy's mother came to them, brought a cut hami melon and called them to eat fruit. The woman put a plate of fruit on the table, and then Miss Liang exhaled with relief, since she and Yao Bing were no longer alone. Suddenly, Yao Bing spoke to her, who thanked the girl for not only protecting his mother, but also staying here to be with her, and now she wants the girl to be friends with her. Miss Liang said that this is a trivial matter, but the Ling Jia crowd has come, and there is not a single good person there. The guy replied that it was probably because Long Wenfeng couldn't swallow his anger, but he wouldn't dare blame him since the guy could only send a few rabbits to harass him and thereby find dirt on him. Suddenly, the door to the terrace opened and Master Hu entered with information that someone was looking for Lady Liang outside. The girl turned around in surprise, asking if it was her, since it was unexpected for her. And while the girl was talking to someone, Master Hu asked Yao Bing that it seemed that the beautiful Lady Liang was not so good and asked what happened. Then a girl approached the main character and, with obvious sadness on her face, said that it was time for her to go because things had come up, and finally asked him to be careful. The guy was slightly surprised by her abrupt departure and said that she could turn to him for help if she had problems. She didn't answer anything to this and silently headed off, leaving the guy's gaze behind her. And as soon as the girl left his yard, he immediately dialed Kai Jia's number. The guy asked to investigate the Liang Hongxian clan for him and find out what exactly happened to him. And then he heard an answer that incredibly shocked the guy, since it turned out that he was already dead. Master Hu heard this and asked who Xiao Yao was talking about, to which he replied that he was finding out about Liang Qing's grandfather. The main character kept saying on the phone that when this happened, he would definitely ruin the situation with Bian Hai, then why let it happen? The interlocutor repeated again that the old man was no longer alive, to which the guy replied that he was going to go and check what happened there, but the interlocutor asked him to first return to Mo Jia, since he needed to tell the old man something important. Zhang Jia had already begun to fight. The main character approached Master Hu with the information that he was staying with his mother to protect her. The master did not resist and said with a smile that he would be happy to stay here. Soon, the protagonist arrived at the Mo family's front door, where there were a huge number of people. The guy barely pushed his way through the crowd, wondering why all these people were here. This question was answered by the girl who stood in front of him. She said that some people come here to give gifts, and some did not have the brains to find out the news. When Xiao Yao entered the building, there was an old man waiting for him, who had been waiting for his arrival for a long time. The young man sat down on a chair opposite him and the first thing he said was that he wanted to say directly that this time, when Wang Jia and Long Wenfeng's people went out into the street, they didn't say anything bad. He clarified whether those people really wanted to occupy Huabei. To which the man explained that the Huabei alliance had just been created, the situation is unstable, although now he wants to join forces to resist Zhang Jia, and this is also difficult. The main character decided to give him advice, namely, he can make them obey, he just needs to be a little rude. While the girl was pouring tea for the guys, the man said that if he could use violence, he would use her, since he controls the large coalition of Huabei, and not just with his fists. The guy asked what to do with the only difficulty, namely, that if Wenfeng is dead, what should the Long family do then? The girl answered this question and said that the guy did not need to worry if he could really handle Long Wenfeng. In addition, they may appoint another suitable person. The main character asked who could be a replacement for this matter, and then the girl reminded about the existence of Captain Long, about whom the young man seemed to have forgotten. Xiao Yao asked in surprise that Leader Long was a person from the Long family, to which the girl said that by the will of fate, Long Wenfeng should call him uncle. The main character stood up from the table, saying that he would now find Long Wenfeng and tell him to hand over the position of owner to his uncle. He headed towards the exit, and closing the door on the other side, he said goodbye to Mr. Mo, while a crowd of loud people was waiting for him on the street. Suddenly, the guy spoke loudly to the people that according to the rules of the arena, he would hold a martial arts meeting at the Zhongla Mountain Villa on the 15th of this month. A man from the crowd asked in surprise if he really knew what a martial arts festival was, and the next question was about who would participate in this festival. Xiao Yao promised that the winner of this festival would receive the secret of his cultivation. The guy was sure that this way he could speed up the work by 2 months. After a while, a black car drove up to a tall building. Xiao Yao was sitting in the car, and his friend, who had driven him here and told him that all these 15 floors belonged to the company, was smoking next to him. The young man asked which direction to go to find his administrative office. The guy explained that Azan is called a financial company, but in fact the company is engaged in lending, debt collection and the like, people who do this kind of money laundering, both black and white, but they are not too involved in the process. The main character began to unfasten his seatbelt and get out of the car, saying that he understood all this. Just as he was about to open the door and leave the car, the guy stopped him by taking him by the shoulder to say one last thing. With a serious look, he warned the young man that he must be careful when he does anything. Although there is no evidence, he suspects that the death of the old man with his two partners. The main character with a convincing and calm smile said that everything would be fine with him. At this time, in the largest conference room, the workers loudly scandalized that even though their grandfather had passed away, this should not stop them from getting rich, because the company was losing millions of dollars every day. Mrs. M.O., who is said to be the mistress of a certain clothing company boss, turned out to be a smiling woman who came to solve Brother Wan's problem. She approached the sad Lady Liang and said that everyone here is sad since Lao Liang passed away, but even despite this, the company cannot stop its activities. The woman continued to convince the girl that, after all, this company was her grandfather's everything, and was she really not affected by how the company was going downhill? She said that it would be better for everyone if the girl gave up all her badges and extended her hand. But Miss Liang immediately pushed her hand away, shouting that she had not been to her grandfather's funeral, but today she was blocking the office just to take away his seal. The girl was very aggressive about the whole situation, tears were visible in her eyes. Suddenly their screams were interrupted by a sharp blow on the table from one of those present. He shouted in a very aggressive voice that after her grandfather leaves, the company should become theirs, since he is also part of the company and has the right to claim that it continues to operate. The man was serious that the girl would not even try to resist him just because she had learned a little kung fu. He demanded that she give him everything she had, otherwise he threatened to send her to a brothel. But after his words, he immediately received a powerful slap in the face so that he would finally close his mouth and understand the boundaries in the conversation. When the man came to his senses, he immediately shouted and asked who hit him. Miss M.O. pointed out that there was no one standing next to him at all. After speaking, he pointed his finger at Miss Liang, calling her dirty names and accusing her of hitting him. He immediately began to run at the girl to take revenge for what he thought was her actions, but Miss Liang immediately took the strike position, as Kung Fu taught her. Just as the man was about to hit her, a silhouette of a man suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Xiao Yao who grabbed the impudent man by the throat, preventing him from striking the girl, and threatened to cut out his tongue if he did not keep his mouth shut. The man fell to the floor, clutching his throat and trying to clear his throat, as the guy was pressing hard on his throat, making it difficult to breathe. When he came to his senses a little, he immediately shouted that he did not know this brat who dared to interfere in his affairs, after which he ordered the guards to immediately arrest him. The two bodyguards immediately ran towards the stranger from behind, but the young man continued to stand in place, waiting for the right moment to start the battle. The first guard tried to punch him, but the young man quickly dodged to the side, so the hand flew past. After which the main character began to fight back, which he did much better and better. Xiao Yao punched one of the tough guys in the face, causing him to lose his balance. But he immediately came to his senses and decided to use additional weapon materials in front of such a strong opponent. The guy swung a small purple round object at Xiao Yao, but the young man quickly made a protective dome over himself. And just as the guard was about to strike, someone suddenly stopped him, putting his hand on his chest. It was Miss M.O., and the man was very surprised by her gesture, so he asked why she was doing this, to which she asked Mr. Huang to first calm down and not make hasty actions. She and the guard began to lift the man to his feet, reassuring Qing Hui that her uncle had a hot temper, but he was actually not a bad person, so she asked not to be offended by him. She also said that hundreds of people in the company are waiting to eat, so they continue to fight not for property, but for the good of the company. In addition, the girl is now all alone, and it would be reasonable if she gives up the company and waits for them. She will be paid. Miss Liang shouted back that she was not so stupid that they could fool her so easily. Miss Mo pointed at Xiao Yao and asked if she thought that if she could find the bandit, then she could solve everything. After her words, Miss Liang became quiet and cleared her throat a little so as not to tear her voice and waste her strength. Following this, the girl took Xiao Yao's hand so as not to separate him from herself, and she dragged him out and finally stopped this senseless scandal. Walking along the corridor, the girl thanked the young man for his help, to which he said that in the end the girl also helped his mother. Remembering Miss Mo's words, Miss Liang agreed with her words that this was not a problem that could be solved by force, so she wanted to take care of the next thing herself. In response to this statement, the guy suggested that the girl introduce her to a couple of lawyers and professional managers to make it easier to win the case. Without answering anything, the girl stood on her tiptoes to make it easier to reach the guy who was taller than her, after which Miss Liang kissed him on the cheek, thereby perplexing the guy with an unexpected gesture. Finally, the girl smiled and told him not to underestimate her, because she was much better than he might think about her. After her words, Miss Liang headed for the exit, leaving the guy looking after her and wondering what she had just done. And then a warm night came, there was fresh air at the summer resort, and a huge incredibly beautiful moon was shining from above. Xiao Yao was sitting at home and, despite the late hour, was busy with work. Master Hu came to him and, at the request of the young man's mother, brought him some fruit. When the master noticed that the young man was looking at the development system of the underworld, Xiao Yao was surprised that the master even saw it. But the man explained that he couldn't see her, but he had been around the guy long enough to feel it. Any time a guy has a cloud of negative energy building up in him, he's probably observing the system. The guy said he was preparing for the tournament, just in case he needed an assassin's weapon. Just then he saw a pop-up window saying that Emperor Song had been defeated by his opponent and was being rewarded with hundreds of millions of medals and a task in the middle temple of the underworld. The main character wanted to know more about this, because it seemed strange to him that someone else was able to develop the underground world. After seeing the data, the guy had a question: why couldn't this person continue to develop the Yingbing Palace and the Forner Hades Palace that Xiao Yao had developed? Master Hu noticed a sharp change in the guy's expression and wondered what followed such a reaction. The main character was very unhappy with this event, since it happened right before the battle, which caused him even more problems. Xiao Yao headed to his room, leaving the master at the table, telling him to eat the fruit himself, to which the master was slightly perplexed. The next morning, the weather was pleasant as always, there was a warm sun, and a cool wind blew through the open window into Xiao Yao's room. And so, the young man slept well, and began to stretch from the bright sunlight that made its way into his room. But as soon as he opened his eyes, a message immediately popped up in front of him, namely a question from the system whether the guy would attend the wedding of the Song Emperor of the Middle Underworld Temple. The guy decided to agree, because he should find out what the woman who married the king looks like. After his consent, a red envelope fell out of the system and fell directly on the lying guy. Having opened it, the guy was surprised, because not a single word was written in it, which was very strange. At least the envelope had the names of the bride and groom written on it. Suddenly, the main character felt a cold stream of air behind him. The sunny and warm weather suddenly changed to cool. When the guy turned around, he noticed that it had become dark outside. Suddenly, a strange fog began to seep into the room through the closed doors, which came from an unknown source. After which a large gate appeared, and behind it were words inviting the distinguished guest to the temple to attend the wedding of the Emperor of Song. Two unusual guards appeared and invited the guy to sit in a chair that was in a large box. Xiao Yao took a jacket with him and began to put it on as he walked, taking all his courage and heading to where the servants were pointing. After they headed to leave, the guys, along with the main character, passed through the wall, leaving for another universe. Within a few seconds, the guy felt his box touch a hard surface and the movement stopped. He was asked to leave, since they were already at the right place. Xiao Yao carefully opened the door and carefully looked around the new place. In front of him, the guy saw a not very bright area and a large number of people who were actively preparing for the wedding. When the guy noticed a place where there was a crowd of people in front of the gate. Looking out from the crowd, the guy heard a conversation where one of the interlocutors was a ghost under the power of Yen Jun, and he must come to take part in the wedding. A man in a long kimono told his interlocutor, who was on his knees and asked for something, that he would give the broken mirror to Lord Wedding, and also leave, since it did not give him face, but the man assured that the mandarin was given to him as a sign love to family. Li Jun snatched the thing from the man's hands and threatened that he would be pushed out on the first order if he did not stop. Watching this, Xiaoyao never even thought that the underground world would be like the human world in terms of bullying others. With these words, the young man stepped forward, attracting the attention of Li Jun, who asked who he was, because the guy was not even quite an adult, but was trying to be a hero. Xiaoyao asked if the problem was not that there was simply no money there. He asked for a phone number and asked the price of a gift that was not rude and promised to help him get out. These words shocked the man. Just then the bodyguard turned around shouting that according to Emperor Song's boyfriend, he only cares about money, and this thought is very insulting to him, so he ordered this guy and the ghost to be thrown into the animal kingdom. The man continued to sit on his knees. A dissatisfied Xiaoyao stood next to him and was not at all afraid of the threats of strong guards with weapons. How then the main character rushed into the attack, defending himself, and at the same time shouted that he knew no one better than himself and his own strengths. With just one wave of his hand, he caused a great riot in the place where he stood. Fog immediately filled the area, knocking opponents off their feet. Stopping for a second, he said that in front of him there was only a pile of garbage, and he went to the animal kingdom, just a waste of time, and it was better to be destroyed. Xiaoyao walked forward, asking Li Kun if he could answer a few questions. The man immediately felt a chill down his back and a sharp surge of adrenaline from fear, since it was clear that this guy was not an ordinary guy and should really be afraid of him. Leaning over him as close as possible, the guy asked why the ceremonial officer himself didn't know. Since there is no standard, why are they chasing people for gifts? Did Emperor Song give them the authority, or did they make the decision themselves? Then an unfamiliar guy intervened in the conversation and said that if the guy is really sincere, then he can show everyone his gift and everyone will know whether he is honest or not. Turning to look at him, Xiaoyao asked with a smile what they thought was the most sincere gift. Having opened the box, the guy showed his gift, saying that this Yin Pearl would definitely be appreciated by God. The Yin Pearl can increase Yin energy, Yin rhythm and Yin longevity, so he said it is an ideal gift. Here the voice of Li Kun was heard, who said that now everyone has seen, if there is a gift worthy of the stage, then it is a Yin Pearl, and the more, the better. The guy asked that if he gave him the pearls, would he be able to take with him the ghost, whom he so did not want to let in and humiliated. To which the man said that if he really gave him the Yin pearls, then he would even use them for him himself, not to mention bringing the ghost to the banquet. But it takes 500 years to make one of these pearls, so one of the guests argued that this poor man could not have it. The man sincerely asked Xiaoyao not to give them empty promises, since he really wouldn't be able to get her by accident. But Li Jun claimed that this guy promised to give away Yin beads, which means he won't lie with such things. He threatened to throw him into the black rope hell where he would be tortured if he disrupted Lord Yan Jun's wedding. Xiaoyao was not at all afraid of his threats. It seems that he was always confident in his actions, so he eagerly agreed to these conditions. After which the main character closed his eyes and began to perform the required technique. There was a crowd of people around him who were interested in him, and they even heard ridicule that he was just throwing around words like a child. The guy himself at this time found himself in the internal space of the system to buy yang beads, which turned out to be too expensive. One pearl cost 30 million, so it's not surprising that this fat man is making life difficult for the guy, so he'll have to take those beads from him. And then, after a couple of minutes, he came back to consciousness, abruptly opening his eyes. There the same impudent ridicule awaited him that he seemed to be going to give a gift, namely a Yin bead. How then the young man showed a large Yin bead in his hand with the words for the man to open his eyes and look at it. Everyone present was immediately shocked that the guy actually kept his word. The main character threw his pearl into Li Jun's hands with words for him to catch. The pearl flew over the heads of other amazed people, who did not take their eyes off the treasure. When he caught the young pearl, the man was very surprised that it was really her. He had been at Yan Jun's beck and call for so long, but he had never seen such a big pearl. He recalled his words and agreement, so he asked if he and his new acquaintance could go inside. The man immediately invited them into the building with a slightly worried smile, but then Xiaoyao said that he first needed to lie on his stomach, which the servant clearly did not expect. The guy asked Li Jun if he really thought that when the young man gave him the pearl, it would not serve as a footstool for them, but now so many people were watching, and he probably shouldn't break the agreement. The man understood that now his thing was much more important, so he obediently lay down on his stomach. The main character stepped on him, said that he should hold on to the pearl better, and if he breaks something so precious, the Emperor of Song will not spare him. His comrades immediately ran up to the man and asked him to immediately get up from the floor, but the man himself immediately aggressively pushed the guy aside so that he would not touch him. He asked one of the guards to go find out about this guy's past, and as soon as any news appeared, he needed to be conveyed to him immediately. At this time, the main character entered the middle temple of the underworld. The man told the guy that the wedding ceremony was taking place in the middle hall, so he suggested waiting in this corridor. After the banquet, Lord Yen will arrange for everyone to enter. But they didn't have to wait too long for strange moments, as they immediately felt the corridor filling with strange smoke. They cast an alarmed glance behind them, where a strange object began to appear. It turned out to be a large tent to move around inside with several ghosts that controlled it. This seemed strange for the man, since everyone who comes to Yen Jun's wedding must leave the palanquin and enter the palace beforehand, usually as a sign of respect for Yen Jian. The guy suggested that it might be the king of hell who had arrived from another temple, but the man immediately dismissed this thought, since even other lords come to the wedding in a small palanquin, and not in a large carriage like this. The guy decided it would be a good idea to go there and find out, but the man immediately abandoned this idea, because the wedding ceremony had not yet begun, and no one was allowed into the middle hall without permission, so that's why everyone was chatting in the front hall. But it seems nothing can stop the guy, even despite the prohibitions. He decided to go there himself and find out everything. He abruptly rushed from his spot in order to get to the desired hall as quickly and unnoticed as possible. Although the man tried to stop him, he failed. The main character left his friend alone, despite his advice not to go there. Soon the guy found himself in the hall he needed, hiding behind one large pillar, since there was a large tent with guards in the hall. He saw a man with long dark hair come out of the tent, to whom all his subordinates began to bow. The unfamiliar man, without turning around, walked into the far room and disappeared into it. Xiao Yao was very surprised that such a non-standard palanquin was being taken to a small palace, which raised questions about why exactly and who was sitting in it. But then a loud scream caught his attention, which even scared him a little, after which the stranger immediately ran out of the room and ran towards the screams. Seeing him come out, the hero immediately hid back behind the pillar so as not to catch his eye. A pop-up window from the system popped up in front of him asking him whether to help the ghost who was asking him for help. The guy decided that it would be better to show help and clicked on accepting the task. Finally, the rest of the subordinates began to leave the hall, and the guy had a chance to go inside the room. When the guy reached the entrance, he looked around in all directions to make sure no one was watching him, and so he opened the door leading to the room and quickly entered there. The young man walked up to the table and touched it with the thought that he had just clearly heard someone screaming, and the system had received a request for help, but how could it happen that there was no one there? He began to look around more carefully, and suddenly his attention was attracted by some object. Behind the high mattress, he saw a red mark on the wall, which indicated some kind of sign. The young man slightly moved the edge of the bed and saw a sign with the letter M there, but English cannot exist in this world, and what could this sign mean? Suddenly, Mo's word came to his mind, and something seemed to be bothering him. Therefore, the guy quickly ran out of the room to get to Shiryao as quickly as possible and see what happened there. Seeing the guy running, the man was glad that he managed to get out of there and no one seemed to notice him. Running up to him, the young man, breathing heavily, began to say that he himself was fine, but he recalled that earlier Gijal said that other Yen Jun could sit in small palanquins when they entered hell. He clarified whether they would come to the wedding. And according to the man, they had to come, but it also depends on their mood. After all, the relationship between Yen Jun of the 10 temples had always been tense. Suddenly, he saw the active arrival of guests and guards, which meant the presence of King Qingguang. The guys immediately began to peer into the crowd to see the king in it. Everyone in the hall fell silent and began to carefully watch the imminent appearance of the king, who was represented by his subordinates. Just then a large man with a stern look came out of the palanquin, but when the king saw Xiao Yao in the crowd of people, he was very surprised to see him. He stared at the guy in bewilderment. The young man, in turn, put his finger to his lips as a sign that the king would remain silent and not make unnecessary movements. Gijal was very excited about this event. He said that among the kings of the 10 houses of hell, the kings of Qinguang and Zhujiang were the most evil, which raised the question of why they were both here. One of the subordinates warned about the start of the wedding ceremony and ordered everyone to line up. The man told the young man that they were below the level of the Ghost King, so they should stand together and not disperse in the crowd, to which the young man thanked Gijal for the information. Looking at him, the young man understood that although this ghost was timid and fearful, he was very practical and wanted to help the guy. Soon all the guests were brought to the hall of the underworld, where the ceremony took place. And now it was time for the bride to come out, who pulled back the curtain slightly, slowly emerging from behind the hidden room. The girl hid her face until the last moment, so she was dressed in a red clothes dress and covered with a veil that was not visible at all. Seeing her, the guy asked if this was Shi Yao's bride, who could be taken to the underworld. When all the demons bowed down, Gijal told the guy that it was their turn to bow. After bowing, all the ghosts congratulated Emperor Song on his wedding. But then there was a cry from one of the ghosts, who pointed his finger somewhere into the crowd of guests. And we were talking about Xiaoyao, who was immediately stared at. The ghost began to ask who he was and how he got into the underground world of Yanjun. Gijal immediately stood up for the guy and said that this was his cousin. The man heard that Yanjun had recently gotten married and his child had never seen the underworld, so he took him to see it. The ghost asked why he had to lie, because this guy had just had a fight in the street, but he saw it with his own eyes and was sure that the guy was not sincere to attend the wedding. The subordinate asked the judge if this three-eyed ghost was telling the truth, to which he replied that since the Ghost King had spoken, he had no choice but to report the situation. He said that this child caused trouble outside the palace and turned dozens of ghost soldiers into ashes. Based on this, it was clear that his intentions were definitely not good, so he asked that this guy be punished and not let go. The judge himself did this because the guy dared to insult him and humiliate him in front of so many people, and despite their agreement, he was ready to take revenge on him. The judge fell to his knees and swore with his multi-purpose soul that his words were true and he had not lied a word. He turned his head back, where one of the guards was watching him, and hoped that his words would be believed. After which the ghost turned to Yama, saying that he agreed with the ghost, and that this guy had unpredictable intentions, since he dared to strike in front of the palace and was a reckless criminal who needed to be punished. The main one in this dispute turned to Xiaoyao himself and asked if he wanted to say something to these accusations. Watching this, the ghost noticed that even though the king of the Song dynasty is the wise and incomprehensible king of hell, the ceremonial officer and the ghost king said this, but the guy does not even have the slightest emotion. Here the main character asked if the ceremonial officer considers him dangerous, then why did he allow him to attend the ceremony? Is he really ignoring Yama and the wedding ceremony? The ceremonial officer himself looked at the guy and accused him that it all happened through his fault. And then the young man revealed that he was allowed in because he donated high-quality yin beads so that he could let him in of his own free will. Xiaoyao also said that after the gift, the officer didn't even read the invitation, he just let the stranger in, and then the officer was so scared that he didn't know what to say in favor of excuses. The main character turned to the king of ghosts with a question that the master apparently forced him to become a pawn. He didn't know what the guy was up to, so he let him do it for him. But the ghost did not admit this. He claimed that he only saw the guy's face and did not know what he was up to. That's why he allowed Yama to investigate, and it had nothing to do with anyone. Xiaoyao said with a sly look that since it is his choice, he will not say anything. Although this three-eyed ghost king is not smart, he is quite loyal. The guy turned to Yama with the words that he said everything he had to say and also noted that he believed that he had his own opinion. The guy's words sounded serious and even sincere with the hope of understanding. But the three-eyed ghost kept shouting that he doesn't trust this guy at all. Since he says that he has an invitation, he asked to check if this is a real invitation. Then the ghost heard about the invitation, and, it seems, another cunning plan had matured in his head. After which he said that it was his fault, because he did not carefully check the guest's invitation. He begged Yama to give him a chance to correct his mistake and allow him to personally verify the guy's invitation. After which Xiaoyao sent him his invitation, saying that he seemed to be too kind to him. And as soon as the guests saw the invitation, everyone was shocked, because no one could understand how this child, who looked to be less than 20 years old, could have such power. Yama gave the order to go and check all the information about this guy. The young man conveyed his invitation to one of the assistants so that he could check everything. Xiao Yao was confident that he was right, so he wasn't worried at all, because he knew that everything was fine in the invitation. After a few seconds of checking, the assistant turned to Yama with a statement that this invitation was indeed real, and this information shocked those present as much as possible. Xiao Yao threw out his invitation to the ghost, which was moving smoothly through the air, for him to personally check one more time. When he received the invitation, he immediately felt that it was real, after which he fell to his knees and began to court Yama in his opinion. He said that even if the invitation is real, there is still no guarantee that the guy is really a guest at the wedding banquet. Besides, they have never seen this guy before and there is a possibility that he stole someone else's invitation. How then a voice was heard saying that the person was turning out to be a brother and asked whether the ceremonial official thought this was appropriate. The ghost himself continued to try to convince him of his words, while the other guests were amazed at how this guy was acting and considered it stupid and brave actions. Suddenly the ghost changed his face and said that he guaranteed the truth in his words, after which the king of the underworld himself asked his subordinate who he was in his opinion. This question made him worry, but he never, hesitantly, answered that he was the ruler. After taking a sip of wine, the king said that according to the ceremonial official, his status did not allow him to attend the wedding banquet, which means that the status of the king gave him the opportunity to swear for the guest. After the king's words, there was a short pause in the hall, after which he turned to the three-eyed demon and asked him to tell him whether he was worthy of such a thing. But from one question from the king, the ghost was at a loss and did not know what answer to tell him so that he would suit the king, after which he stood up straight, like a soldier, and repeated several times that he was worthy of it, at the same time nodding his head in approval. The king turned to Lao San with the words that he was very talkative and annoying. He in turn said that in this case they need to solve something if the reason is the guy. Suddenly, Xiao Yao felt someone grab his clothes. Looking down, he saw the same ghost standing on his knees and saying that he did not recognize the master and was a snob, so he asked to forgive him not to stoop to the same level. He shouted that if the guy was still angry, then let him hit and swear, but only to calm down and pacify his anger. The main character lightly put his hand on the ghost's shoulder to tell him something, after which, with a kind smile, he said that the ceremonial official takes care of the ruler, that's how it should be, but the ghost clarified what he meant. But despite this, the guy still had information that might not make the ghost very happy. Xiao Yao squeezed the ghost's shoulder tighter, causing him to writhe. The guy reminded him that he had repeatedly given in to him, but he continued to put pressure on him, plotting his destruction, and if you don't repay such a worthy person, then you can upset the official and not resolve the dispute. After what was said, the main character abruptly released the ghost, leaving him to put up with his pain. And while the guy looked at the ghost who was constantly trying to destroy him, Yama was closely watching him. And then the judge seemed to become kinder in his face. It seemed that he somehow liked Xiao Yao. Li Jun stepped back with the same bowed head in an attempt to beg forgiveness. The three-eyed ghost decided to do everything in his power to help his comrade. He got down on one knee in front of the judge to ask the Lord why he sent an invitation to this boy of unknown origin, and he was also worried about his well-being and sincerely hoped that the Lord could dispel his doubts. The ghost was very angry because of such an impudent question. Should the ruler really ask permission about who he should invite to the wedding and who not? The ghost was dissatisfied, since the ceremonial official and the three-eyed head of the devils became so insolent that they insulted the dear guests of the ruler and dragged them to hell for the death penalty. The guards led two arrogant workers to bring punishment, while the guests made noise, and the head of the devils tried to convince them that this was a little slander. As for the rest of the guests, Fate sincerely asked for forgiveness from young Master Yao for the inconvenience caused. The guests realized that they had just reproached him. Was he really offended? Even the ruler was taken to hell, so the guests were left. Xiao Yao said with a soft smile that the Lord worries too much. Although the guy is touchy, he never destroys innocent people indiscriminately. Fate asked their young and dear guest to take his place of honor. The guests at this time were completely unhappy that the child took a place on an equal footing with the two kings, and King Chujiang actually gave up his place. When everyone was finally seated and there was silence in the hall, the meal could begin. While food was being served to the guests, Xiao Yao realized that he needed to find an excuse to stay and check whether Shi Yao was the bride or not. After some time of eating, the bride got up from her chair to leave the hall. Seeing this, the guy decided that this was his chance to find out who was hiding behind the veil. Xiao Yao turned to the king with the words that he had eaten a little too much, so he needed to walk a little so that the food could be absorbed, to which the man had no complaints. The guy headed to the central part of the temple of the underworld, namely the garden. When he entered there, he saw a very large area that you couldn't even find a ghost there. Suddenly he heard loud screams from the far corridor. The main character immediately rushed to the place where the screams were coming from, which led him to the room. Opening the door, he saw in the middle of the room what looked like a tent, which was covered with sheets, and inside there was a bed. He walked closer to see if Shi Yao was there. Looking inside, he angrily asked who was there. Much to the surprise, there was a naked girl lying inside, who with a playful smile asked the guy if he was looking for her. The girl invited the guy to sit next to her on the bed. Xiao Yao asked who she was with a dissatisfied look. Suddenly, the creaking of doors was heard as someone entered the room. The main character noticed this immediately and began to worry a little, since he couldn't let anyone notice him. The judge entered the room and loudly asked why there was the smell of a stranger here. The girl asked in horror why the ruler was here, and his presence foreshadowed trouble if he saw them. Here the stranger decided to act in her favor and jumped out of bed and ran to the Lord, accusing Xiao Yao of molesting her. The man with a cold look said that he was very polite to the guy, and he, in turn, broke into the chambers of his concubine and wanted to violate her. The main character said with an awkward smile that he just wanted to look around and find the right person. But the ghost with distrust and a sly smile said that even if the guy is looking for an excuse, then let him find at least one reason that can convince him. At that moment he acquired black wings, as a sign of a weapon. The ghost again amuses the guy by asking if he really thinks that the ghost won't dare touch him. His gaze was cold, and he clearly intended to fight the guy, namely to give him what he deserved. Suddenly, some more people appeared behind the ghost and put their hands on his shoulders. Behind him was the Lord, who asked Lao Sang that he probably shouldn't be so angry with a child, and he, in turn, confirmed the man's words. According to them, Xiao Yao is unfamiliar with this place and could have accidentally entered the concubine's chambers while looking for someone. The man was not entirely happy with this decision, but he could not contradict it. He told his concubine that she was disgraced because she was not dressed, so he sent her to get dressed and leave this place. After which he grunted with displeasure, because he was not happy with the king's decision. After which, one of the people asked Xiao Yao who he was looking for, since they were all here to clarify the situation and resolve the misunderstanding, if that was the case. The main character replied that he was looking for a girl here who should be here somewhere and asked if the ruler could help him in his search. To which the bishop replied that he would send someone to help, but if he fails to find her, then there is no need to blame his assistants for this. To his surprise, Xiao Yao noticed that Emperor Song's reaction was not the same as usual. Could it be that Shi Yao is not in the underworld, and the young man was mistaken? Soon, by order of the bishop, a sufferer came to him, who knelt down on one knee, awaiting the order. The Lord asked to organize several people so that they would help Xiao Yao with the search for the person, and also that they do this for appearances, and if this guy wants to find someone, then they should not interfere, let him look for himself. The guard looked up at the Lord, saying that he was concerned that they had found the one. The Lord also ordered to tell the ruler of hell to close the door, since they are repeating their mistakes again, so let them suffer. When everyone left the chambers, Emperor Song decided to drink alcohol in order to momentarily forget about all the problems. At that moment his concubine calmed him down. Suddenly their silence was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a guard who brought bad news. The bishop displeasedly asked why there was so much noise here. The guard informed him that they had found the spirit of a woman, which was not good for the underworld. Emperor Song immediately jumped up with a dumbfounded look. His concubine was also worried about the arrival of trouble. The man with a cold look said that he ordered them to close the secret door. How could they get in there? To which the guard, with a slightly worried and guilty voice, said that he did not notice how this happened. Suddenly, another man came to them, shouting that Mr. Yao had opened a secret door and burst into hell, and it was a complete disaster. The man headed towards the exit so that they would show him the way to hell, since he was going to check everything personally and try to clarify the situation. At this time, a certain fog was visible above the building, which was spreading in the area. And from the very open things that led to hell, a green fog emanated. A crowd of people gathered near the entrance, wondering what would happen next. Suddenly a bold and loud cry was heard from the ruler, who with his hands waved everyone aside to move forward. According to the man, this boy wants to enter the secret door, then why don't King Qin Guang and King Chu Jiang stop him? The subordinate warned the lord that they had not arrived here yet, and only soldiers entered inside. The man decided that closing the door to hell from the outside and letting the guy perish would be a good idea, and then asked everyone to follow him and look around. When he went inside, heavy doors were slammed from outside, on his orders, after which they hung a huge padlock with chains on it to improve security. And so, the door to hell was completely closed, only green fog came through the thin crack. As Emperor Song walked along the corridor with the guards that leads to the third circle of hell, he wondered why the third circle of hell had changed so much. Suddenly, one of the guards pointed into the distance and shouted that hell had opened and a huge gap appeared.